Hello. Well, we're back live. It's big Saturday, lots of entertainment. Donald Trump's going to be on today on television. We've got Night Tiger in a fight to the death, a cage match later tonight with Captain Strangelove. That should be highly entertaining. Gladiatorial combat. Only one survivor. Let's see what. We had three people. Someone already left. The Acquisitions of Dr. Five says, I love the thumbnail photo you used. I've got some errands to run, and hopefully you'll be on when I return. Possibly. Yeah, I'm probably be on. Gotham City Comics says, hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Meyer Greenblatt says, it was a sunny Saturday morning in 1973. My younger brother and I had just escaped the vicious buckle-in belt beating, and we were in the mood for a comic book, for a comic and a Slurpee. We jumped the fence and avoided the neighbors' vicious dogs and stepped out into the asphalt freedom of the 70s. The hippies were in bloom. We arrived at the quick stop. A van sat idling in the parking lot. Free candy was spray painted on the side. What a time it was. Yes, indeed. And here's the link to come on if you want. Meyer Greenblatt, I purchased a Commandy comic and a Cherry Coke Slurpee. I've got a Coke here. I purchased a Commandy comic and a Cherry Coke Slurpee. The person at the counter told me that I was also going to have to pay for the Uno bar in my little brother's pocket. We bolted for the exit. When we got home, the cops were at our house. Good morning, everybody. Rock on. Thank you for that humorous, nostalgic anecdote from your halcyon youth. Is that the proper use of the word halcyon? I've never used that word in my life, but I've seen it written in comic books. In comic books, that's why I'm the incredibly smart person I am today. As Higgy Pop says, reading comics will make you highly intelligent. And so, how are you guys doing? This beautiful, it actually is very beautiful. There's no baseball-sized hail falling today. There's no tornadoes, at least not here locally. Houston got hit really badly. So, my wife calls her family, her mom, her sister, nephews in Houston, and they said, oh, the media always exaggerates. There was just a little bit of rain. But they don't live in that part of Houston. It's like, we don't listen to the news. They always lie. Um, so, yeah, but Houston did get hit. They just weren't aware of it because they don't watch the news. Um, yeah, I this kid was suspended from school for fighting. So he couldn't come to school for, I think he got suspended for 3 days when you got into a big fight. The type fights where there's giant circle of people around watching gladiatorial combat, like you'll see tonight on Night Tiger's channel. And so he was suspended, and then the first day he was suspended, 9/11 happened, right? So he was suspended for fighting, so he spent 3 days playing video games nonstop. So it wasn't really much of a punishment, it was actually a reward. So he comes back, he had no idea anything had happened because he didn't. You think about it, if you don't watch the news or you just unplug from the radio, the TV, all this stuff could happen. You'd never know what's going on in the Middle East, in Israel, or Gaza Strip. You wouldn't know what's going on, and it's just like it could be the end of the world, the end times, the abomination of desolation, and you're just there playing Grand Theft Auto, and you never even know what happens. I mean, until like something crashes through your roof, my wife sent me a message. If you have some scotch tape, lend it to me. That's a strange text message. Yes, I think I do. I'll go get it. All right. Gotham City Comics. I got 2 new Top Stone masks I can show today. That is a fantastic thing. I've forgotten what Top Stone is, but I know it's something amazing because he doesn't collect low quality masks like I do. Most of the masks I have little rubber bands holding them on your head. Okay. Our mission right now is to go up to the attic with some scotch tape. I think I have some in the comic book room. I found my prescription sunglasses in the last episode, which you haven't seen yet because I just filmed it this morning. In fact, I just finished filming it. I have this new iPhone, and it is really nice. It has all these cameras on the back of the phone, and it has a cinematic option where it will, I guess, make it look like a movie. So I was playing around with that. I filmed for like an hour and 11 minutes, and it's uploading to YouTube right now. I just want to see what this new stuff looks like, man. So, okay, Scotch tape. So I got him operating for that stream that you haven't seen yet. Come on, come on. You have called upon the awesome powers of the all-seeing Sultan. I shall consult my mystic crystal. Yes, I see. No, no, beware, beware, no! The great Sultan slumbers. He didn't tell us jack shit, did he? He says I see, but where is the tape? Is what I want to know. Find the tape. That used to be Pete's enemy, that Sultan. Pete would try to figure out who was this head inside that thing. Pete being my cat, not some insane relative. For those of you just tuning into this channel for the first time, here's the tape. Okay. I'll be back soon. I'm back. Here's the box for my mummy kit from my childhood. Oh, the people talking about. Meyer says, R.I.P. Pete, we miss your smile and your mysterious ways. Yes, he was very mysterious. Oh, let me see. I gotta turn you guys sideways to look. I gotta get off of here and look at my YouTube to see if my okay. I was apparently before you even give it a title for YouTube on the cinematic stuff, it has to prepare the video. So I don't know what that's about, but so anyway, it's I'm putting a video up on YouTube, which is actually counted as the episode before this one. I'm taking some laundry down to the laundry room in the basement here because it was thrown on the floor in the living room. That's not very classy. And this is a classy establishment here. Okay, come on, Drew. Let's go back up. There you go. Okay, hold on a second. I might have to go walk Drew the dog, and I don't know how that'll work on a live stream. All these lights were turned on for my last broadcast. Oh, we're doing really shitty today. There's 6 people watching. Oh well, that's the new normal. But there's 6 high quality people. Uh, hold on.
Oh, how happy we'll be when we will jump on it. And under all is rich, so now what do we tell? Inside the sea, a beautiful by the sea, you and I, oh, how happy we'll be. We will jump on it. And under all is rich, so now what do we
All right. This song reminds me of Pacific Ocean Park, POP, Pay One Price. Yes. And that's because we're broadcasting from Pacific Ocean Park. There's a great video. I don't know if I made it a part of that stream the other night. Oh, I had to show it to you, man. Pacific Ocean Park in Santa Monica was used, like in the early morning hours before they opened it. They filmed a lot of TV shows in the '60s there. Just you know, the cast running around the closed amusement park while they're shooting at each other. So somebody made a collage of scenes from I Spy, the Mod Squad, the Invaders, Get Smart, uh, the Fugitive. There must be about 10 different TV shows, and they're all early color, mid 60s TV shows, and they're running around shooting at each other. And it's like Maxwell Smart will shoot, and the one armed man from the Fugitive will shoot back, and you'll see they're all in front of the same rides. And then you'll see Nancy Sinatra walking down, singing while the gunshots are going off. It's a masterfully put together little collage, like all the. It's incredible. I was watching this morning, so it should still be in my memory of this YouTube thing. I'll show it to you. Yeah. How about that, Liz? Gotham City says, I have some POP items coming in the mail today. I can. Yeah, I already have him going down that rabbit. I'm not even. You don't even have that yet. You guys have already sunken. I put up a film festival Monday night of different videos from YouTube from Pacific Ocean Park, but YouTube yanked it where it can't be seen by anyone but me because some of the videos had like I don't know, Bee Gees music and stuff that you just can't be viewed. So there's all kinds of copyright problems with it. But the the stream that I was live streaming, I could show you if you want to watch it. It's still in my one of my playlists. I could here. It's got someone coming in. Why it's Meyer Greenblatt. If I can't. How do I click on that? Oh, I see. You hit add to stage. Meyer, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Not too much. I'm trying to figure things out here, trying to play around with this new phone.
Oh yeah. How's it working out? It looks crystal clear.
It does. I hope so. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
really good.
the previous phone I had 32 gigabytes, which sounded like a lot to me. This thing has like 500 gigabytes, so I think that's a lot. I don't know. There's something called a terrible byte or terabyte or something that's
Gigabyte.
apparently incredible, but
I'm gonna
I don't
wipe
have
this
that.
and see if it helps mine.
Using sandpaper. It
Yeah, and I
sounds
use
like.
Pendleton right here, which is like sandpaper. It's like wool, so it is like sandpaper.
Oh, so how's the move coming?
Really well. I mean, I got a lot of work done the past couple days. So much so that my back started hurting, my
Oh,
allergies kicked up, all that stuff. But
yeah.
I got a ton done. Got a few more things on my schedule for today to pack up. But it's a light day today. no big, I get a bunch of. I was there at the deli this morning and talking to the guy, and he said, "Come Monday, and I'm going to save you a bunch of stuff." So Monday, I'll probably get another 4 or 5 boxes, and I'll have all the toys packed up. So after that, it's just paper, like I mentioned. So mostly what's moving is my just essentials and my collection, because I'm leaving the furniture behind. It's old furniture. I'm moving to a whole new place, a whole new town. I'm going to refurnish and start from the ground up with all new stuff, just my bed, my coffee table, my dinette set, and the bookshelves. Otherwise, the living room set, the chairs, the extra beds, everything is I'm going to get rid of. Like, I've been living in this 2-bedroom for 15 years, and 5 years ago, both my kids were completely moved out on their own, right? And
Mhm.
in that 5 years time, like I've showed you maybe a couple times, that room, I've never really done anything with my kids' bedroom. There's still 2 twin beds in there. There's still posters on the wall that used to be up on the wall like when they grew up in there. So I haven't. Matter of fact, there's a rock and roll high school poster, a movie poster that was mine that I bought at a record store in like 1982 and was up in my room. Then my youngest son put it up in his room, and he grew up with that poster. So now it's kind of old and faded, but I want to frame that and then give that
Yeah.
as a gift to him for their house, because it's kind of a cool like memento. Um, but I haven't
Isn't
done
that
anything
like
with that room. So really, I have a 2-bedroom when I really only live in a 1-bedroom. I only live in the apartment and my bedroom. I don't do anything in that 2-bedroom, in that second bedroom. So the new place, it's going to be a 1-bedroom. I don't need a 2-bedroom anymore, and I'm getting rid of almost everything, like I said, except for essentials, paper and bookshelves, mostly.
yeah? Don't you have a big devil poster on the back of the door in that room?
Oh, that's in my bedroom.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
you were saying
yeah,
it
that's a
terrified
pretty
a
funny
couple
story
of
about that.
girls horribly.
Yeah, let me show it to you. Let's see if we can see it. There's a funny story about it. I bought that poster, and the guy that was selling them, he had all those posters that were of those masks from the Captain and Company ads, and they were really nicely done little posters. But the one I bought was the devil, and then I just hung it up in here just because there was an open space, right? And then I had this girl that I was dating, right? That I'd been dating for a couple months, and then for the first time, this she's over here, and this door gets closed, right? And she sees this.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she sees this, and she says, "Why do you have a picture of the devil in your bedroom?" And I go, "I don't know. I think it's kind of cool." I tell her where it's from and the significance of it. It didn't. The story didn't even it out, because out here I also have another painting of the devil that is actually one that I actually painted. And then she says, "Well, how come you have all these pictures of the devil in your house?" And I said, "I really don't know." And then she asked me, then she also asked me, "So all that Trump stuff on your Facebook, that's a joke, right?" And I said, "No, the devil's real, and so is all that pro-Trump stuff. I love Trump." And the relationship didn't go far.
Yeah, that's Danny Elfman, right? That painting.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
in the
that's a painting
Forbidden
I did
Zone.
of Danny Elfman from Forbidden Zone. I was really into that movie about 10 years ago, and I
Yeah,
I would watch it over and over again and freeze. That's not the only. I wanted to do other paintings from that movie, like of Hervé Villechaize and of that actress that plays the Queen. I was going to do a
yeah,
whole series, because I was like pausing it on my TV, and then that's what I did. I paused a frame of Danny Elfman when he's singing that Cab Calloway song, in that movie,
yeah,
that famous scene. I
yeah.
paused it, and then I drew on that piece of wood with a pencil, and then I painted over it, eh, over time.
John Gora says, "Devil's real, Trump is real," and
Yes.
Kevin said that's a top stone devil mask. He's about to show us some
Oh,
new top stone
is it?
masks that he's gotten, and he's already gone down the rabbit hole of getting Pacific Ocean Park collectibles. He's got some coming in the mail today. Man.
So yeah, that guy had those prints of all those masks. The caveman was a really cool one. I was like tossed up between the devil and the caveman. They weren't cheap. They were like $20 a piece or something. It was at Kirk Hammett's horror show where everything was overpriced because you had all these beautiful people walking around, because it was like an exclusive
Oh.
convention.
I'm trying to see when, speaking of Trump, when he's coming on today. Let
Oh
me,
yeah.
I can't see anymore, so I'm going to walk over for a second to the TV set and read this.
I cut my hair late last night. You know, I just use always do it myself. I just use a number one, and it had been a
Uh,
couple months. So I shaved it all off. But then what always happens is I can never get everything, right? So then for the next couple days, like I haven't done it yet, but for the next couple days, I have to go back over it because I always miss little spots, you know, little tufts
oh.
and stuff sticking up.
I've never had a shaved head. They say it feels really cool in the shower when you're bald.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never experienced that. Maybe who knows. Friar Tuck says going to buy some comic book boards and pages and hit a dollar box at 7 at
Cool.
my nearby comic store, but I will tune in when I get back. At 7. Oh no, I hit a dollar box or 7, not at 7. I thought he was going to wait till 7 o'clock to go to the comic store. Okay, cool. Uh, I think I called this new acquisitions, but I don't have any new acquisitions. That's just a trick to get people to watch. Yeah, it says that Trump starts at 1.
I got a new
Who's
acquisition this
I,
morning
let's
from
see
the
what she.
lobby. I don't know what it is yet, but this morning when I came into my building, there was a stack of these books in the lobby there at the table where the flowers are and everything by the elevator. So
Yeah.
I don't know. At first, I thought, does this guy live in my building? Because he looked kind of familiar. I'm like, if you wrote a book about living joy, would you leave like 8 copies of it uh, in the lobby? Maybe you would. I don't know. It's not signed on the inside. That would have been cool if it said to my neighbor from Chris Stefanik.
Yeah.
I don't think
I don't
that's the
know what.
case.
What is
I think
the theme of this? It's about
it seems to be
Christianity.
it's Catholicism, Christianity. Joy isn't a luxury; it's a necessity. But how do we find joy and hold on to it when so much in our life stands in the way? Then it comes down to tell us, he lays out his lesson plan, but then down here you find out that he is an acclaimed author, speaker, and television host, a graduate of Franciscan University of Steubenville. I think that's where Dean Martin is from, Steubenville, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Dean Martin's from Steubenville.
Is that
He's
guy
a
blind?
founder and president of Real Life Catholic, a nonprofit which operates at the headquarters for Christians Initiative. Anyway,
But is he blind? It looks like his eyes are closed.
no, they're open. He's not blind.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought maybe
Yeah.
that was the theme of the book. That okay.
So I got that this morning, and then also I got a couple Hot Wheels. Let me show you the Hot Wheels that I got at Walgreens. I kind of scored big this morning at Walgreens. They're very cool. Let me show you. They were $1.99 each. No one had stole them yet. It was early in the morning, so like nothing had been stolen yet, I think. So the first
Oh
one
yeah,
is, look at this. Land
yeah,
Lowrider. Isn't that cool? It's an actual, I've never seen a Hot Wheels lowrider like that before.
yeah. I don't know if I have either.
And then this one, also just $1.99 for this Corvette Stingray. But I got it because it has a metal bottom and it looks just like the old Corvette that I have from the 70s. Like maybe it's a purposeful like throwback, right?
Hmm. Do you keep them on the cards?
Uh, nah, let's take these out. Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. Like I have loose cars and then I have cars that I keep on the cards.
Yeah,
I'll keep these on the cards. They're easier to pack. I just put them like this and
yeah.
I
Oh
stack
yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely.
But
Yeah,
I
it's
have a
one of
lot of
those.
loose cars already that are in like car carriers and cases. Let me show you this. This is kind of a cool, really old case. It's not Hot Wheels. It's like an off-brand. Isn't this cool? I guess I would say the late 60s, right? By the cars that are on here. And it's like a book. Isn't this neat? 48 car miniature car collectors showcase. And then on the back, if you wanted to, if you were a kid, you could write, "These are my cars." But the kid that I bought this from, he didn't write anything yet. So that's cool. So now I can write on there if I wanted to, but I don't. But that case is packed with cars. Like if I open it, it'll be like whose closet was that had that radio show where everything falls out of the closet every time he opens it. What was that? Anybody know?
Like, can you still hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I was over off the page on YouTube. It's called Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh,
I'm trying to upload a show.
Thank you.
Can you tell what the episode number of this show is? Does it show you?
Let me look. Yeah, it says 978.
Okay, then the one I'm uploading is 977. I've got to let me do that real quick.
Let's see if I can find anything else to show you guys. Real handy. These are cool. These are called slam shifters. Look, it's got KB. Well, it says $15, but the actual, that's not even what I paid for it. But maybe this came out of the store originally, like maybe a vintage toy store or something. But the KB price tag is underneath there. This is a lighted slam shifter. This is a really cool toy idea. Let me see if the batteries still work inside here. So it's a die-cast car with a plastic bottom, and then it has these gummy rubber tires. The tires aren't slick. They're kind of gummy, if you can see them. There's a battery in here, and the headlights come on. See that? When you push this little thing here. And then in the back, this plugs into a slam shifter launcher, which is what this thing is right here. So the car plugs in to here, and then you slam down on this thing that looks like a shifter, and it makes the car go. It was kind of a neat idea for something different with die-cast cars. I guess this is the early 80s. KB recommends alkaline batteries. This is a Mazda RX-7. How nice that car is. I love this car. And I'll show you. So there's a little tab under here that you push, and then the top comes off. Oops. And then you just have this battery in here. And then the light comes on. See how that works?
Yeah.
And that's it. Back together again. There's not much left to pack, except for the stuff in the closet. So that's just a matter of time of getting enough boxes to put it all in. Are you still there, Gratu? Or am I just doing this thing?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I have to plug back.
I'm here. I'm just on another mic in the Phantom Zone currently. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Let's just keep doing what you're doing and let me know. I've got stuff to show.
I'm trying to find a picture to put up as the whatever you call it. What do you call the picture you put up for your YouTube video?
Thumbnail?
Thumbnail, thank you. I'm trying to find a thumbnail to put up for my last episode.
This is a combat board game magnet that came from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. I bought a bunch of sealed vintage card packs from Kevin, and these came recently from Gotham City Comics. I'm not going to open these. I'm going to save these sealed packs and give them to my kids, probably. Or definitely. Anyway, here's Desert Storm card pack. Remember this? When they made collector cards for the war that I was fighting in? It was interesting. Here's another pack of those.
You should autograph the cards.
Monsters in My Pocket collectible trading cards.
I remember that.
This one looks really fun. It's called Rad Dudes trading cards.
Rad Dudes, oh my God.
This looks interesting too, that I've never seen. Toxic High School.
Oh yeah, Toxic High was great. That was all I think. Drew Friedman did the art on those. Yeah,
really?
I think so. It's
2 packs.
Really, yeah, they're real nice.
And then Bill and Ted's Most Atypical Movie Cards.
Okay. John Gora says, I get a big old General Lee at a Goodwill store, makes sounds and everything, $2. Great.
Oh, that's great.
McGee and Molly, Charlton 66 was also pointed out. John Gora says, I've always wanted to do some stop motion animation with Matchbox cars that had working head tail lights. Yeah, you could do an amazing bullet style car chase with your mutant creatures and skeletons. Acquisitions of Dr. Five says, hello, I'm back. I have the combat game and have it on display in my son's room. Oh, cool.
Oh, wow. I've never seen it. That's great. I love the show. With Vic Morrow and Rick Jason, right? Is that the guy's name? He played the lieutenant, I think.
I think so.
Yeah. And Rick Jason.
I didn't grow up with that show. I saw it later on in life. It was not a show that was syndicated wherever I lived.
I started seeing it in 8th grade. So it started coming on here on local TV late night. It would come on like Monday through Friday at like midnight or 11:30, right around the same time slot, or right in with that mix of Alfred Hitchcock Presents and Twilight Zone. Sometimes it would be like those shows mixed together. That's where I first saw Combat and discovered it.
Kevin says he can sign those Bill and Ted cards because the high school they used was his high school.
Really? Oh, that's cool. I can't wait to see that. I should.
I would have figured they would have filmed that in California, but maybe they filmed it in Oh, the Centaur is here.
Oh, cool. There he is.
Hello, Centaur. How are you?
Hello, sire. How are you this fine Saturday?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Pretty good. I've got a better phone for, very inexpensive, and our house we had more damage to more than half of the cost of the house to what we paid. We had damage to the house, the roof, the siding, so that's all going to be replaced. So hopefully the house will wind up looking better because they're gonna the wood around the windows will be power washed and repainted. It's going to make the house look a lot better, I think. The only thing is, when we bought this house, we're told it was a copper roof, and both the people at USAA and the contractors say it's not copper, it's metal painted like copper. And so, which is fine. I mean, it looks okay. It's just a matter of like, a copper roof, it seems like it would eventually turn green.
A patina, yes, sir.
So there's no green spots on the roof, so maybe they're right. My wife was saying, well,
a copper roof, I would think, a real copper roof, mind you, would be somewhat of a liability, as meth heads would tend to steal it.
they'd have to be pretty tall, but
meth heads are very spry.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Gotham City Comics says, John, your art made it to Higgy's video thumbnail and is on display in his hawk room. Oh,
That's
really?
awesome.
To his video thumbnail and it's on. Oh, okay. So you, okay. It must, oh, yeah, okay. His artwork for Gotham City Comics with Batman. I'm telling you, John, you need to do, I don't know if DC would give you trouble, but people do fan made Batman stuff all the time and somehow get away with it. I think it would be really cool if you did a Batman animated short in that style that you use to promote Gotham City Comics. I think it would probably blow your channel up to like 1 million subs, and if it's your animation style, it's in your art style is so unique. I think I wish that the Batman comic that DC put out, they just had you draw it because you get it done in just a day because you draw. You're so prolific. I mean, you're quick. You've got to be quick. I don't know, but I. How long does it take between getting one of those stickers and you with a marker doing this? How long does it take to do one? Does it take? You know what would be great is to film it. Put a camera on a tripod and it just film for 15 minutes you doing Gotham City Comics stickers, and then although maybe that would be incriminating because they're U.S. mail stickers. I don't know, but maybe if you could get some stickers that weren't really from them, and I don't know. I would love to see you just drawing in real time because I it's or just put up a big poster board and then draw on it like something they do on an old kids show in the 60s or 70s. You watch Mr. Artist draw. I just love to watch you draw, if that makes any sense. Um,
I'm honestly a bit vexed at the fact that a Hotel Orloff comic has not come to fruition yet.
well, let's see. John Gora says Vic Morrow's in this great Korean War film by Anthony Mann called Men in War. Had Robert Ryan too. I've never heard of that movie. Have you heard of it, Centaur?
I have not, sire.
Jim Jars says, has anyone seen the video Dr. Fives made called Jeb on his channel? Sort of a Hollywood and John Gora's type mixture to a good song. And it takes me 10 minutes to write his name on the back of all of them. Yeah, you do need to credit yourself because you do all those stickers and you forget to write your YouTube channel on the back. Um, oh,
Sire,
what was it?
I did have an alternative agenda in coming up.
Okay, what's up?
I was thinking about Form 303 mall memories, as I oft am apt to do. And I remember you mentioning the Piccadilly cafeteria.
Oh, yeah.
Might we get a better and more well-rounded description of that facility?
Okay, you would pull into the west side of the mall, and there was the ice chalet, which I don't even know
Yes.
if I ever went into it, but it was an ice skating place. And you'd come into that door. To your right was a big wooden rounded door, and it was a bar called Jekyll and Hyde's, or it was called Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, something like that. And it was I never went into that because it was a bar. It wasn't just like Bennigan's where it was a bar, and I'm sure it was 70s with lots of warm brown colors, but it had a big gothic looking wooden door, like in a castle. And but I always noticed that. But then across from that on the left side was Piccadilly Cafeteria. Did you eat there, Centaur?
That's why I never got the chance to eat there.
Oh, okay. Well, you've been to a Luby's, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
Luby's was at the other mall, Six Flags Mall, which, what would you say, that was about half a mile apart, were the two malls?
Somewhere, yeah, they were very close.
I mean, you could probably walk between the two malls, except you'd have to cross a major highway and you'd be turned into hamburger meat, but it was a very short distance. Six Flags Mall opened before Forum Mall. There's a great video on YouTube that shows the Six Flags Mall from the early 70s.
It's the WFA archive. Yes, I've
Yeah,
seen it.
that's the one. Oh, it's brilliant. Uh, okay, so, and that's a brilliant archive. The Channel 8, all the news film, the ABC affiliate, all the news film they shot on color and in black and
Yeah.
white. They just donated it to SMU, and they've been archiving it and putting it up on YouTube. So it's really amazing footage that they have. Anyway, Forum Mall. Okay, Luby's was a Texas chain of cafeterias. And it was, you know, I don't know. I guess cafeterias are throughout the country. It's like a school cafeteria. You go through and order your food. Luby's, there was a character on King of the Hill. I think the daughter was named Luann Platter, and that came
Yes.
from Luby's because you had the Luann Platter, and
Oh,
it
yes.
was
My great grandparents ate at Luby's or Wyatt's every day at like 4
Wyatt's was
p.m. I'd have to go with them sometimes.
I just got a thumb. That was really weird. That's weird. I'm looking at my video, and a thumb down just appeared right next to my head. So that means someone is, so it's telling me that someone just gave me a thumbs down.
Oh, let me see. Hold on. Let me try it.
Well, try giving me a thumbs up. Doing thumbs
So I
down.
just gave you a thumbs
Cushion
down.
blow.
Did it work? Let's see.
I don't
I saw
know.
something. I don't know what I saw. I looked up just in
Did it
time to
pop
see
up on
something
the
disappear.
video screen? Did you
Yeah,
see
yeah,
it?
I saw it on the video screen too. And I just gave you a thumbs down, but it's not doing anything. I was curious to see
Well,
if it would
change
do
it
it.
to a thumbs up,
Ah,
please.
All
Why
right,
would it do
of
that?
course. It's now a thumbs up
I,
and nothing. That's interesting.
well,
that's
try a thumbs
weird.
down.
Well, I'm not encouraging people to do that to me, man.
It was very, very strange.
You all
Yes.
saw that, didn't you?
Yes,
Yeah, I watched
I've
it on
never
the
seen it
replay
before.
for
I've never seen anything like that on YouTube.
watched
Maybe
it on
that's coming from YouTube telling me, hey, don't talk about cafeterias. I don't know.
the
I don't know, man. I don't need to be any more paranoid about YouTube. Um,
I
shit.
don't think you can be paranoid enough, sire.
Yeah. Well, um,
You guys remember the
yeah.
Magic Pan restaurant? Were there any Magic Pan restaurants at any of these Texas malls?
Nah.
No.
But Piccadilly was better than Wyatt's or Luby's, and
Oh, wow.
apparently, that I looked at. I think there's still a few in existence, but in other states, maybe that's changed. I haven't looked it up in years, but it just seemed like the food was. And every time I went as a kid with my parents, we'd always go on a Friday night. I always got the same thing. I got fried chicken, a fried chicken breast, mashed potatoes, a roll with butter. Man, what? It just
Jello.
I probably did. Oh, I
I
always
always
got
got the
pumpkin
Jello.
pie. The pumpkin pie was amazing. The problem with Luby's is half the time you'd get a piece of pumpkin pie and it would be the evil counterfeit bizarro pumpkin pie called sweet potato pie. And sometimes it would look so much like pumpkin pie, you'd put it on your plate and it's like, shoot, this is not. Oh man, listen to the. Anyway, hold on. I got to look at the chat here because I just saw something interesting. Oh, Gotham City says it takes me 10 minutes. Okay, I already read that. John Gora says Nick say on the cafeteria say. It looks like something that was so weird. Thanks, Jim Jars. The song is an original by the band I was in. We wrote it and recorded it back in 1998. The other song videos are originals of ours as well. In Gotham City Comics, did you guys have a King's Table? We had a King's Table on 303, which is Highway 303 is also called Pioneer Parkway, and there was a King's Table there. As on the way to Forum Mall, there was a King's Table. It was a smorgasbord restaurant, and that was great. I don't know if it's I didn't know it was a chain. I thought it was the only one. But if it's related, where was your King's Table? Was it in Arizona or in Iowa? Uh, wait, yeah, that's Gotham because he's lived in both places. Anyway, King's Table. Did you ever go there, Centaur?
I never did.
Uh, there was a German waitress we'd always get. I remember she'd always say, "Everything's okay. Everything's okay." Just remember the Z and everything. And it was great. That was a place we went to a lot too. But the great thing about eating at Piccadilly Cafeteria is I would eat there, and then I'd tell 'em, my mom, I'm going to the bookstore, and of course I could slip out there, and my parents were still in there eating, and they were gonna, obviously pay and know the cashier because you pay as you left the restaurant, and they're not gonna question a little, 11, how old would I have been then? 11, 12-year old kid,
Right.
they don't think you're the one that's going to be paying the, so they let me slip out, and that give me some time to look at this bookstore, or maybe run down to I don't know, maybe afterwards they went out into the mall. I got
There
another
it is
thumbs down.
again. There it is again.
Oh, I missed
Yeah,
it.
I don't know what's going
Oh, it
on.
is. Another,
Why
we
are
got another
people
thumbs down. Yeah, you did.
there there are there are forces out there that hate me, clearly. That's all right.
That's weird. How's that working? That's interesting. That's cool. Somebody.
It's cool, except it doesn't make you feel real good.
Why is it only thumbs downs and not thumbs up? That's interesting. Huh.
It's like
I
in a
don't know,
bubble.
because people don't give me many thumbs up. Because a
I
lot
don't
of,
know why.
probably, I'd say that three-quarters up. So we just lost someone. We had 15, now we have 14 viewers. Half the people watching watch, but they don't give thumbs up because they're watching to see if I'm going to blow up and get angry, or is that guy's crazy? He's a bad man. I don't like him, but I'm going to watch him.
There's a lot of
So,
mental illness on YouTube.
well, I don't know. I don't know what's
Personally,
causing the thumbs down, but don't know. Dr. Five says, I saw the thumb as well. I don't know. That's some new wonderful feature YouTube's given me. The thumb down appears next to my head, but not next to you guys' heads.
It must be from the new phone.
oh, good
Why would
call.
my phone be telling me that? Maybe my phone is secretly telling me there are people that hate you every time they give me a
But it's
thumbs
only
down.
appearing in your
Well,
video
thumbs
window.
down stopped
Yeah.
on YouTube. They used to have how many thumbs up and thumbs down you had, but when Biden was elected president, they did away with the thumbs down because they didn't want him to give an address from the White House and see there's 50 million thumbs down and like 30 thumbs up. So now you can only,
Correct.
trust me, as if when Trump is elected, the thumbs down will come back. Guaranteed. It just went away for that reason. And thumbs down really did, hurt your feelings, uh but you still get thumbs down and they still are there. It's there in the YouTube. You can actually see it if you find the right button. You can find out if you really want to know how many people really hate you. Um
But you're
so
saying that Piccadilly was a finer establishment than either Wyatt's or Luby's.
Well, okay, it says you have 11 thumbs up and no thumbs down at the moment. Dr. Fibes he's a brilliant man. He figured out how to know it. And Gotham City, I thought YouTube removed the thumbs down so creators wouldn't see it. There's still a way to find out. Always give a thumbs up, says Dr. Fibes. Yeah, I know you do. I saw the thumb as well. Okay. Gotham City, they reinstated the thumbs down for Trump. Uh, well,
Did you guys ever eat at a
I don't.
restaurant in Texas called Po' Boys? I used to eat at this place called Po' Boys outside of San Antonio. It was really good. It was kind of
I
family
I
style
might
food?
have remembered that. I think that may have been after my. That's not a place I don't think we ate at. But anyway, the thing that
Was
was
the
great
80s? That's
is I would ask them if I
1985.
could. I'm sorry. I'm talking. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
After we ate, I would go because I would devour the food very quickly, and then I'd go to this bookstore. It was the bookstore called Century Bookstore, I believe it
Yes, I
was.
think it was Century Bookstore. Yes.
Okay, and so in there they had magazine racks, and they got all the magazines, all of them, all the Warren line, famous monsters. I bought the very last issue. Oh, that was a horrible thing when I moved there. It's like finally, there's in the summer of '76 when we moved there, I have a newsstand that carries the Monster Times, which is one of the greatest publications really of all time, but in the 1970s. And I bought this issue with the $6 million man on the cover and everything. And it turned out that was the very last issue. So I finally found a place where I could reliably get the Monster Times, and that was the
And it was
final
the
issue.
last one.
Yeah, but they had
Rats.
a spinner rack. That's where I bought the first issue of Star Wars, and there's a lot of memories attached to that bookstore. And then once my parents came out, then I think I had more free reign where I'd go down to Music Land and look at. And when I went into a record store in the '70s, I wasn't really looking at the rock and roll records. I liked old. I had learned a lot. Well, I was looking at the soundtracks and the comedy records and the children's sections. That's where I looked first. Um, so that's. I don't think at that. I don't know when Forum Fair, the big um, arcade, came in. That would have been. That wasn't there at that point. I don't know what would have been in that section, but there was a store near the your Music Land that was like the bedroom store, and it had these insane beds that were on display, big with giant uh, arched. Uh, you lay in bed and there'd be a big arch over you with a television, color television facing down, which is they had an actual color television that must, if it and you're looking up at it. I don't know how it was anchored up there, but I'd be afraid that thing would fall and crush my head, my
Yes, in the
skull.
days of CRTs, quite heavy.
Yes. I wouldn't even want a flat screen above my head. Maybe something projected up there, but that was the days when you had, yeah, cathode ray tubes. Yeah, that when CRT meant something different. To me, CRT still means cathode ray tube, but I'm gonna
Yes,
get a
I
thumbs
also
down for
think of
that.
it that way.
So anyway, that I couldn't believe the beds. You had stereo system mounted in it. It was speakers. It was like unbelievable. It's like basically like pimp beds,
It was
and they were
swinging.
insane colors. I found pictures of these kind of beds online. I don't know. They were part of the most insane part of the '70s that you never hear of now. And I had had fantasies of beds like this before they invented them, because in 1972, when I was first exposed to the Munsters, I must have been a warped second grader, because I just imagined having sleeping in a coffin with a television set and all this wonderful stuff inside the coffin, so I could be like grandpa or something. I,
Yes.
I I don't know why I just fantasized of sleeping in a coffin with television and everything.
Well,
I
Grandpa was
guess,
something of a pimp in himself, quite
yeah.
the ladies' vampire.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if they reinstated the thumbs down. I don't know about it, because I don't think you can click on a thumbs down currently unless they reinstated it just for Trump's talking to the NRA tonight. They might reinstall it today just for that. I don't know.
As long
Um,
as Wayne LaPierre never returns, I'll be a happy man.
yeah,
I hated Wayne LaPierre. He was
I
like
don't know who that
controlled
is.
opposition.
I was saying yeah, like oh yeah, absolutely, but I don't know who that is.
He was the head of the NRA for many, many years, and
Oh,
he never fought for anything. He was very milk toast.
Oh, I guess I'm never really aware of who's in charge of the NRA, but John Goris, remember the giant TV screens with the big projected lights?
Oh yes, the
Yeah.
those projection television sets, if you can find them in junkyards, the actual polished mirrors, the polished glass lenses that were on them are worth quite a bit of money.
Didn't they have like three big lights of three different
Yes.
colors?
Yes, there was a white, a red, and a green, or was it blue, red, and green? I don't recall.
Yeah. Yeah. A friend of mine had one of those. Yeah.
My uncle had one, and it was like a pride and joy thing when he got that. It was like a huge, big deal. Like everybody's got to go
Oh,
over to
very
the
big
big
deal.
house to look
Very
at this.
big deal.
Yeah.
Remember the things that look like speakers, but it was an extra, it looked like an extra speaker for your stereo, but it had little color, it looked like colored flowers, and
Yes, it was supposed to
they would flash on to sing
dance
with
to the
the
music, basically. Yes.
My brother had one of those. I wish I had a working one of those, man. Shit. I guess that's something I need to look up on.
I still have a vintage
Oh, another
hi-fi from the
thumbs down.
70s.
I'm sorry, I talked over you. What?
Did another one appear?
Yeah, I
Yes.
Another
saw it.
apparition?
Yes.
What? And it's showing up where everyone can see it, huh? Let me turn on my TV and see what it looks like.
But it does only show up on your screen, as Centaur pointed out. It doesn't show up on the actual screen of the video. It's just your feed from your phone. It's not on the entire screen in the video, right?
I just really love having a thumbs down next to my head. It makes me really, really excited about you being on YouTube. It's like,
We
fuck
must
you
solve this
guys.
mystery. Very
It's
Scooby Doo.
immediate dopamine hit right there. It's just boom. each time.
Shit, man. I don't know what everyone thinks I'm a total asshole. I'm really not an asshole. I never have been, man. It's just,
Very strange.
yeah.
You look at that.
I mean,
I am vexed as well, though, Centaur,
I
that there's
wish,
not a Ratu
I
comic.
wish, I wish Graphic Man would come on here and I could talk to him and just come on. I'd
There
talk.
really does need to be a monster comic revival, and the Hotel Orloff is the perfect vehicle.
Oh, I used to go on this this YouTube show, and with all these people that were like wonderful people, like good friends, and we'd meet every Wednesday night. And the one night there was a joke made about um, there was a Splinter show that's on Saturday mornings. That's a great show, and two great guys on there, and they someone one of the guys joked that, well, it's be 45 minutes before you see a comic on there because they read all the chat, and and I said, and a lot of them say hello, hello, hello a lot. I said, well, and then we were different. We were joking about it, and I said it's no big deal. It's just kind of like a nursing home where everyone's friends. They meet in the big room, and they say hi, hi, and then before long, 47 times later, they say, oh, did I just say hi to you? It's just, I was just trying to be funny because the whole point was we joke about how old we are and everything. And it's so I came on and I apologized and I had tears, legitimate. I was really, really upset that I had offended people and people had gotten really angry and come on and were like really super mad. And I apologized. Then some of the other guys went and called them up and apologized to them because they were really mad and upset. And then they went on their show and they were all forgiven. And I don't know. I didn't. And then all the show gets canceled because that was too bad. We shouldn't have done that. And I was told, well, we're just going to do interview one person at a time, and you can come on in 15 weeks and show your Batmobiles. And I'm thinking, it kind of was like, well, 15 weeks, man. I was one of the first three or four guys, and I'm 15 people down. Uh, so that kind of hurt my feelings, but I thought, oh, okay, well, it's our. And then all those episodes that were so hurtful were taken down. And I had the feeling, well, it's like everyone, but I felt like everyone doesn't like. I think I felt weird, like, you know, no one's really talking to me, and then I started, like hearing, well, everyone's, I think, blaming it all on you. And it's like, oh, no, no, man, these are great guys. And so they're going to have a reunion. I don't know what it was. Is um, Night Tiger invited me on to talk about Charlton Comics, and my phone, the phone I had kept messing up. So I go on there, and someone starts chomping on potato chips real loud while as soon as I start showing books. And I said, it's funny how no one did that until I started. All of a sudden, chips. And I thought, well, that's kind of rude. And then my camera just shut off, and I tried to get back on the show. And then anyways, a bunch of the guys had already stopped, but then as soon as I came on, they came back on. And then I was trying to get back on the show, and then they all just ended the show. And so I was in limbo, and I thought, oh shoot! The show is over. It's show, but you still see the screen. So I go down, brush my teeth, come up, and the show's over, but two of the guys are still there, and they're talking about me. I'm going, oh no. And they're saying, well, we're doing a reunion, and he got his feelings hurt because Paulo came on and said that he'd been invited to the show, and so he opened his mouth and said that, and I'd already invited people, but he should have known he was just automatically invited. But I felt like I wasn't, and man, it just all really hurt. And they said, well, and they were saying that the person was saying that he was going to do this reunion, and he was going to call me up and invite me, and then and he was just going to grin and bear it because people had told him he should invite me, but he wasn't going to like it, and then he was just going to never do another reunion, and and he was just going to can't stop doing YouTube. And then the other person was saying, no, you can't do that. And I was hearing this, and I was realizing, if I take the invitation to go on the show, then that's going to cause there to never be another. The show will be canceled, and I didn't want to do that. So I didn't go on because I didn't want the show. I didn't want. I just realized that these people, and they were talking about, he's going to go on and blow up tomorrow. He's got a live stream scheduled. He's just going to blow up again, and you know how he is. And I'd been told, these people. I said, no, these people are my friends, and I couldn't believe what they were saying about me. And I just clicked off of there, and it was so. I'm kind of having a panic attack now because these were people that for the last 3 or 4 years were I thought, good friends, but maybe I should realize people just on the internet, maybe they aren't. But I heard all this stuff, and it's like, and now people are watching this show just to listen to me get upset or something, and they're like saying, well,
Sound like right assholes,
just
sire.
just like what
They are mentors.
so
They
at
are.
some point this person made a comment, and it's like, oh, well, don't tell me what point in the video is it. I need to know who it said. It's like, look, man, I don't want to say anything more about it. I don't ever want to. I don't know, man. I don't.
The centaur will have to moonwalk off in their asses. They
Well, I mean,
sound like horrible people.
and now I don't know. Do they like me, or because I heard him
Who
say, I
cares?
like 75% of his show, but the other 25%, it's like, what am I, during the 25%, what is it I'm saying that's so bad during the 25%? Is it talking about Trump? Is it talking about hating comic book collecting and the comic book collect? That's probably it. But I'm serious about that. I've always loved comic books from my childhood, but I've hated going into most comic book stores because I'm surrounded by assholes. I hate going to comic conventions because I'm
Yes.
surrounded by smelly people with crack. They're you see the cracks, and it's horrible. It's smelly. It's filthy. It's the ever. And I thought, am I the only person that collects comic books that's I couldn't be friends with
No.
any of these people. So when I met these people online that were my age and they were like into all the same comics I was, it's like, oh, that's great. And it turns out they don't like me much either. Some of them.
Conformity is a religion with most people, even if they claim
Uh,
otherwise. That's
oh,
why you're an absolute original, Lord
I,
Orloff.
all the nursing home comment is what caused all the problems. I don't know how that's any different for people insulting Eric Breen for being old and everything. Uh, and apparently, from what I overheard, Eric Breen's the guy that said that. Oh well, here's the thing. I guess I was being invited, and I was on, laying next to my wife, who was still asleep, and this person was calling to invite me formally to this reunion show, and I couldn't answer the call, and I said, "Well, my wife's asleep. I can only text right now." And this this uh, this person was saying to the other guy, "It's like, well, I would think that he doesn't just have a landline; that he could go into one of the other 7,000 rooms of his house and answer my call."
Sounds like
Uh,
jealousy.
It's just it's like, man, I thought this. Why is he being so mean? I maybe I don't want to leave my wife's side because I love my wife, and I just like I can't win, man. And this is it. He's blowing up again. Oh, you got to look at 1 hour and 11 minutes. He's blowing up. Fuck, fuck it
Pay
all,
no
man.
mind to them, sire. They're
It, it
probably very
really it
boring
really
people.
has it really has hurt a lot, and it really it's and it's created problems at home. My wife didn't get a lot of sleep for a lot of nights because she liked these people too and didn't know that. But I don't know. Let's see what people are saying. So when I see these thumbs down, I just immediately think, oh, it's these people because I just know they hate me. And so last time I talked about this, someone says you really should take that last video down. That was really, you made you look really bad. So I put my videos up. If YouTube takes them, but I'm not going to take my videos down just because that's no different from all this cancel culture shit. It's like, oh, you
Comic
should
book
be ashamed of
collecting
what you said. You should take
conformists.
your comments down. Oh,
There's
he's
irony
blowing
in
up
that
again.
one.
Let's see what people are saying here. Comments. Um, but I don't know. I imagine that's what the thumbs down are. I don't know. People not liking me. Oh, that we read that. King's Table, yes. If that's the same King's Table, it's great. I saw the thumb as well. I saw the thumb.
Well,
Oh,
sire,
even
I
the thumbs
consider
up.
the Hotel Orloff to be the premier destination for all of YouTube. It's the most comforting, the most welcoming, and the most interesting place on the internet.
Yeah.
You can take that to the bank,
Yeah,
sire.
I don't know where I was in these. I don't know. I was dropping nursing home comments. Apparently, where did it go? Okay, here. Chips of disdain. Don't let it get you down, Gratu. Wow, that is a great song, Dr. Fibes. I had no idea it was from a band you were in, but I am afraid nobody seems interested.
Yeah,
What?
there's some other great videos from Dr. Five's band that are on the channel as well. I really like a couple of
Yeah.
them. Really,
I think you
really
should
good.
step back from it for a while and let it blow over. Time heals, and I think egos were stepped on, right or wrong. Let it go.
I think you should leave them in the dust, sire.
I
We
concur.
Well,
ride!
yeah, but I just, I figure that's what the thumbs down are. Yeah. Well,
We have no
yeah, I'm
time for
stepping
people
down.
such
I
as
won't.
they.
I just, it, I can't. It's a bunch of
Yeah, I still have fun with it
bullshit.
every.
Well,
I just do. It's still fun
yeah.
for me.
I think that they need you more than you need them.
No, no. This is a ridiculously. This channel will never become anything.
It's everything.
But I just I just knew it was kind of a setup. If I went on the reunion show, then they would never do another one and they would just say it's his fault. Look, he came on our show and did something crazy. I'll never do it again. And if I, it's just like uh but it's weird that I just overheard it because I was in the phantom zone and they were talking and I don't know. It's
Well, if
just
it's any consolation, I
hearing
prefer
new
your
stuff.
company to any of theirs.
We love you, right too, but you ever think why people don't like you? Who cares? I don't know. I've never been liked my whole life. My
It's
wife
his
likes
option to pontificate on that subject. Perfectly fine.
No, I don't know. It's just like I just hear people say, he's gonna blow up. You know how he blows up.
It's your channel. You may do as you wish.
Well, I don't know. I don't. It's like, well, 75% of his show's okay, but what is the other 25%? Oh well, I'll
What
try
are they
to
bringing to the table?
play. Oh no, they have great shows. They're
Not as good as
wonderful.
this one.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I've just sat for an hour and
The
16. I
Centaur
haven't shown
declares
any
Gratu
comic book.
Orloff's channel, the premier comic book channel on all of YouTube.
I say new acquisitions. I have no new acquisitions, and nothing's going to be shown. It's just new.
This morning, I dropped what I found to be a hilarious comment on the morning show. I let them know that the show is 75% cringe and 25% comics, and then I said I love it and put a big exclamation point after
You're,
it because that's like a
oh no,
catchphrase. I love it.
you're you're doing
So yeah,
that
I think it's
again.
75%. So it's 70.
See,
It
but
really
they
is. I
they
mean, that's
think
my honest assessment. My honest assessment of that show is 75% cringe, 25% comics, and then a guy that looks really angry sometimes. He looks mad. Like maybe he's mad at my comments. I look at him looking in the camera.
That's really the
well,
cachet
look.
of the
All I
Hotel
know is
Orloff.
Whenever
Everyone
I
I
is
do that,
friendly
it
here
makes me
and
feel really good.
genuine and warm.
I love it.
see
It makes
the
me
the
super.
the thought is that Meyer that I control you that you're my attack dog. I didn't tell you to do that this morning.
Well, no,
I
I
was
mean,
playing with my phone this morning. I didn't even know you did that. Oh my
I
gosh.
enjoy myself on my at my own volition, and it doesn't matter whether I'm on my meds or off my meds. I mean, I don't care about
Oh
any of
yeah.
their opinions or attitudes. I just have fun with it. I'm just responding how I like to respond in these types of situations.
Yeah, I think they
I
may
like
have
to
been
push
actually more mad
buttons.
at
I
you
really enjoy
actually
it.
when I was over here that bit. I think they were talking about you being off your meds. Yeah. Oh boy. Well, we're all off our meds here at the Hotel Orloff in our
Well,
7,000
I find
rooms.
your Hotel Orloff to
I
be a
wish I had
comforting and
7,000.
wonderful environment. I don't know why they can't seem to appreciate that, but I don't really care either. You offer something no one else does.
Yes, but
Man, you know what would have been great? Because to me, the weak link of Lost in Space was Dr. Smith. And then I meet my friend Tom Ranoni when I'm in college, and he thought that was the best part of the show. And a lot of people did. That was, they started building the whole show around him. And,
it was Casey.
you know,
You got to have.
imagine you're Zorro and you get hired to be the star of this space opera show. And Guy Williams is like, and then you get like, oh, you could be on in a couple of scenes of the show, but we're going to focus it on this weird, creepy. He was established in the first episode as a terrorist that was trying to destroy this Jupiter too. And then
Yes.
they decide they were going to kill him off, I think. And then they decide, no, he's pretty good. Let's make. And then before long, why would why do you Zorro let a terrorist that's caused to be lost in space babysit your 11-year-old son just because there's a robot chaperone? What is the why didn't you why is that guy not 6 feet under? Why are you feeding him? But anyway, so Dr. Smith creeped me out as a kid because there was something, stranger danger. It's like that. I love seeing Will Robinson in the robot. It's like, get this guy off the show. And but I was just here's my point. It would have been cool if imagine if Dr. Smith was replaced and they had an alien that came along, and imagine it was the centaur. It was like a half man, half
Yes, I
horse,
like this idea already.
and with your voice. That would have been great. Reimagine all 3 seasons of Lost in Space with Will Robinson, the robot, and the centaur instead of Dr. Smith. Imagine a centaur with an alien head with his voice. That would have been the
I like it.
ultimate
We
TV
can sell it
series.
all day and twice on Sunday.
See, because that's a more masculine voice. I just couldn't stand Jonathan Harris. God bless his soul. It's just something about that voice. It's too creepy, man. Um, so anyway, so I was just reimagining Lost in Space with the centaur because that's how my diseased mind works. Let's see, Jim Jars. Oh, yeah, still the same comment. See, people don't comment here, and I'll get tons of views, but I won't get many likes because I'm now the most unlikable man on YouTube. So it's okay.
I
Um,
don't believe a word of it.
I
I
don't
think
either.
you
It's
should
only
carry on as you always have.
it's
it's
30 people. It's 30 people. That's who he is.
yeah, yeah. Well,
You're well
it all
liked by
was
me, sire. I
it was all very
I can't
hurtful, and I
imagine YouTube now without you on it.
no, and they're
I'm-
all great people. It just sometimes really nice, great people just don't like certain people, and I there's stuff about me that maybe some people don't like too much, so I can't force people to like me.
Well, you're very congenial, live and let live, and very hospitable, I think I should say.
I
That's
guess I
rare
am.
now.
But I just can't keep stuff bottled up. And eventually, let's see what people are talking about here in the chat. Dr.
I
Five
like
says, when I was a kid, I didn't like Dr. Smith, but now that I'm older, I love the over the top camp he brings to the show. Yet it was better the first season, but the camp is wonderful. I I guess, but I can't help but just wish, yeah, the spirit of maybe the first season had gone. I don't mind the camp, but I guess here's my philosophy on that. I think that the whole show is camp. It's basically very even for the '60s. It was very retro. You know, Buck Rogers kind of stuff. And to me, the way that Major West and the dad acted was played perfectly serious. And that's the best kind of camp. The way Adam West plays Batman, he doesn't mug at the camera. He plays it straight. He talks just like the Batman in the old movie serial talked, or the Lone Ranger talks, very serious. And he goes in a bar and orders milk. Very, that's it's I was just thinking of weird thoughts this morning. I was taking a shower and I was thinking about Mel Brooks movies. And I'm thinking about, well, the reason is there's a record leaning up against the wall for the last year downstairs that I moved into a record case. And it's the soundtrack to High Anxiety, the Mel Brooks,
Yes.
uh,
Great movie.
yeah, Mel
A
Brooks
highly
movie.
underrated
It
Mel
was an
Brooks
Yeah,
film.
Alfred Hitchcock.
Hitchcock parody.
Yeah. So, and I was thinking, Mel Brooks is funny. I mean, but it's like he got this ego where he had to be the star of the movie. And that movie, in my opinion, would have been better if he got a straight leading man actor, like someone that would have been in a Hitchcock movie, to star in it so that it looked completely like a Hitchcock movie. What he did with Young Frankenstein, it looked like a Universal horror movie. And Gene Wilder, except for having kind of long hair, you could see him in a Universal horror movie. But when you but there never really been actors that look like in Hollywood movies look like Mel Brooks. I was thinking about Blazing Saddles, which is a perfect movie. Not criticizing it, but sometimes in your mind you play around with the casting. What if? And I think that I remember hearing that Mel Brooks wanted someone big, like was it John Wayne that I'm sure John Wayne never would have been in a movie like that. But imagine, he might have been asked. Maybe I heard that somewhere. But imagine if they cast John Wayne instead of Gene Wilder. And imagine, and Cleavon Little was fine too. But imagine if they got like Richard Pryor, circa 1972, with his nervous, psychotic drug energy. And imagine those two in that movie. And here's the thing: imagine a farmer in Kansas, Iowa. There's the new John Wayne Western, and they don't know. They go see this John Wayne movie called Blazing Saddles, and John Wayne's in that movie, word for word, that movie. That would have been great. And John Wayne plays it straight, just like he would any movie. That would have been phenomenal. That's why the Naked Gun, the Police Squad movies work so well. Leslie Nielsen is perfect, plays it perfectly straight. But as soon as he started thinking I'm funny, and it's not the Zucker brothers, and he made those other movies with different film directors like Dracula Dead and Loving It, where he's always like mugging for the camera. He wasn't funny anymore. But the idiots thought he was funny. But
Right.
Airplane, hilarious because it's played completely straight. But and Police Squad on television didn't go on for more than a few weeks. I think maybe 6 episodes, because morons didn't understand there wasn't a laugh track telling you when to laugh. It was played completely straight with dramatic 1960s music. At the
I think
beginning,
that
it
lead
says
to a
in color,
riot in this
and
day and age,
morons,
sire.
people in the 80s, why does it say in color at the beginning? Are you stupid? Because that's what all these shows said at the beginning of it.
I
It's
watched
like that.
Airport 75 last night.
Oh, isn't that great?
Nice flick.
Yeah, it was great with Charlton Heston, Karen Black, and you had Linda Blair. And as I was watching it, I was thinking, I think that when I saw that movie in the theater in 1974, 1975, when it came out, I think that was the first time we saw Linda Blair after The Exorcist on screen, right?
Yeah,
And she's
Yes.
this invalid little girl that takes up 2 seats, remember, with the guitar and everything.
yeah,
And Helen Reddy is the nun. Great, great movie. Great movie.
yeah. Okay, I read that
I really
comment.
enjoyed your all-night film festival.
Oh,
Lord
it's
Orloff.
gone now, but I can show you how to watch it now. Let's see. Dr. Smith, did I already read this? Yeah, no, I think I didn't.
I
Dr.
thought it
Smith,
was a fantastic idea.
yeah, I'll show you how you can watch it. Dr. Smith was one of my favorite characters on the show. I know how he was really dark in the beginning and then a bumbling, scared fool, but with evil genius behind those antics. But my friend Tom, what he loved about it is he just loved that this guy got out of doing work and lied about his back and everything. And it's like, why is that an admirable thing to you? And I started realizing that that's how he wanted to live his life. I don't think it's, yeah.
I appreciate how Lord Orloff is always trying to come up with new formats and new specials to present to us.
Well,
It's very
it,
thoughtful and highly appreciated.
the public feuding, all I did was say the nursing home comment, and then I apologized, and then people conspired behind the scenes and talked behind my back, and I was made the scapegoat of everything, and I was the one that wasn't invited on any show, and then they're talking about, oh, he thinks he's going to be invited on our show. That'll never happen. That's just not we would
Their
never
world
happen.
is terrible because they're
So
mean.
it's like okay, so I'm a bad man. It's like I'm just not I'm not good enough. So that's fine. It's not public. I mean, is I just tell how I feel. If anyone wants to come on here, and I'll apologize again for the nursing home comment. I don't mean I
Don't
just tell it.
apologize to these people ever.
I
Uh,
apologize for nothing, but I'm going to stay in my own lane. Is what I'm going to do. I'll just
I
stay in
heard
my own lane.
Sinatra was going to be
No
Dirty
apology.
Harry. I'm glad he didn't, and I like Sinatra as an actor. But yeah, Sinatra. Yeah, no, it needed to be Clint Eastwood. There was too much Dr. Smith and Lost in Space, but what made it too camp was the stupid monsters that were mostly in season three. Yeah, some of that. Not sure if they still do. Says I love Disney and comics, but didn't they used to censor the? Oh, that's the fart scene on regular TV. I think so. Probably. Yeah, I mean, Blazing Saddles today. If you show that to a young kid, to a someone that's brought up in today's time, they would be. The movie is completely appalling now to a young person, but in
That's
the
because they're
70s,
weak.
yeah, Leslie Nielsen made a great villain. He was often playing a baddie on TV, and there was Creep Show. Yeah. Hey, Gratu sent you a package today. Oh wow, should arrive Monday or Tuesday.
Salute out to
Oh,
Missing
thank
Mars.
thank you, Missing Mars. What did you send it through Gotham? You must have sent it through Gotham City. So I'm not sure if I have your address or you have mine. Dr. Fibes, thank you so much, Missing Mars. I always look forward to that. A lot of people lately have been sending me stuff. I really appreciate it. I'm on the outside, I'm looking in, and you should move back. Move back. When your feelings, well, when your feelings are now, you look at things differently, overanalyze everything. It will have its origin address in the upper left. Oh, okay, cool. Understand why you feel hurt. I would too. Yeah, it just when you actually hear people talking about you, it's like before. Then I didn't believe it before, but
Sire, if I may,
yes.
their behavior is having you second guess yourself, and you must
Oh, well,
never
I don't
ever do
second
that.
guess myself. I know that I can be an asshole. I apparently I hurt people's feelings. It's just like when I apologize, be nice with people. But apparently there's other stuff I've done that's annoying. So whatever.
Don't let them get into your head. Be yourself. Forget what they
Um,
say, forget what they think.
it's
Blaze on.
trust me. I just it's weird. It's weird when it's like
Sire, I have to step down. I was taking a breather. But I want you
oh
to know you have the Centaur's full commitment, full
hey,
support.
hey, what's going on? Did your back recover? Didn't you hurt your back or what was
I
last week?
did, but I'm feeling much better now.
Okay.
Sire,
Uh,
I'll be watching,
okay.
protecting, guarding, and riding your realm. I will
Sounds
never
good.
waver in my support. Hail
All right.
Orloff!
Well, thank you. I'm going to build a machine that causes us to go back in time and get him on Lost in Space instead of Jonathan Harris. I mailed it from
Godspeed.
my home, but ordered it
Godspeed,
from
Centaur.
elsewhere. Never opened it. Just cut out your address from a tomb of. Oh, because you ordered the Tomb of Terror from me. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot I sent DVDs out, so that's how people. Okay, I figure. How do you know where I'm at, man? Okay, yeah, I've made tons of Tomb of Terror episodes. Not every. I still have episodes no one's ordered. I should get back to making those. That was fun. I'm sorry, Meyer, interrupted you. What's up?
Nothing. I was just saying Godspeed to Centaur.
Oh yes, absolutely, yeah. Um, yeah, he's pretty cool. First time he came on, I was a little like, "What the heck?" Um, I don't know.
I enjoy his visits, and he's got a good sense of humor, and he's smart.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let's see if my episode is. I'm going to turn myself sideways, and can you still hear me when I do this?
Yes.
Okay, this episode I'm putting up is at 25%. It should look amazing on YouTube. Um, I'm gonna let's see what I can do here. That's all right. Um, where was I? Oh, here. Missing Mars says, "Love the centaur." Oh my gosh! So you were you were putting shit in the comments of the show this morning.
Yeah, I woke up early and I went to the beach and I came back and I just felt a little froggy, so I jumped. It was just kind of, I mean, everything just kind of, it was just like it all came like organically. It's always unplanned for me, and it just
Yeah,
somebody said something, or I don't remember how, but I know that no one is going to think what I type is funny except me, but that's what makes it so much fun.
yeah.
So I like doing that, and then I do it right in the mid, like I did this morning. What was really funny is they were all saying hello to each other and saying hi to each other like they do, and then I made in the middle of all that, I said something about we're all out of applesauce this morning, so I'm sorry, but the rest of you peanuts are going to have Jello, something like
Okay.
that. But there's no response. Like they don't. So it's really funny. They don't say hi, hi to Mayor or anything. It's kind of yeah. So my feelings are hurt, so I react. I get real angry, when I type these things.
Well,
No, it's really fun.
that's the.
It's really
I thought
fun.
you.
And then I let them know that the dialysis machine was working overtime this morning and that they're going to need to just line their wheelchairs up or something. I said, just take a seat, wait in
The
the wheelchair,
problem is that
something like that. It was funny.
Rod has had a lot of health issues. So when you say
Oh,
shit
that
like that,
wasn't the intention. No, the
but
intention is
it's
more in what I'm trying to do is since their biggest problem seem, hold on, let me put my camera back on. Their biggest problem seemed to be that they got angry because their chat was insulted for like I wasn't there. I just watched the clip a couple times, but then it got removed, so I couldn't watch it again, right? And I couldn't watch their response videos because they removed those too. So because I came into it like 2, 3, 4 days late, like after it all happened. So yeah, like their problem was that there was a soft, playful jab at the way that their chat is. So I like coming right out with that and
oh,
criticizing the chat because that's what bothered that guy Shannon the most. He got real
um,
angry and he like made threats
yeah,
because somebody made fun of the chat. So I like to make fun of the chat. That's what I like to just
yeah.
poke back.
Well, it's
You know.
better that it all just
And I
ends.
like the look
It's
on his face too. I really enjoy the look on his face when
quite
he
enough.
looks angry after
Oh,
Rod reads my comments.
yeah,
It's fucking sweet.
he's been saying nice stuff on the show and stuff. This show,
Rod's
and
super
so he
I
apparently
never had a problem
watches. So
with Rod.
it's it.
Rod leaves nice comments on my videos all the time. Matter of fact, he watches all these guys. Suddenly, I go off my meds and they all start watching all my videos for some reason. I'm
Well,
not sure why.
there.
It's kind
And
of strange why they're
yeah,
watching my videos.
I just like it.
Kind of boring to me.
I
You
just
don't know.
you know. Uh, Dr.
Hey, but
Fives, what was the people?
But hey, keep
QNS
watching.
came on
Things
last
are
week. He said that's
really
unfortunate.
nice.
It's
I
really the state
enjoy
of things.
talking
I hope
about
it's worked out. Concern. Yeah. I can't force people to like me. I mean, I like them. I didn't. I just, I didn't know that. But if I go on the show, it's only for show. It's just because, and I don't want to go on there and cause them to never do another reunion show just because of my presence there. It's just like, well, we'll invite him to Thanksgiving because he's family, but he's really an a-hole and he'll talk about Trump and we can't, but the rest of the year we won't talk to him. But with Thanksgiving, well, we'll just have to do it. Just have to grin and bear. That's how it was. I was being talked about. And I just like, hey man, if family talks about I maybe it's better if I just don't go ruin everyone's Thanksgiving and they can all have fun with because I really would rather this be a monster channel. And I mean, I'll show some comic books, but man, you don't live by comic books alone.
You mean you don't want the peanut gallery in your chat all the
Oh,
time?
stop! I'm sure they're all wonderful people.
I mean, they're here right
Five
now.
says I took the old fart
They're here right now,
comics.
probably. There's 24 watching. That means there's probably
Oh,
10 of
yeah.
them are watching right now.
I know that's probably what the thumbs down. I'm sure they're doing it right. You just have to talk about comics when you're on other comic shows. They do not want your opinion on other subjects, even though we like it. They do not keep other subjects to your own show. So is that what I've done wrong when I used to go on those shows? I I I I talked about other things other than comics.
Yeah, you're voicing your opinions.
What what kind of things? So I'd say the old witch on this Grimm's ghost stories looks like Nancy Pelosi. Everyone laughed. I thought I was entertaining. I don't know. Is that what you mean? Is that what I did wrong? I don't know. I I I thought we were just guys hanging out. I didn't know that we only talk about comics. That's kind of like uh, if I isn't that kind of weird just to only talk about comics when you're 60, almost 60 years old? I mean, what? That's the only thing that's going on in your life? What about what you ate for lunch? Gingers, I agree, I think. I agree, I think. That's okay. Well, I that's why I'm not even going to talk about comics here. If you want to hear about comic books today, turn to another channel, man. 'Cause I mean, I'll talk about comics if it comes up, but man, there's a lot of things. I mean, if I go upstairs, I might talk about comic books, if I'm thinking back to my childhood, but whatever. I don't, just don't care. Uh, but, uh, but yeah, how about that? How about that Spider-Man? He's pretty cool, huh? I haven't given when they killed Gwen Stacy, they ruined Spider-Man. I love the Gratu variety show. I mean, seriously, what was the point of that? It's like, imagine if you got the Archie comic book. Oh, Betty died. Oh, okay. So now it's just now Archie doesn't have to choose. It's just Veronica. But he's always going to be spending half of every comic book real sad about Betty dying. That's going to be fun for you to read, huh? As a sixth grade kid, fifth grade, fourth grade kid. That's how they ruined Spider-Man for most of my childhood. It would have been so much better to be read if I had been born 10 years earlier, if I was reading the mid 1960s Spider-Man comics, where it was kind of like Archie. It's like, or it's like, who is this Mary Jane Watson that lives in the it was interesting. There was Betty Brant and there was Gwen Stacy. It's like, who is this? This must be this ugly girl that his aunt's trying to set him up with. And it turns out, oh, she's really pretty. Now there's two girls that like Peter Parker. It's like, no, we just better kill off Gwen Stacy to make this comic book seem real. We want people to think that this is like reality where people die. We're going to kill off Gwen Stacy. What are you insane? Why would you do that? Why would you kill off this cool 1960s character with go-go boots and mini skirt with this cool hairstyle? Why you're just going to kill her off? Yeah, because that's
You,
how life is. These
no,
stupid
the answer
hippies.
is sales. These are all editorial and marketing decisions that are being made at this time. And there was a reason why they thought that this storyline would increase sales. And that's what was happening.
Yeah, but then all it was like, oh, every splash page was Peter Parker on top of a bridge or a building. Like, oh, it's like, what happened to all the fun of the 60s comic? Oh, I'm just so sad. Um, if I had a nickel every time I put my foot in my mouth, I'd proverbial. Trump rally 3 p.m. My aunt told me, yeah, it's coming up. I'm one of the people that like the Spidey one more day storyline where Mephisto offers to save Aunt May's life, but Peter and Mary Jane have to lose everything they had together. Yeah, they never should have gotten married. I think that I don't accept any. I don't give it. I'm sure it's all great. I just
I don't like how how the aging sped up. Like I guess in the mid or late 80s, right? I don't
there's
know.
some
There was
kind of Marvel formula, kind of like you translate dog years to human years. They say that for every blah blah number of your years, this is how many months pass in Peter Parker's life compared to him.
right,
Something
right.
like that. It's all ridiculous. I mean, they were aging Peter Parker normally in the 60s. He graduated high school, then he graduated college. But, you know, if the comic actually has longevity, you really can't do that. Because now Peter Parker, how old would Peter Parker have to be if he was in, like, let's say he was 16 in 1962? What would that make him now? Are you
Like
good at
80,
math, Meyer?
78 years old or something.
It'd be yeah, approaching 80 years old. Um, and then DC, they never really aged anybody, but then they had to create the multiple Earths to then that's explain the Justice Society and the Justice League, and then they showed, okay, well, the Superman on this Earth has starting to go gray because he's the guy that your dad used to read during when he was a kid during World War II. And the Superman you read today, he's on a different Earth. He's younger. And so they did that for a while. Then they decided, let's just destroy all the Earths and just have one. Then that was when I said, you know, people say I really love Crisis on Infinite Earths, and they're doing facsimile comics of it. I don't know why, when you can buy the original comics very cheaply, why you get a facsimile. But they killed off everything I read. It's like they read. It's kind of like the Star Trek movie that came out where they said, okay, all the Star Trek stuff you've ever seen never happened because this happened, and it's okay because look, we have Leonard Nimoy in the movie to make it okay. And it's like, and the movie was actually pretty good, but it's like, wait a second, all that stuff never happened. I don't like that. um, what do they call it? The Star Trek Kelvin universe. And when they did that to all of my childhood, and it's not just my childhood, but my older brother's childhood, reading all those comics in the 1960s with Crypto and the Super Cat and the Legion of Superheroes. No, none of that ever happened because we're blowing up all the Earths with the anti-monitor or whatever. And it's like, well, but the artwork's beautiful. Yes, the artwork was beautiful. The writing was great. Yeah, but it's like, hey, I created this comic book about your family and how and look what they're doing, those horrible things. But it's great because look how great the artwork is, and I wrote it really well. But it's about your family and what horrible things they do, and how they all get here. Here's the picture. Look at this cover. It's your dad holding your mom dead on the cover. It's like, isn't that great? Look at the great artwork. That's kind of how it feels like when they have Superman holding Supergirl dead. And that's the Supergirl. And they kill off. Yeah, it was just, I don't know why people like that. Oh, no, it's great. And it's the 80s. It's like, oh, that was such a great time period with the Watchmen and Dark Knight. And, those read really good. They're great artwork, great writing. I enjoyed them thoroughly, but I didn't realize it was going to destroy the whole industry and make comics all dark. But that's okay. Yeah, man. Whatever. I'm talking comics. I just said I wouldn't do it. What's Jim Jars saying? You talk comics, Trump, movies, monsters on your show. That is why we watch you. But the rest just want to talk comics. That is all the problem is. Oh, sorry if that upset. No, it doesn't upset me. I didn't realize when I went on that show that I was creating a problem for people. I didn't know I was doing that much on that show. I but I guess I was. So I was annoying all those people the whole time, and no one ever like called me and said, "Hey, would you like just dial it back and only talk about?" No one told me. They let me do it for 3, 4 years, and they just secretly behind the scenes talked about what an asshole I am. Well, that's fine. I didn't know. I thought that was my. Why invite me on? I thought that was my persona. You invite Don Rickles on a show, you expect to be insulted. You
You
invite Frank Sinatra on a show, you expect to hear him sing. You invite me on your show, I'm gonna be me. I didn't know I'm supposed to be like, okay, look, this comic, this comic, this is this comic. Oh, I'm not, it's just not.
you were always the most entertaining part of the show. As a viewer, I wasn't on that show that regularly, like every couple months. But I watched it more than I was a guest on it. But you were always the most, entertaining part of the show.
I don't know. Tempest from Mars. I don't know if I know Tempest from Mars. Maybe. Apparently, multiple Earths were too confusing for people. I never understood why that was. Yeah, they were trying to simplify it. Shit. I've still got the amazing Zoltan plugged in, uh, and he just came on for some reason. Um, yeah, maybe it was too confusing for people. They wanted kids to be able to read comics and see that Captain Marvel, or I can't believe people actually call Captain Marvel Shazam, that they actually buy into that corporate BS and actually, yeah. Um, but they want them all on the same Earth so they can all interact. There's not a separate Earth for all the characters they got from Fawcett and where Captain Marvel and Ibis and all the Marvel family live. And then there's a separate Earth for the heroes they got from Charlton and this, that. I don't care.
I forgot to
I
mention.
just can't.
I tried to watch Aquaman last night. That new Aquaman, the one that came out a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Um, I think I made it about 8 or 9 minutes in. Still
Mhm.
the origin story with a bunch of CGI on the actor that played Boba Fett, and then Nicole Kidman, like with all this weird CGI, and then she cucks like Aquaman's father, and she has this huge fight scene. I had to stop right then, like in the middle of the fight scene. It was just horrible, and it was just, I don't know. I
I
couldn't
think,
hang.
is
I
it
couldn't even
Nicole
make it to
Kidman or
911.
Amber Heard, or wasn't it Amber
No, I didn't
Heard?
even get to. I didn't even get to Jason Momoa or Amber Heard. I
Oh,
had to
okay.
I had to stop because it was so bad and so
Yeah.
cheesy and stupid and lame, and the CGI was so weak, and it was all bad. Even the Atlanteans that came to like to get her or something, were it was a terrible costume design. Everything sucked. And so I watched Airport 75 instead, which is a
Oh, yeah.
farce movie. Um,
I
but
have
yeah, it was
never
awful.
seen.
It was like two
I,
and a half hours long, and I couldn't even last 9 minutes. But yeah,
yeah, the Aquaman origin story was a great story, but I,
completely screwed
the
it up.
thing about the Aquaman movie is we were coming back from Houston day after Christmas and visiting my wife's family, and we're going along the highway, and this huge storm with tornadoes came. So we couldn't stay on the highway because we couldn't see to drive, and up ahead is the Galaxy Drive-In. So we stop and just just to kill some time until the storm blows over. We watch Aquaman, but there's a huge storm, so I have the windshield wipers going and water's pouring down the outside of the car. And we're watching a movie that takes place underwater, and you can't hear the sound because the rain's hitting the roof of the car so hard, and you could barely see what's happening on the screen. It's like you're basically in a pod underwater trying to watch a movie about underwater, and I thought, well, I think I bought the disc later, hoping, well, now I can watch it, but I never put the disc in because I was not that motivated. That actor is, I guess, really appealing to women, but he looks nothing like Aquaman, and I can't accept that. I don't know. Maybe that's what Aquaman looks like in movies today. I'm sorry, in comic books today, but um, I just that's don't know. Um, yeah, okay. Nicole Kidman's in the movie. Okay, I forgot that. He
Yes.
run Conan also. Yeah. Um, that could have been the director. You probably could. That actor, if they had dyed his hair blonde, I don't know, that would look kind of weird on I don't know. And all, what's up with all the tattooing on him? Um, oh, I can't believe
I'm
this.
not
What's
sure that they
up?
would have. I mean, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you once again, from a marketing standpoint and producing standpoint, they wouldn't have made that movie without Jason Momoa as
Yeah.
Aquaman. The only reason they made an Aquaman movie is because they had that actor. And
Yeah.
for years they've been teasing that with that HBO series called Entourage that was about this main character that was portraying an Aquaman movie that was just fictional, wasn't actually being made. That character actually kind of resembled Momoa a little bit, except he had a smaller frame. But
Yeah.
that was all about trying to get soccer moms into theater seats.
Yeah.
They didn't
And
care
it
about
worked.
telling Aquaman's story or making a movie for Aquaman fans. This movie was made for a whole different audience. Just being honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I didn't, yeah. It was, um, I thought maybe I might enjoy it if I was able to actually see it and not watch it through water, but I was willing to give it a chance. But I don't know if a different director could have made telling him how to act could have made him okay as Conan the Barbarian. I possibly could see that, um, but the director that they had for that Conan the Barbarian remake, I never even have watched more than a few minutes of that movie either. So I don't know. I mean, it all had all the. I mean, it had Rose McGowan as a villainess. That could have been great. She would be perfect. But I think they did some weird stuff to how she looks, where she was kind of hideous. You get some. You can. There's all kinds of weird decisions. You take someone like Rose McGowan, make her ugly. What's the point of that? Have a beautiful villainess. It's like when you hire Amelie Nurmi, who was the Vampira, and you get her in the movie Magic Sword, but put an old age witch mask on her. Well, why is that? You could put an old age witch mask on anybody. You got someone with as distinctive looking as Vampira. Show her actual face. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. When are we going to see the top stone masks from Gotham City Comics? Oh, let's see if Trump's on yet. Uh, how many comments did you put on the show this morning, man?
I don't know. I don't remember. Like 3 or 4.
Shit, man.
They were
You,
just playful jabs. All of them were playful jabs.
yeah, but Rod's
You know what
just
I said
right out of the
was really
hospital,
funny?
man. That's not cool.
Well, but
I
they
don't
didn't
know.
have anything to do with Rod. I was talking about the chat, not
The
Rod.
chat, yeah, but I'm just afraid people could misinterpret it just because.
I'm not. I don't care. I
Okay, well,
made
at
a.
least
You
if
know
they're
how
watching, they hear, okay, you were
you
actually
know how
aiming at
Jackson
them.
Roy Kerr is always like needling Eric Breen, right? Like always,
Oh,
it's like a running. I guess it's a joke.
I've
Uh,
always hated that
so I
insulting
said,
Eric Green.
I
It's not
said
just him.
something
There's
like,
everyone thinks that's a funny
yeah,
running joke to keep needling
yeah,
him. But it's like in school, people keep needling someone and they think, oh, we're friends. I'm just going to keep needling you. Because and then eventually you get slugged in the face because that person was smiling until they couldn't take it anymore because you've done it 100 times. And all of a sudden there's a fight on the playground. It's how it strikes me. And it's some of these inside jokes are so not funny. I'm so sick of the shit. It's like, when are we going to see the Gil Kane alarm? It's like, gives a fuck. It's
My
really
mother
that
was up
funny to you.
early enough to watch the show, and I was walking to the deli and back from the deli, but there was a Gil Kane alarm this morning that happened right when I was in front of the
What?
deli. But yeah, I said
Yeah.
something like Jackson is always pulling Eric Breen's pigtails. You two should get a room. I said something like that.
Oh man,
Yeah,
no.
it's fun because
I don't.
I think of it, I look at it that way. You're looking at it like an opposite way. To me, I also see it as like a elementary school thing, but to me, it reminds me of a kid sitting behind a girl that he really likes, and he's just pulling her pigtails, right?
Well, that's right because little boys don't know how to let a girl know they like them, so they hit them.
Yeah,
It's
I mean
like
that's where
that's
I found
how
the
a ten
humor
year
in
old
it.
boy lets, or it used to be that way. They would punch them in the arm. It's like, oh,
Right.
that means that I like you,
Yeah,
because they
I
don't
find humor in a
understand yet.
lot of stuff, and a lot of people don't get my sense of humor, and I don't really care. I find humor in things that maybe you don't find humor in. You know, that maybe that's why I'm over here because I think this show is funnier and more organic and relevant as opposed to being somewhere else. So, yeah,
Yeah, I just everyone's got their own sense of humor, but trust me, they watch and make sure we're towing the line and not saying mean things. I am not a mean person, man. I've never have been, and I.
me neither at all.
But I when I get my feelings hurt, sometimes my grandfather's temper comes out. But I'm really not an asshole. And I was the last one to believe that all that was happening behind the scenes. People secretly weren't liking me. It's like, why didn't they tell me not to talk about Trump and Nancy Pelosi? I would have stopped. I thought I was amusing people. I thought when you go on the show, you act like you do on your own show. And it's like when the Justice League of America comes together, the Flash acts the way he does in his comic book. And Aquaman acts, I didn't know that when you come together, you better act differently because you're here in the Justice League headquarters. I'll explain it in a comic book way so people can understand. Okay, I've got to start my recording.
All right.
I was recording World War One music, like by the sea, but I will.
Hey, I sent you a link a couple days ago for an episode of the $1.98 Beauty Show.
I
You
haven't
should
had a
watch.
chance to watch that yet.
You know, give it a watch. There's a lot of other episodes on YouTube of it if you enjoy that episode, and it was a great show.
Were there ocean landings in World War One? There, that really wasn't a thing in World War One, was it? Like D-Day?
I don't know. I don't know that they had those same amphibious vehicles, but I'm sure there were
Oh, that's
ocean
right.
landings.
They wouldn't, would they? They had, yeah, they would have had big ships like the Titanic. Uh, okay, so how did soldiers show up? Did they have parachutes in World War One? No, they didn't. They had biplanes. They didn't.
They
So,
didn't. But the 82nd did exist, and Sergeant York. Have you heard of Sergeant York, or maybe you saw
of
the movie
course,
with? Yeah.
yeah.
So Sergeant York was in the what became the 82nd Infantry Division before it was the 82nd Airborne Division. This was in World War One, and it was
Uh-huh.
Sergeant York's mother who sewed the double A patch with the colors red, white, and blue that we wear. The double A
Uh-huh.
stands for All Americans because in the original 82nd Infantry Division that Sergeant York was in, there was at least one volunteer from every state of the Union, and it was at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. And so they were called the All Americans to signify that every state had provided a volunteer for it. And that's the history of the 82nd is Sergeant York in World War One.
Yeah. I was just thinking that something about the song "By the Sea." People were somewhere I was hearing that's like a World War I song. It's actually from 1914. When did the war start? 14,
Maybe 1916 or I can't
16.
remember.
Okay, well, it would still have been a popular song.
Oh yeah, of course.
Uh, okay.
And it would
And
have
by
been
the way,
played
on my sacred
constantly for
honor, I
years.
will never mention any of the people that I still consider friends ever again on this channel. So if you are monitoring the channel to hear me blow up, it will never be mentioned again here ever. So you can tune out now. And if you're one of the people that watch and just to monitor, you don't have to do that anymore. You can go and mow your lawn right now and barbecue because it's not going to happen again. So, how about that?
Hey,
I'll
the
talk
camera
about
looks
comic books.
great right
Oh,
now.
go.
Whatever time of day it is or whatever lighting that you have going on right now looks really good.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to show you a video real quick. I don't know if this was part of because I didn't really watch my own live stream the other day, but I was watching it last night. So I'm looking through the history on YouTube. Um, it's hard. It was kind of hard to explain to my. Here it is. It's hard to explain this to my wife why this was so cool to me because she's younger. I'm gonna give myself full screen for a second. Solo layout. All right, so um, I don't know about this person's channel. He must have a great channel. It's this here classic TV fan mashup, The Fugitive, The Judgment Act.
Huh.
Okay, and it's the channel's called Theater of the Mind. It's 18 minutes and 10 seconds long. So apparently, the um, the fugitive, when he meets up with the one-armed man who was really the real guy that killed his wife, right? He's in Pacific Ocean Park. They filmed it, before the. So I don't think this will cause copyright problems if I show this. It's weird when something's right on YouTube and then you show it from YouTube and it's like, oh, copyright problem. Then why the hell is it up on YouTube to begin with? How did it get on YouTube? Oh well, it
I think it's very cool. I discovered, like you mentioned it a while back, and obviously I noticed it, but a couple days ago I made a video with the organ jukebox music in the background, and
yeah.
it uploaded so quick, like it immediately even it passed. Usually, sometimes when there's some music in the background, remember it'll say pending or and then it will give you a notice. It's almost like the algorithm doesn't even care at all about that organ music. It knows what it is and skips right past it, immediately uploaded with no notice or anything, right?
Yeah. Most of those organ jukebox records have no trouble, yeah, on YouTube. Anyway, they start shooting at each other, and then you start seeing other people shooting, like it's all in the
Uh-huh.
same episode, but you see the guys from the Mod Squad, and you
Wow,
see,
was that the dome in the background? The
well, you
dome
see
ball
everything.
music?
All these shows, I
There it
guess it
is.
was close by to Los Angeles, so they're all filming in the same place
Right.
before they open the park.
There it is. That's it. That was the dome. See it? The Dome Theater?
See, that's Maxwell Smart there, right? Yeah.
The
So this
giant
now we're
picture.
in watching Get Smart. And they've made everything widescreen so it matches. And then you see Nancy's. I better turn her music down.
This is great.
So she's just walking along singing while everyone's shooting. It's great. So I recommend this. This guy must have other great videos on his. Come on. Oh, this is the problem. See, that's what's going to happen is Nancy Sinatra's music's going to set off copy because she's got her dad's, even though he's not around anymore. They're going to have that sewn down.
So less than 10 years after this is filmed, this entire place just degenerated and fell into the ocean, basically, just burned down multiple times and was filled with vagrants and criminals all hours of the day and night. It's very close proximity to Los Angeles. This is Santa
How
Monica.
did you
So
put all this on a wooden pier? Stuff this heavy? I would think. I don't. I don't know.
it's cement. It's not. It was it was at one point it was the largest pier in the world made of cement. I think at the beginning.
So you got the Mod Squad and I Spy and everybody all in a gunfight. It's masterfully put together. Anyway, you can watch it. What I want to figure out is what else has this guy done? Let's look at his channel. Theater of the Mind. He's got a lot of 1920s silent Hollywood documentaries. Oh, he doesn't have much up, does he? Oh, he has a lot of old time radio. This guy looks good. I'm gonna have to subscribe to him if I'm not already. Okay. He's Theater of the Mind, Golden Age of Cinema. Okay, but yeah, I know that I Spy music will probably be copyrighted. It's just so ridiculous that you can't have background music. Okay, so let's get to right side broadcasting, and I'm going to record Trump's NRA speech. So they're already live.
Over and over again.
Yeah, I'd rather spend hours talking about Donald Trump than comic books, honestly. I don't give a shit about that. I hope that offends. Oh, so we already lost 5 people. They just said, oh, we can stop watching it now. He's gonna behave now. Let's see. What are people saying in the chat? Let's look at these vermin in the chat and see what they're up to, what these subhuman criminals in the chat are having to say here.
Except for like that.
Let's see.
Missing Mars, Dr. Fibes. Well, really,
Good point. The Conan redo had lots of problems. More Neil Diamond. I'm not sure. What is that about? I don't know what that was about. But my sense of humor is not right. A bit twisted. A bit twisted. Mine is a lot twisted, but yeah. I love Disney and comics. The $1.98 used to make me laugh.
Yeah, wasn't it great? It was good, Steve. That was a good show.
Not Under Fire.
Steve.
Five says, Meyer, when you see what you and I have seen, you have to have a sick sense of humor to cope.
Yes,
that
is the gallows humor is what we called it.
Yeah, that is what was shown in the MASH movie, which the TV show that people revere and think that was wonderful. I always kind of hated it because, first of all, they look, even civilians in the Korean War didn't have hair that long. They just looked like guys from the 1970s hanging out. But not that the hairstyles were perfect in the movie MASH. It really more looked like the Vietnam War, but it was more realistic, and there was a lot of blood, and you saw operations taking place. But the doctors had unbelievably twisted, evil senses of humor in the movie. In the TV show, it's just like it was what's his name, Alan Alda was just acting. I'm just acting like Groucho Marx. Well, but you didn't really see, you know. And then the theme song was like, oh, let's not have the word suicide is pain. Oh, I shouldn't have even said that on YouTube. Uh, because we'll just make it more tame and just have like an AOR sounding version of the theme song, but the movie was brutal. Let's see what people are saying. Was it Don Rickles that was the host of the $1.98 show? And Fireball says Rip Taylor, 1914. I don't think that's. I think that's when. That's not when Rip Taylor did that show. I think that's about World War II. I heard. Well, I heard. What the heck? Uh-oh. I got to be careful hitting these comments. What am I doing? I heard what Gary Cooper banged every leading lady he ever appeared with till his last two movies when he was just too old.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know that. Us joined war. I think he means the U.S. joined war in April
1917.
1917, by the way. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought he was talking like Cookie Monster. Us joined war. No, the U.S. This is very clever. Loved all these shows. What shows?
Oh, the clip about
Oh,
203.
the clips I was watching. Like a Damon Packard movie, this mashup. Yeah, it's good. It is very Damon Packard like, exactly. I liked the MASH show, but what I found funny was how goody goody Alan Alda's character was supposed to be, and then he would turn around and or leave women alone. No, okay, Alan Alda was Hawkeye, and who played Hawkeye in the movie? Was that Donald Sutherland?
Yes.
Oh, the Donald Sutherland character was horrible. They tormented that one doctor because he was praying. That was downright evil. Alan's getting some sun. I much preferred the movie. The movie could never have been a TV show, though. The one thing was what's his face? Radar was in both. Yeah, what did you think of that same director, the OC and Stiggs movie? Because we were talking about OC and Stiggs
Yeah.
recently.
I didn't see the movie. I just read the magazine. I never saw the movie.
Yeah, I did too. I thought and the movie was nothing like the National Lampoon stories. I didn't think, and yeah, it was weird. I don't think anyone's even heard. That movie's been forgotten, lost to time.
Wouldn't it be really easy to make that movie since the magazine itself reads like a movie? It's made to be like a movie, so if they
Yeah,
just followed that as a template and used actors that looked like the ones in the magazine, it would have been fine, I guess. I would suppose.
yeah.
Why change?
This was at the supermarket yesterday. A whole magazine devoted to Viva Las Vegas.
Wow.
Why does this exist? I don't
I don't
know.
know. That's kind of cool. Very cool. That
So I
Aunt Margaret?
picked it
Is that Aunt
up.
Margaret?
Yeah, yeah. Viva Las Vegas was a great Anne Margaret movie. So I'm going to add it to my rack here. Let me put it
That's
on the
really
top.
interesting that that's being printed and sold now.
Yeah, maybe it's the. Could it be the? Could it be the 60th anniversary of the movie coming out?
I'm not sure.
And this was out too. It's 50 years later, Watergate.
Huh.
Um, which what Joe Biden's done is like 1,000 times worse than what Nixon was supposed to have done. Um, um, People are starting to realize that Nixon was actually shafted, that he was not a bad president. You're not supposed to say that, of course. Um, he's supposed to be like, in the book 1984 when they show the enemy guy that and they have the 5 minutes hate, and they have the guy's face up on the screen, and the whole theater's supposed to just shout at how much they hate the guy, but they don't even know why they hate him. They just know they've been told that he's a hateful person. Um, yeah, I think Nixon was on to who the bad people were, and that's why they went after him, like they're doing Trump. Vivek Ramaswamy gave a speech about how Nixon was the most unappreciated president of the last 100 years at I think the Nixon Library. Of course, that's what they wanted to hear at the Nixon Library, but I wonder if Ramaswamy might wind up being a vice presidential candidate. Man, we've been told that this roof out here is not a copper roof. And so my wife was like wanting to test to see if it's magnetic, but that's not how you. We were told it's a metal roof painted copper. And so I don't know if you can tell how pitted it is, but this is all going to have to be replaced here very shortly. Um,
Okay, yeah, I can see it.
I don't know. See how it goes. Oh, Eric Green's here. See what people are saying here. Um, Gary Cooper realized he was too old to be a leading man when paired with Audrey Hepburn in Love in the Afternoon. Not leave women alone. Cary Grant came to the same conclusion filming Charade. Then he married Diane Cannon. Oh, that was Eric saying that. Dr. Five. Hello, Mr. Breen. Hello, Doctor. Noticing things like this that probably need to be sealed up. I don't know. You ever heard of the Credibility Gap comedy group?
No, I haven't.
It was the guys that later became Lenny and Squiggy. Um, they did a parody of a 1950s venereal disease film that would have been shown in a high school, and the cheery 1950s teenagers, come in and it's like, and the guy says, "Hello, doctor," and the girl says, "Hello, doctor." It's just when I read that "Hello, doctor," that's what popped in my. They were actually really good. It was great National Lampoon style humor. You can hear the Credibility Gaps
I'm gonna have to look for
albums.
that. I didn't know that. I really
Yeah,
like
look them up. They
I like the
did
music
a
that
great.
they made. When they were Lenny and Squiggy, they put out a record, remember? And they like
Yeah,
hosted
right.
like Midnight Special or Friday Night. No, it would have been Midnight Special. They were really funny, man. I really liked the Lenny and Squiggy music. It was good.
Yeah, on they do a great parody of like an Osmonds Jackson 5 style record, and I think the song is called "You Can't Judge a Book by the Way It Wears Its Hair." Oh, they were really funny. Yeah, they're really funny. But let me see if my video was up yet on YouTube. No, it's still uploading 25%. It says hours remaining, 3 hours. And I have it titled "The 7,000 Rooms of the Hotel Orloff." I may change that title because I just promised I wouldn't make any references to what mean things that people have said about me. So I probably should change that title because then that will pop up and it's like he's not a man of his word. I'll probably let it change that.
You know, after Laverne and Shirley did the spinoff from Happy Days, I really thought Laverne and Shirley was a much better show than Happy Days. I enjoyed basically every episode. I thought that Cindy Williams and Penny Marshall were hilarious, but Lenny and Squiggy also stole every episode with
Yeah,
their moments. But then the supporting cast was fantastic. I thought it was better than Happy Days. I liked uh, Laverne's father, the landlady, and
yeah,
Carmine. It was all good until they moved to Los Angeles. Then the show
yeah.
completely degenerated and became unwatchable. So it's probably
The
like the
show,
first
yeah.
3 or 4 seasons.
Both series started strong for a couple of years, and Happy Days was great when it wasn't filmed in front of a studio audience, when it was Um, yeah. And as soon as it was started being filmed in front of a studio audience, it may have still been watchable for a little while, but it stopped real quick and then Laverne and Shirley started. It was a spinoff from Happy Days. Those characters were introduced as real sleazy couple
Yes.
of girls that Fonzie brought around,
Yes, they
and
were.
they cleaned them up. They were more virginal, nice girls on their own show, but that's not how they were portrayed originally. And that series was great. The theme song was wonderful. Yes, Lenny and Squiggy were great. Um, uh, yeah. Then there started to be something would resonate with the audience, and then they would always overdo it with both of those series. And
Yes.
uh, Dr. Five's wife used to work for Gary Marshall. I just remember he told us that in one of his first appearances.
Yeah, I think that's right. I remember that.
But what was it like the song that what was it, Carmine? He had a crush on which of the two of them?
Uh, he was in a relationship with Shirley. They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh,
They were
okay.
on again,
Were they
off again,
always
boyfriend and
boyfriend or
girlfriend.
girlfriend, or did that
Yeah, they
start
were on
during?
again, off again. They had
Okay.
like a long-term tumultuous relationship, the two of them.
But he had this song that he would always sing, like, I go from rags to riches. He would always be
Yeah,
singing
that
that.
was
And
it.
it's like,
It was.
okay, well, that's funny for a while, but it's like it was constantly the audience would laugh hilariously, uproariously. It's like maybe
He
get
would
a
just
different
come on
song
stage and
sometime.
they would start applauding. Remember when Carmine would appear, the audience would start to applaud because the applause signs would be turning on.
Is that how they did it? They
Yes,
used the plus signs,
of course.
probably.
Yes, 100%.
And then what happened is when the actors started to get big heads, I'm really talking about Happy Days, and they said, "Why are we cutting our hair short when the 1970s styles are longer? We just wear our hair normally?" And then all of a sudden they have long hair in the 50s or early 60s. And then Anson Williams wanted to sing in every episode. So it's like, here, you just sing the same song. It's like, put your head on my shoulders because we got permission for that one song. So you just sing that one song in every episode. It's like, oh God. Yeah. But that was must see television on when I was in fifth grade, sixth grade,
Oh yeah, people were
whatever.
talking about it the next day. Every night
I
of the
mean,
week, the next day at school, people would be recapping what they watched the night before on television.
it was Tuesday night, 7 o'clock. Well, our time in Central. I pretty much always lived in the Central. No, that's not true. I've lived in Texas most of my life, but what the first year that Laverne Shirley was on, I was living in Tacoma, Washington, and so it would have started at that would have started at 8 o'clock. The prime time started at 8 o'clock when I was in fifth grade because we were living up on the West Coast,
Yeah,
and that
always be.
meant that if a movie started, at 9 o'clock, it went till 11, which there's no way my mother would have let me stay up till 11. But luckily, when the Planet of the Apes movies were shown, uh, I was living in San Antonio, and they were shown on Friday nights when they were first aired on TV on CBS, and I talked her into letting me stay up till 10 o'clock to see the whole movie, which most kids had no problem staying up till 10 o'clock on a Friday night. My mom had a strict bedtime of 9 o'clock, so I had to come home from school and take a nap in order to watch the Planet of the Apes movies. Dr. Fives had to check out for a while. John Goris says, didn't Tony Basil get her premiere on Happy Days? Oh, I don't know. Tony Basil choreographed the hop scene in American Graffiti. Tony Basil is a choreographer, really. and she's been around for a while. I think she was on shows like Shindig or Hullabaloo. I think. I mean, she was an older woman, probably pushing 40 when she had that hit with Hey Mickey or whatever, which was actually not her song. That was a song by a that was a pre-existing song. I've heard the original version, but she had the big hit with it. But I don't know. She could have been on Happy Days. I mean, Happy Days was pretty much American Graffiti knockoff. I mean, I know the pilot had aired on Love American Style before American Graffiti, but come on. Happy Days' original theme song was Rock Around the Clock. It was stolen right off. It was pretty ballsy to have the same main actor, Ron Howard, and use the same theme song to open your show that the movie did. Oh, someone's dropping in. My bedtime was 8:30 for the longest time as a child. Okay, so I'm not the only mother that okay, good.
I didn't.
All
So I told you a little bit about my upbringing. I really didn't even have a bedtime. I would watch the 11 o'clock news. My mother
Yeah,
was very lenient and was totally absorbed. She didn't care how late I stayed up.
yeah. Let's check in Mesa, Arizona.
How you
See what's
doing?
going on there.
Hey, how you
Pokemon.
doing?
Oh, good.
What's going on, Kevin?
I just realized I had this Trump rally real loud. I'm turning it down. Sorry, guys. My mom and dad both born in 1937, so they were old school even for mid 1970s, early 80s. Yeah, my parents were born in the late 20s, so they were. I came along right at the upper limit of being able to have a baby, so they were in high school during World War II. I mean, my dad just barely avoided that war, and wound up being drafted into the Korean War the day after. Like it's like the draft board watches who's graduating the colleges, and he got the draft notice the day after he graduated college. Tony Basil is in the movie Head. Yes, that's correct. I forgot about that. Thank you, Dr. Fibes from 1968. Yeah, I think she was in a Jack Nicholson movie too. I don't know. All right, what do you got mask wise?
Mask wise, I've already had this one. This
Yeah,
Topstone. These are the masks that you would have got out of the back of Famous Monsters.
yeah, that's the mask that Joe Biden wears now to
This is
make
the
him look
mummy
younger.
mask. And then I got two
There's
more from the same line of masks. I got two more.
okay.
All right, here's the first one.
Is that real or reproduction?
No, this is real.
That's really effed up. I mean, what's going on with his mouth exactly? It's just a bunch of blood.
Kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, it's almost like
They call him the
yeah, it's
weird. I think they call him the weird werewolf, right?
the weird werewolf. That sounds like a name of a DJ. And you've had it filled in, so
He's
it won't
foam
rot.
filled.
Oh,
Yep,
that's
he's
foam.
foam filled.
So that means he'll be around 1,000 years from now.
At least 30.
30. Well, we won't be around 30 probably. Okay. He's supposed to be like a weirdo.
He's
Like
creep beat. This is creep beat.
oh,
He's a beatnik.
he's a
He's a
beatnik.
creepy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I knew a guy in junior high that looked like that.
he's foam filled too.
Uh, did you buy it foam filled?
Yeah, these are all from the same guy. So they have the
Um,
same kind of display stands on them and the same
oh,
professional.
great.
They're
Well, don't.
professional foam filled.
So are you going to get more from the same guy, or is this all he had?
No, he has more.
Oh, okay. Or so don't divulge your source because you're probably going to try to get them all, huh?
Well, all the ones that I want, yeah. There's a Cyclops I really want. There's the Caveman I really want.
Oh,
Devil, the one that Meyer showed today, the Devil.
oh yeah. Are they, without telling how much they cost, are they expensive or are they reasonable?
They were reasonable considering the guy that foam fills these professionally like this. He charges $100.
Okay. And
So
and the what
considering
would a
that,
mask like this cost without being foam filled? Like what is
maybe
they
fifty
going
dollars,
like? I'm
maybe
sorry, I
fifty
talked over
dollars, maybe
50.
fifty
Okay.
dollars, and you don't know how destroyed it is until you get it in your hand.
Okay.
Because I had that happen to me this week. I had to send a mask back. It came to me all dried and crispy, and it was falling apart.
Oh, you can't really tell from the photographs that it's going to start disintegrating when
Yeah.
you touch it.
Like and all the cracks in it, the guy never put them in the pictures, and he didn't say that it was all crispy.
Uh,
So I was able to
and the,
send it back, no problem at all.
were these made like what when Kennedy was president? How old are they?
1964 or something, 65.
Okay. So basically, the Beatles are now like what in their 80s, the two that are left, and these masks came out when they were real young, like 21 years old. So
Yeah, these are this mask, especially this one. If you find it, is really beat up all the time.
yeah, so
And
they're so
the werewolf's more easily to find, I think.
I would imagine what crumbles first are the eyes on that beatnik, huh?
It's the yeah, it's anywhere there's an edge. This
Yeah.
has felt. This someone he put felt in the inside.
Oh, to give him pupils.
Yeah, there's felt in there. But anywhere where there's an edge, anywhere there's an edge, usually turns crispy. It's usually down on the bottom.
And these were sold in not famous monsters but competitors, or did these were these in
No,
famous
these
monsters?
were in Famous Monsters too. But they never told you where they were from. On the
Oh,
Captain Company, they would just say this is a werewolf mask, and they wouldn't tell you this is a Topstone mask.
but they
They
were
didn't want.
always shown with line drawings, right? Not
Yeah,
photographs.
yeah. Well, they have Topstone had their own catalog where you could actually see the pictures of the mask too.
But as I recall in the Warren magazines, they had
Yeah,
photographs of the Don Post mask and the Munsters
yeah,
mask, but these
yeah,
were
because the
drawings.
pictures, those pictures made you want to buy them.
Yeah.
If you
So
maybe
they were
saw the
embarrassed to
picture,
show photographs of these masks. They just
I
drew
think
them.
so. It's like all those ads, all those jokes and gags and everything. You would see the
Uh,
picture and just something about them so mysterious. You wanted to buy it.
I'm putting up a video on YouTube where I have this feature on my brand new phone called Cinematic, and I filmed a bunch of monster stuff, but like with extreme close-ups, like with the ultimate iPhone technology. So I'm hoping it's going to be really cool.
I can't wait
Oh,
to
and
see
you know
that.
what? What with this new iPhone, when I turned off the lights and with a glow in the dark Forgotten Prisoner, it glowed unbelievably. It's gonna look so cool. Hopefully, when I put this video up. So uh,
I have a couple more things I can show.
yeah.
Oh, I only opened one of them. Oh, where'd it go?
Anybody bringing stuff in to sell to you?
Somebody said they had Star Wars stuff.
Oh, please. Who wants that? Well, obviously, a lot of people. That's probably the kind of stuff that gets me in trouble. Why people hate me. He insulted Star Wars. No, I love the first three
Oh, here.
movies, but I just
Let
hate
me.
Star Wars collectors, man. They're all idiots. Not all of them. There's a couple I
No, there's. I had two of my biggest Star Wars guys were just here,
like.
but they'll agree with you on everything you've always said on this channel.
Well, what
They
I
agree
loved
that,
is,
that May they agree that May the 4th is not Star Wars Day. They agree that these last movies are garbage.
yeah.
They agree that the only thing they might not agree with you is the one guy he likes the prequels.
Well,
And
the
I think a lot of
prequels are
people.
masterpieces compared to the new stuff.
That's what I was just gonna say. As comparison, yeah, maybe they are good in
I,
comparison.
I just don't understand. I think it was. I think there is a hidden factor. What was the name of the producer that was there in the first two Star Wars movies? Guys, help me in the chat. There was a producer
Yeah, I can't
on
remember.
Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back, and he
Yeah.
left before Return of the Jedi, and that's why Return of the Jedi was weaker. And it was that guy. Was it Gary Kurtz or maybe not? That's the guy from American Graffiti.
Hey, Meyer,
I
are you
don't.
still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Remember we were watching the uh, the marathon Groucho was showing the other night about the Pacific Ocean Park.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah, what'd you
I
get?
went I went on eBay and I ordered a couple of just cheap things.
Oh, cool.
I
Is
because
there
I wanted to see them closer up. So
is
Yeah.
there
here's
a
one
lot
of
of
the things.
stuff on eBay
Oh,
about the
dude.
park? Oh, look at that.
Oh,
I
that's
bought a
awesome.
I bought a postcard on there.
Those are
Oh,
those tiki poles that they showed him carving, and they're talking about he had a shop under the pier where he carved all that on site. The artist that was working there. That's
And
so amazing.
there's a bunch of these on eBay, but I chose this one because it had writing on the back.
Oh,
oh, that's
dude,
great.
it's right up my alley. I love that.
Yeah, and it had a
What's
stamp, an
what's
old
the
Nice to
date
stamp
on
on
it?
it.
63?
Yeah, 63.
Oh, wonderful.
Can you read it? Can you read it?
Um, Dear Mrs. Gray, here I am at the Santa Monica something after being at somewhere
San
San
Francisco.
Francisco.
Palo Alto. We'll be
Vandenberg Air Force Base.
we'll be seeing you soon.
That's awesome. San Diego. Look, no zip code.
Yeah. Most kids today wouldn't be able to read that because they can't read cursive.
I mean,
So
kids
yeah,
did nowadays don't even. I mean, they don't even know what postcards are. They wouldn't understand why you would send one of these.
Yeah, that's true. I
Someone
didn't think
here?
about that.
Yeah. Hey, do you have any bag and boards for these?
That size now.
You're out of them?
Dude, that book's that big?
Yeah.
No wonder nobody ordered that.
Hey, what's coming out? Do you already have the books for next Wednesday? Can you give us a preview or is
Here's your pile.
Oh, that came in? Okay, that's the first Blackhawk. That's a facsimile that's coming out this week, huh?
I can see one so I can make the blank sketch books. How many can I get? Since I got the bills.
Hold on.
Can I get 3?
My stickers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. You can have 3.
Okay.
Here's the other. Here's the other postcard.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And
oh, wow,
remind me
that's
the name of this ride. It's called Mystery Island. Is that what it's
yeah,
called?
Mystery Island is what it is.
And
Okay.
I wanted to try to find the sign for the ride, like a sign. I couldn't find a sign anywhere, like telling you what this ride was, like hanging up somewhere.
It must be behind from where the picture's being taken. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Well, if it's a Mystery Island, they're not going to have a sign saying this is Mystery Island. It's
Maybe.
not a
Look at how
mystery then.
beautiful it was. Yeah, they've got a waterfall that's running constantly, and it's over this man-made island made out of. I mean,
Well, they just
uh,
took a pier and they put a space in the pier
yep.
and then put a
It's
bridge over it.
hmm And then they tried to make. Well, they made it look like an island with cement. It's like all fake rocks, and they used wood to screw it all together and make it look like rocks, and then covered it with spray-on cement, I guess.
This one wasn't filled out.
Oh, that's great.
Cross a beautiful waterfall and I like this, board a gay
Banana
banana
train.
train. Yep. Run by a carefree beachcomber. You'll see cannibals, monkeys, and other inhabitants of the South Sea jungles.
Yeah,
Oh,
on
wow.
on the video that we saw, it said that this this attraction was in a way supposed to mirror the Jungle Cruise a little bit, in that those people, there was a person who was in charge of the train that you were on, the banana train, and they told jokes and there were bits, just like on the Jungle Cruise.
Huh.
So I got these, and then I have one more thing that didn't show up today. The other thing I have is not a postcard. I'll show it to you guys next time.
All right, I'm awaiting
So we got
anxiously. It's really cool.
the
Great.
mat. I have the ad on my phone, so I can't show it. But if you just Google Topstone mask catalogs, there's a catalog. It shows the devil. It shows these two. It shows the mummy, and it shows like 7 others probably.
Wow.
I was just checking on the status of this video I'm putting up, and it was at 25% upload. Now it's at 0% upload. It must have had some problem. But if you want to see that live stream of all the Pacific Ocean Park videos, YouTube had some copyright problems with it. So if you go to, oh, look at that. If you go to my playlist, on my playlist section, and look for 111, I just titled it 111 so it'd be easy to find because ones are before the letters. And that's what I was live streaming, the 111 playlist, and that'll have all the Pacific Ocean. But you could just go to YouTube and type in Pacific Ocean Park, and you get all the same videos. Just they might be in a different order. This is the way to go. These this is a lot of fun. This is the kind of thing that makes me happy. Is these facsimiles
Hmm.
coming out?
And I have
Yeah.
to start ordering a lot more of these. I have to increase my order to keep my discount at DC.
Oh, are they selling to your regular customers though?
Well, you guys online and everybody,
Oh,
not
okay.
really. I have to
I was I
I
was
have to try
listening
to
to.
sell more of these. Maybe put them on my website so that you guys
Well,
watch them with a
you're kind of
discount. Maybe.
you're kind of selling them now by showing people. Anyone watching, you can call up Kevin at Gotham City Comics and get a copy of this. Do you still have Horror Mike's book?
I have his book, both of them. I have the other facsimile. What was it called? Army. What was the other one?
Uh, you're talking about the splash page book?
The one I showed last week. No, the other Army book.
Oh, the first Sergeant Rock.
Yeah, I still
Yeah,
have. I got those back in stock.
the reason I was asking is Dr. Fibes, at the very end of my last live stream on Thursday night, Dr. Fibes was really interested in Horror Mike's original art book, and so was Night Tiger. So I was watching a few minutes of after we went to eat on Friday night of Horror Mike, and he was saying he only, because I remember mine was like signed and it said number 15 of 100. He said he actually only printed 60 and he was going to print another 40, but he was having trouble with the printer taking too long, like a month. So there's really only 60 copies in existence and he only has 2 left that are on eBay. And so whatever you've got in your store for sale, is the only other copies for, and then he's going to find another printer and print the other 40. That means he's only planning to make 100 unless they all sell. Maybe he'll print more, but that's an
And
extremely limited book. And how much is it again?
I know the quality is really good. It's $20,
20. Yeah, that's what I was telling them. So I
and the
encourage
quality is
everyone.
really good. And if this new printer, they might not do as good of a job.
Yeah, I hate that because I kind of like, is the new printer going to be better? Do I need to get a second cut? Because the anal retentive OCD idiot in me comes out. I've been having trouble with OCD coming back, and I've got to fight that. Have you guys ever had trouble with that?
Yeah, you just got to embrace it.
No, you don't embrace it. You fight it with every, because I used to. What
Yeah, you,
I
you
don't know
make
if
it
you
work.
guys.
You make it work for you. You, like organize your stuff.
No, I don't mean anal retentive. The OCD, like where you wash your hands and then you over and
Oh, that
over.
compulsive. Oh, that's the compulsiveness of it. Yeah.
Obsessive compulsive disorder. Anal retentive is a different thing. But
Oh, yeah.
I
I don't
used to
wash my
have
hands.
that. Have you ever had that problem, Kevin?
Now where I have to like touch a doorknob like 10 times or something.
I have. That's what's happening to me when I leave.
That's lung.
That like that.
Yeah.
That's the
Did
But
you
then
ever
there's
have it, Meyer?
I never had it. No.
No,
What
I've
about
I've
you?
never had it. I haven't.
Well, like what I'm doing when I'm starting to do when I leave the house is I'll check the doorknob 5 times sideways and I'll check it 5 times going forward just to make sure because the door doesn't blow open and the cat escapes and I never see him again or something. And it happens under times of a lot of stress, and there's a lot of stress at work and the stress with me realizing some of my friends don't like me too much and that kind of hurt me. And I think going through all this and also all the damage to the house, we're gonna have to deal with insurance currently, and it's like I'm realizing, oh shoot, it's coming back. But I would have trouble when I was in 6th grade washing my hands over and over again, and I overcame it through sheer force of will, and I've just got to stop it by talking about it. It forces me to admit it's true, and then it'll help me stop. It's just like people that go to AA and talk about their alcoholism, it helps, but uh, there's a lot of that in comic book collect or people that collect have these I don't know, it just comes with stress. And
Yeah, I think it's increasing with stress, and there's security that comes with doing those checks and then having them
yeah,
like be numerical. So it's a pattern, and then within that pattern is a level of security. So you're like trying to secure your world with these patterns. It's like
yeah.
natural part of
And
human.
then make sure that the dog and the cat don't get out. Also losing Pete, and that it just I want to keep my world, because I thought I had all these friends for 4 years, and it's like, oh no, a lot of these people don't actually really like me. In fact, they find me kind of despicable. And well, I promised I wouldn't talk about that anymore. I don't know. I'm not. I'm not a man of my word. Oh, and they all stopped watching. 6 people stopped watching after I said, "Don't worry, I won't talk about it." And now they're going to have to start watching again. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, I don't like. I just want to keep things normal, and oh well. I'll stop with the hand. It's not really a number thing. It's just I keep checking it, and then I think, well, I better check it again, and it's like it's just mental illness, man.
Okay, so hey Kevin, I got these.
3 of them. Cool.
Yeah.
These heads are so great. What's the next one you're going to get?
I really want the Cyclops.
Have you gotten any Jim Ma food books?
No, but there's one coming out.
What about ICP comics? Do you need ICP comics or
No, I don't have any of those.
when the Alice Cooper toy comes out?
Alice Cooper figure should be coming out soon.
Oh, really?
I was talking to Ricky. He's a big Alice Cooper fan. They were playing music across the street again over at his youth center.
I said by the creek show guy.
Watching Saturday morning cartoon.
Is that group therapy podcast?
Yeah,
Is he
yeah.
still on, or is that a replay?
No, he's still on. Alice
Really?
Cooper. That wall down there has Alice Cooper's face on it.
Really?
It's called
Does
the
does
Rock
that,
Teen Center.
does he
The
live
Rock.
there locally?
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. Alice Cooper would shit if he went in your store. You should try to figure out a way to get him in there.
Yeah. I mean, eventually he'll probably come in here.
No, seriously, he would, because my friend Tom, uh, I don't know if it was an airport or a hotel lobby. He ran into Alice Cooper and he said, I'm making a movie and I've got Herschel Gordon Lewis to be the narrator." And this was in the mid 80s. And he said, "Herschel Gordon Lewis," he said, "come with me." And he said, and they sat down with him. He says, "I'm all ears." He's all ears about being in that movie with, and that movie was never made, but he had Alice Cooper on board to be one of the stars of the movie. It would have been fantastic. I co-wrote the movie. It was optioned to Roger Corman, studio, and Roger Corman passed away a few days ago. I haven't even mentioned that on the channel, which is kind of important. But Dr. Fibes did a good show about it.
Maybe I can get some funding from Alice Cooper to expand my store, make it into make a dark ride.
Yeah, have him do a commercial for your show.
The commercial should be
Any word
done soon.
any word on Nick and Sydney's project for your store, or
Yeah,
is
it
that
sounds like it
secret?
should be. Sounds like it should be done soon.
Yeah, you don't have any. You haven't seen any glimpse of it. It's all
No, I did.
secret.
I've seen glimpses of it. Yeah,
Um,
I've seen
you
glimpses of it.
do you probably aren't allowed to show them to us.
Well, I saw a glimpse of the animated version of Batman they're gonna use.
Yeah. Do you think he would mind if you showed that to us, or
Let me see if I
he
can
might be
find it.
weird about it?
Hey, Robert.
I don't think he would mind. He didn't say, "Hey, don't show this to anybody."
Oh, okay.
Seventh son of the seventh son.
That guy's in there every Saturday when we.
Yeah.
No, Iron Maiden.
But it's Alice Cooper.
Let me see if I can pull it up
Oh,
on my other phone.
That's great that your store's called Gotham City, and a guy that laughs like that comes in every every week.
There used to be a guy that dressed up like Joker that came in
well,
here.
it means it's a fan. Oh, it should have said fan edition on it. It should have been the fan edition.
It came out in 1941.
You know what you should do as a commercial for your channel is
Uh,
dress up about 10 people like the Joker in purple suits and face makeup, and have them just browsing in your store and just pan around your store, and every customer looks like the Joker. That would be fantastic. And make sure you've got that one customer that laughs.
uh-huh.
And just have everyone laughing while they're looking through your comics, and just like they're normal customers. That would be an amazing commercial.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like that idea.
I got it from Strange Adventures.
The hard part is finding 10 purple
Yeah.
Well,
Jack.
there's got to be some cosplay people that have Joker suits. Or actually, I bet you could go to Amazon and order a Joker suit for $30. And then it's just white, just matter of putting on a clown makeup.
Your mom told me it's really good, get it.
And Halloween costumes would be cheap this time of year. Oh, I'm not even looking at the comments. That's because no one ever comments here. Tempest from Mars. My parents took me to see Battle Beyond the Stars when it came out. It's one of my favorite films since R.I.P. Roger Corman. That was an outstanding movie. It's just the ship has giant boobs, and then you've got
Here's the
that
set.
Valkyrie woman, and then it was just, oh, look at this. What?
That's part of the set right there.
Holy smoke! They just built.
He built that. He was waiting for the chair for the Bat Cave or something.
Is it painted that way, or is that lighting that's creating the blue effect?
I don't know.
Ah.
There's for scale.
Oh, okay.
Here's a
Oh,
storyboard.
storyboards. Okay. It reminds me of, what is it, Gary Panter? Is that the name of the guy I'm thinking of? Meyer? You there?
It reminds me of their comic book had a character with a long neck. Like he
Yeah.
was
He
like a
looked a little
Mexican.
bit like Daniel Johnston, maybe a little like Daniel
Oh yeah,
Johnston.
Daniel Johnston. Yeah, he always drew Captain America
Casper. He liked
and
Casper and
Casper.
Captain
Yeah,
America.
Casper also. It was showing at our local adult cinema. What? It was quite an icon. It was a PG rated movie. It just had a lot of cleavage. It was. I mean, it was.
I like it better than color.
That's all I got for previews.
Oh wow, that's great.
So color underground? Yeah. I don't know anybody
I
I just
think
told
that
them
would.
to run. I just told him to run with it. He was trying to get
He only did like once
Um,
a year for the last 2 or 3 years.
me to see if it was okay, and I go, just do what you want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Okay. Apparently, when you film a movie with the cinematic, it looks like it's 7% now. It's gonna be hours before that video is uploaded, but it should look really good. Oh, who was Daniel Johnston? Says Friar Tuck. He is a musician. Well, he was a musician. He passed away. Who was probably autistic. Um, he
Yeah, and
recorded all
schizophrenic.
these because
He was schizophrenic.
schizophrenic also. Yeah, he
Yes,
recorded all this music and released it on a cassette back in
he was a
the
savant.
80s.
Yeah, he was a
And
savant, and I would describe him a musical
eh,
savant.
yeah, and he recorded this. I think he always drew his own artwork for his albums, and he drew this alien that had eyes on stalks, and he drew Captain America fighting the devil, and Casper, and he did songs about Casper, but he kind of sang with this. He's kind of
Falsetto.
like sang in a kid-like way, and
Yeah,
it was.
he had a falsetto voice.
Yeah, it was. It's there's nothing mean spirited or dark about it. It's just like someone singing about how much he loves all this stuff. I don't know, but it's from the mind of some. It's very a troubled mind, but it's someone that's really. I don't know. Just you just look up Daniel Johnston, and there's a whole documentary called "The Devil and Daniel Johnston." That is
Yes.
probably on Netflix or somewhere.
Yeah, it's great. I used to listen to a lot of his music, and it was after I discovered him through that documentary. And you could probably just search image Daniel Johnston art, and you'll be able to see all the stuff we're talking about. But
Yeah.
the music, a lot of it is about unrequited love. He was in love with this woman that he worked with briefly, and then because of his psychosis and his disabilities, he focused deeply on her and wrote like a series of romantic songs about situation, and some of them are really deep and touching, and there's something about his music. For a while he was still alive, he would tour. Like, he came to Fresno when I was in Fresno. He would tour counterculture edgy punk bars type situation, and
Yeah.
he would like play short sets, and he would but he was very disabled. He had a really difficult time just handling 15 minutes on stage.
Yeah, he appealed. His music would have been more likely found in punk rocks, but it
Yes.
wasn't punk rock. It
No.
was just that those artistic, more intelligent type people understood and liked that this guy was a weirdo. And it's like the music of Wesley Willis. I think that's his name. That would just sing the same song over and over again. It'd be rock and roll McDonald's or rock and roll Walmart. And it was
Yes.
every song was the exact same song. Or he had a song I think called "I Kicked Batman's Ass," didn't he? Am I wrong about that?
No, you sound right.
Yeah,
Sounds
look
familiar.
up "I Kicked Batman's Ass" by Wesley Willis. Look up. You can hear all the music. I'm sure free on YouTube. Uh, if the only thing you've got to do is see if you can get John Goris to do an animated Batman. an animated version of those stickers, and then have that as a commercial, and it's just gonna be amazing. Jambo says, "Wow, you got the walls up, Kevin. Very cool. Hey, gang, how's everyone doing today? I guess I'm okay. Um, what's up with you? Um, just watching the Trump rally there, and about not it's not a rally. He's going to give a speech to the NRA. Um, but I don't know. Apparently, that's all I do here. Apparently, that's all. If you come to the Hotel Orloff, all you're going to see is Donald Trump. That's what I've been told." Okay, never mind. We're all very shallow here. Drew, Alan, my wife, and myself. We enjoy the simple things in life, like Donald Trump. That didn't sound right. Jimbo, if you want to come on, I don't know. Do I still have the link in the chat? Let's see. I bet Jimbo's got some new cool stuff. Post comment. Is it still there? I don't know. Whoop. Doesn't remember. Doesn't remember. No, it doesn't. I kicked myself out of my own show. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
You're back. You're back.
I know. I was trying to put the address there, and I hit the wrong button. Kicked myself out of the show. Post comment.
At the same time as Daniel, right around the same time as Daniel Johnston played Fresno, there was this other band that also played. I don't think it was at Club Fred. I think it was called the Skyline. I don't think this place exists anymore, but I think it was called the Skyline. Anyway, this other band played that was also similar in that strange edginess where the band didn't fit in with this typical like local punk club. It was called Danielson, and it's this family band that plays this really strange avant-garde music in costume, and it's very Christian. Like their whole message is really Christian. And
Yeah.
so they played at this club with a bunch of like atheists, a bunch of that whole crowd of there was a conservative, obviously, I was there and there's other conservatives mixed in, my friends and such, the bouncers or something, but the crowd was still loved the band and was very responsive, but it was interesting. It was almost like this band is proselytizing to a bunch of punks and drunks and hippies, and it was interesting. Good show. Danielson, also just almost unlistenable music. You understand what I'm talking about, right? Barely melodic is how I would describe it, but at the same time very deep and and interesting because this older brother created an entire band of his family like on purpose and recruited all of them and then forced them to dress up in like uh, doctors and nurses uniforms is what they were doing when I saw them with a bunch of stage props or stage decoration that looked like a sixth grade play. It was really cool. It was neat. They were fun. Danielson. Drew looks really comfortable this afternoon. It's nice to see her. She looks rested.
Sorry, I had to go to the restroom.
That's okay.
I thought she'd be.
I was looking at you.
So
But yes, I was talking about Danielson. Did you ever hear that band? That famous invisible band? Danielson?
Yeah, I heard you talking. I just couldn't reply.
There we go. The walls are closing in.
The crystal again darkens, and the great Sultan rests.
Yeah. I guess I should turn this off. I had it on for my show this morning. I still have the stereo downstairs. I need to turn that off.
Oh shit. I forgot about these. I put some egg rolls in the oven and I just now remembered them. I smelled that smell of something overcooking in the oven. No, they're still okay. They're not bad. They're just ready.
We've got lots of Chinese food there. You don't have to make frozen food, but I was just talking the other day, where is there a Chinese restaurant around here? I think I'm gonna have to drive an hour to find one.
Yeah, no, there's one on every corner here.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, there.
These still aren't really as brown as I want them to be. Yeah, the food is very good in San Francisco. It's kind of famous for that. And
Yeah. Let me set this down. I gotta clean up a mess here. Oop. Oh, Rocky Erickson is yes. Charlton 66. I'd rather talk about Rocky Erickson any day than Rocky Erickson is another fantastic musician that battled serious mental health issues. Love his music. Yeah, Rocky Erickson is kind of a friend of mine. Yeah, I remember him telling me Rocky Erickson walked off with everybody's mail on one time on the whole block. He just took the mail out of everyone's mailbox on the whole block. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, he's having some issues. But boy, was the 13th floor elevators and all the music that Rocky Erickson did later about monsters, and fantastic musician out of Austin. But he was certainly battling some incredible demons. Um, Definitely great. It's like if whoa shit, you guys fell right over.
well, that was cool. That what is that? Like a souvenir
Oh yeah, this was a
tapestry or something?
California. I could
Yeah.
yeah. Let's look where you're at.
Yeah, let's look at that. That looks cool. Oh, look, you can see where I'm at right there. And then where I'm moving to the east is Lake Tahoe.
Where are you going?
To see where it says Lake Tahoe, right to straight to the east there, where there's that girl diving
Uh,
to the right
where
to
is
the
that?
right to the right of
Okay,
San Francisco. And a
girl
little bit
diving. Where? Oh, down here?
no, back up, go back up to San Francisco
Yeah.
and then move almost directly to the right. See where it says Yosemite National Park? All the way to the right.
Oh,
I'm going to go
oh,
where it says Lake Tahoe. See where that woman is diving in the bathing suit above that?
oh,
That's where I'm
you're on
moving
the
with.
whole other side of the state
Yes.
with the border of Nevada.
Yes.
So you don't have far to go down to Las Vegas.
No, or Reno is right there. And also right there is Donner Pass, where those people ate each other, the cannibals.
So down here, Oh, look, there's Santa Monica.
There it is.
So when this was made, Pacific Ocean Park would have still been a thing, huh? I imagine.
Yeah, I think. Sure, it would have definitely. The pier would have all the piers would be there still.
I mean, I would guess by this that it was what 50s, or I'm using it
Maybe
as a curtain.
60s. Yeah,
Isn't
maybe
it
50.
weird that I just happen to have on the windows in this room in the basement where both of the guests are? Because over here I have Arizona.
That's great. Yeah, these
It's
are neat.
completely coincidental. Got to fix your eye patch there, Hugo. Okay, maybe it needs to go over your ear. There we go. All right. I don't know. The eye patch, the elastic's not working too well. Okay. Now,
But yeah, I'm moving to Bigfoot country. It's definitely Bigfoot country. There's
Missing Mars says Jambo, Fryer, Doctor, Jambo, Charlton, Group High Five. Oh, all those people are in the. Oh, that's good. Out working on a freezer for a Taco Bell road. Jump on, man. I wish I was at that Taco Bell right now. I'm hungry again. Missing Mars, good to see you, my friend, says Jambo. Nice, always wanted a Hugo. Yeah. Let
it's a
me
great toy. Such a great toy.
I just gotta clean up something here.
Hugo was
This
just
is
such a great combination toy. It was almost like a magic kit, but it wasn't. It was like it was
yeah.
just an interesting thing.
Do you have this? It's like it's like Frankenstein and the Hulk merged together.
No, I've
It
never
does
seen it before. It's cool.
I just got it at like a dollar store, and then I saw Night Tiger found one probably at a truck stop. It was from a few years ago.
It's pretty cool looking.
It's not. I'm sure you could find one on eBay. I don't remember what it was called. Night Tiger might, but it's clearly the Hulk because the purple shorts. And it's just
Yeah,
the problem is he won't stand up. But I need to put him with my Hulk stuff.
is he like a stretchy? He's made of stretchy material or something?
Probably, yeah. He's
Wiggly,
like a Stretch
wiggly.
Armstrong, but I'm not gonna mess with him.
Yeah. Do you have any of those? You have the jiggly like torture victims from the 70s, don't you? Do you have any of those?
The what?
Those jiggly skeletons and torture victims that they used to sell
Yeah,
at the
the
store
torture
in the
victims.
70s?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember those?
What are those things called? I
I
forgot.
can't
I
remember
think
what
they're
they're
called
called.
cookie, spooky
Yeah,
cookies or something.
yeah. And was maybe that was Imperial that made them? I can't remember, but yeah, spooky kookies.
Oh, he misses when I got the breakfast burrito from Sonic. I miss those times too. My face may be a little thinner because I don't do that anymore. But man, you guys are making me need to go eat.
More is what Mountain View Mall in Midland has. More than 50 stores and services. Mountain View Mall, your obvious choice.
You will find everything you need this Christmas at Mountain View Mall in Midland. We've got it all.
Come on now, step inside. This is where the good times hide.
Fashion for the family, your home, your friends for you. Food from snacks to bake.
Fun things to see and do.
The weather here is pretty. The trees are always green. Nice folks are here and great. Beautiful weather, people see. Fox Valley, St. George.
And look what they have for you this week.
If you're fashion-minded, watch out. Big time shopping is finally here. Monroeville Mall. We've got it, a complete life-size animated circus with exciting animals, clowns, and more, displayed throughout the mall. Be sure to register to win the Money Free Shopping Spree, coupons in all 100 stores. Make your shopping day special. See the circus and register for the shopping spree at North Shore, routes 128 and 114.
May I help you? May we help? Yes, ma'am. The store you want is right over there.
Yes, sir. The theater's located right down.
Just a smile away.
Are you lost, Rosella? Come on, let's find your mom.
Indian Springs will do whatever it takes to help you. Have a good day. May I help you? Indian Springs.
Nearby community center. Get carried away. This Wednesday, the Warsaw Center Mall opens with a burst of excitement. It's a new shopping center with colorful, sensational stores, a variety that seems endless. A fun place to shop. You'll find the things you like from the people you love in a bright, new atmosphere that will make your spirits soar. Get carried away. Grand opening is this Wednesday at the Warsaw Center Mall. You find shopping's fun, shopping's fun again. Tomorrow is the very last day for the summer sizzling sidewalk sale at Newmarket North Mall. It's the biggest sidewalk sale we've ever had. We've got to move out all of our summer merchandise to make way for the new fall fashions arriving every day at Newmarket North Mall. Tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., our hallways will be filled with the quality, selection, and savings you deserve. Tomorrow, Monday, the last day for the summer sizzling sidewalk sale, only at Newmarket North Mall.
Sorry, I had to clean up a mess.
Center's biggest promotion ever, the frequent shopper program. Together with
Let's see. Down here.
And QR7.
Okay, Meyer, are you still there?
Giveaways daily. Weekly prize
Yes,
draws.
I'm here.
This is the Galactus I was talking about the other day with you. I don't remember how we were talking about it. This is the one based on the 1990s cartoon.
I've
So
never
he's
seen it. How tall is that?
okay. Here's a Funko Pop for relative
reference.
scale.
Oh wow,
And here's
okay.
an
No, I've never seen it.
there's
That's a nice size figure. That's neat.
here's the Hulk model kit. That's this
Yeah.
Polar Lights. It's bigger than the Aurora version. They upscaled it, so that gives you a sense of scale of how big he is. He's pretty big. I'd say he's like the length of your forearm.
Oh, maybe a foot tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't built that. I have that Polar Lights Hulk model, that new one. I just haven't built it yet. The
Well,
original
that's my
one,
crummy paint job on him.
the Aurora one
This
that I had as a kid, I built it and painted it, and for years I played with it like it was an action figure. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
played with it off the stand, and I like imagined
Right.
it in my mind. That he was having adventures and stuff. How you would have him fight other figures.
It's weird how they draw him with chest hair on the box. This was something Charlton 66, if he's still watching, sent me as a present. I think
Ooh,
a
that's
birthday
nice.
present. I have it displayed on top of the stereo.
Frankenstein panel wax.
This was painted by a homeless gentleman that painted comic book covers. That was what he did to make money. So,
Is that the same guy that you bought the slab Frankenstein comic from?
yeah, he lived in his car, and his car is filled with stuff like this. That was my favorite of his cover recreations. He did other things. Some of them weren't. Some of them were better than others. I mean, he was, not going to insult him. Anyway, bunch of. I'm thinking of moving him upstairs and
Oh wow,
getting him ready for prime time.
Ray Dean.
I need to have a better arrangement. This I found at a estate sale. There apparently was a drink called Golden Age Beverages, and this was just something they had in their shed. They had tools on, but it was originally in some store. Drink Golden Age Beverages, and I just have model kits and board games on it.
That's great.
And see, to me, the Aurora Allosaurus model is what the Toy Story character was based on. I actually haven't. I meant to put this other one I've got from Toy Story up there next to him. Oh, it's right in here. Yeah, I should be doing. I'll have a little bit of time. I'm going to have this house whipped up into shape by the end of the summer, and um, and then the exterior of the house is going to look pretty cool. This is. Let's see. You gotta tell me that's the Toy Story guy is based on my beloved Allosaurus from.
Yeah,
It's the
definitely.
same basic thing. I mean, I'm gonna put him up here.
This this Mark's prehistoric play set that you have. Remember in the
Yeah,
70s, remember how the packaging was in the 70s, and this was an inexpensive toy that could be found at all different types of department stores or five and dimes. Not even have to go to a toy store to buy this. But one year for Christmas, that prehistoric playset in the boxed one, probably about 1973 or 74, was a
yeah,
gift from my Aunt Millie and my Uncle Clarence. And it was the same year that I got the Planet of the Apes treehouse. And so I can remember when I opened it, I was super stoked and excited about it because it's so cool. But my Aunt Millie was like, I could tell how she reacted. Oh, there it is. She was like, "Oh, well. I hope you like it. It's not a big deal." It's like she was like apologizing for it, and I was like, "No, you have no idea how much I love this." She was just thinking like, "This is a little nothing made of plastic. We didn't get you something nice." And I was like, "Oh
well,
shit,
that's
I
because something from the
this.
Sears catalog. This is the. Oh, why is it so?
I loved it.
I don't know why it
I
was
played
so
with it.
heavy. It still has a bunch of stuff in it that I haven't taken out. Sometimes my mother-in-law, when we were packing, she would put things in boxes, and then I'd discover, oh, I thought that was lost, but she put it. Here's the little booklet
Yeah,
that came with it.
it's great, and it describes what all the dinosaurs are and how long they are and everything on there. But they also had it like also the it had their names and how long they were on the dinosaurs themselves.
Yeah,
I was a kid with a real active imagination, and so not all my cousins also had that same active imagination. So in my family, a kid of 9 or 10 was already aging out of toys. So it was you know what I mean? So she's like kind of surprised that I would be happy about these little chunks of plastic instead of
yeah,
wanting like some boots or a saddle or some working gloves or a cowboy hat or something. I don't know what
right.
my other cousins were getting like non-toys for Christmas. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah,
it's a different time. Yeah. So I was like looked at as, I was kind of childish because I still played with toys. You remember those
yeah.
days?
See, this is the time period when Spider-Man comics were cool, when the world looked like that.
Oh yeah.
And I just picture pinball machines like this were at Pacific Ocean Park, machines from 1966, around that time period. I need
Yeah.
to move the Hugo box here. So this is going to be an arcade at some point in the future. Maybe it already is, but I just got to clean and organize. It's a never-ending thing. I think there was some can that went under his chin that maybe sprayed like silly string or something, and he would
Wow.
scream, and then the stuff would shoot out from his mouth. Is that correct? You guys know
I've
how this
never
works?
seen it. That's cool though. I haven't seen one of those.
This should be Trump's running mate. This right here. Tonight at the NRA convention, he said, I found my running mate. It's right here in my hand. This will be the vice president. If anything happens to me, this is your new president. Okay, whatever.
I think it should be some sort of like sonic surgical tool. You know how they have those surgical tools now, like with it shines a light in your mouth and it makes your filling turn hard or something. Wouldn't it be? It would be much more whimsical and fun if the medical field would incorporate stuff like that into their instruments. That would be like
Yeah,
if that was an ultrasound. Wouldn't that be cool if that's what the ultrasound wand looked like? You know?
yeah.
You rub some demon's head up against some woman's pregnant belly, that would be good.
Which side looks better, that one or this one?
Oh. Go back to this is like an
It's like the
optometrist appointment.
optometrist. Which one looks
Yeah.
better, this one or this one? I'm gonna go with this. Oh, here's a give a show. This is the Hair Bear Bunch.
Oh man,
Put that
that
over
was a
here.
good show.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. I had this. This was a cool toy, and for some reason the toy has disappeared, but I still have the box. It's usually the opposite way.
Yeah.
High hopping flume dorm. It's a space pet. I still have the pump, Tomy air pump.
Oh wow.
I just all I need is the toy. I think one time I looked up on eBay. I just need the toy, man. I don't need the box. So I'm the guy that has the box, but not the toy. Here's the instruction sheet. I even have that. Some reason someone got rid of it. It wouldn't have been me, but it's disappeared. It's in the Phantom Zone with that All-Star 58 that I never find. Um, um, oh, here's one of these. This is good because this is a book, for books, but what I'm going to use it for is for comical effect on top of the pinball machine that's in the worst condition here. This machine is just a machine for parts, but I moved it in here. I'm going to put this up here on the top, and I'm going to put this propped up against it. New game. It's like this is the new game at the arcade. That's complete destroyed wreck, but it's all right. Okay. So if there's ever a tornado, we come down to the basement, but there's nowhere to sit except at the table there. So I need to probably have like a little couch here or something, or put a bed in one of these two bedrooms here. And then the waitress last night said if there's ever a tornado, she'd rather be up on the top floor instead of having the whole house collapse, have someone dig her body out. She'd rather just fly up. Uh, but she grew up. Her dad was a storm chaser, so whenever there's a tornado, they jumped in the truck to follow it. So she doesn't really have any fear of that kind of thing.
You need one of those hamster balls, except a human size, the giant hamster ball, and then you'd be safe. You just get inside that giant hamster ball, and it doesn't even matter where in the house. You could fly through the air. You're going to land you can't get out from underneath or you can't
I'm
get under the couch, but
I'm
you'd be
looking
okay.
through these files to see if I know I have a file of my mom's artwork, and then that's where I'd be able to show.
Oh, Tilly the Toiler.
Yeah, it's in here somewhere. I'm not going to find it right now. There's no real air conditioning here in this basement. I have a dehumidifier that I have to empty a couple times a day. Uh, but there's an air conditioner in that window there, but it's there's no point even turning it on. You can tell it's no. But I need to buy a window unit, and that would take care of this basement floor. Um, oh, here's a drawing that some students did of John Carter and Deja Thoris after we read A Princess of Mars. There's a Thark. That's original artwork.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Oh boy. There's Witch. Okay. Boy.
Do you have what is it called? The Mummy's Voice or something? Do you have that game?
Voice of the Mummy. Yeah, I have that.
Does it work? Does the record
and
inside still play?
the record, yeah, my friend got that working where we were able, but I don't know. I don't know if it's still. He got it working precariously. It's There's a bunch of books they used to have in like school libraries. The Mummy. Someone's asking me a question. What's the Frankenstein monster on the top shelf? Gee. Why don't you look around and see what you're talking about? Do you know what he's talking about? Here's the other books: Mad Scientist, King Kong.
You have them all.
It's the wrong King Kong though on the cover. It Came from Outer Space, Deadly Mantis. These are 1970s things. Um, okay, Frankenstein. Oh, I see what he's talking about. It's I think this had cookies in it or something. I got
Oh,
that
that's
like at
cool.
I guess that sound coming from Kevin. Let me turn
Yeah,
this.
I came back on.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to show you this poster real quick.
Oh yeah, sure.
I sent it to your Instagram too.
Oh, cool.
There it is.
That's the Topstone catalog page. It was the D line. Had the devil, the skull, the witch. There's the werewolf I just got. There's the creep beat I just got, and there's the mummy.
Oh yes.
That one's probably going to be hard to find.
Which one? The girl vampire?
Yeah.
What I
I think
have, what
that
what
was.
is the one I have? It's not that one, is it? Or is it some fantasy version of it?
I can't remember. Let's see the one that you have.
Yeah, let me walk upstairs. I think it's weird because it doesn't have eye holes, so I don't think it was really meant to be a mask. I think it was meant to recreate, because there's various different drawings of that same mask. So I know mine is not from the 60s. It's a reproduction. But
These they probably made from the 60s all the way up to, I don't know, maybe the 80s.
yeah. Oh wait, he said it had a purple coat on where the pinball machines were. maybe that was a different. Oh, that's a Frankenstein from like Walgreens. It's not old. It's something they had at Halloween a few years ago. Um, I think it makes some noise, or it used to. Yeah, it's. Let me get myself full screen. This
Oh yeah,
mask.
that's cool.
She's sitting on a Barbie
Yeah, that's
thing.
really cool.
So
Is that a fly next to it? What is that?
this one or this?
No, I know the creature, but is that a what is that to the right?
It's just I don't know what it is. Some kind of goofy thing.
Oh, those teeth on the ground.
Those are teeth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mask used to be in better shape. I had it on a. None of these are on. What do you call it?
Styrofoam.
Styrofoam anymore. But she never was. But you see, she has actual pupils, so it was
Yeah,
never meant to be a mask. It's just more for
yeah, that's a really
display.
good. That's a good recreation. It looks just like the drawing.
Yeah, so I love that. You know, that's to me. I saw her drawings of that mask in every monster magazine when I was a kid, and of course that has a secondary audience, not just the monster people, but the goth punk rock people. With punk rock girls, goth girls would love to have that in their
Where did you find
she
that?
cave. Or oh wow, you know something? I just have no idea. You know what? That's probably something I got off eBay when I went nuts on eBay. Uh, in a period of Great Depression, when my father passed away, and I inherited pretty sizable chunk of money, which is why I have pinball machines. It's not like I'm rich. I had a little bit of money for a short while and got rid of it into collectibles, mainly so that no one could suck the money from me. Not that anyone would do that, but I'm pretty sure I must have gotten it during that time period because I have no recollection of buying it. So it must just come to me in a box from eBay, and I put it up and have enjoyed it since. But I have no real memory of its origin. So that means it had no origin except for the postman delivering it.
I wonder if it has any markings on the inside, an autograph or something.
No, I'm almost positive it doesn't. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I need to unplug this guy. Do you? Yes, you're going to get 2 new subscribers over the next year. You're going to have great success. And then 3 people will unsubscribe. Okay. I should just do an episode where I just talk in entire sentences and all I say is Donald Trump. Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, and just show some comics and just keep repeating the name Donald Trump for 2 hours. Wonder if anyone's ever done that before. That would be interesting because people have to watch all 2 hours to see is he gonna go, what's gonna happen. Let's see what people are saying. Oh, why am I hogging the camera? What are people saying here? Oh, talking about Sonic breakfast burritos. How dare you? John Gora says, "Oh yeah, it does sound like when they're singing that they're saying goddamn, goddamn shopping." It did sound like that, but I think they're saying North Shore. Or I don't know what they're singing. Something else. I miss the old Gratitude radio station. That was oh that you meant the Gratu radio station. Yeah, I was just thinking about that today when I used to have myself being the DJ on a radio station. Yeah, that's
Reading comics at
get
night.
back to it. Yeah, Gratu radio station. Sorry, using voice text. Yes. I don't understand how you can age out of this kind of stuff. If you liked it as a kid, why wouldn't you like it as an adult? Yes, I completely agree. Tempest from Mars. Agreed, Tempest. What's the Frankenstein monster? Yeah, it's just a cheap ass thing. It had a purple cut. Yeah. Pinball. No, it's not that one either. Never mind though. But thanks for looking. Yeah, trust me, it's nothing amazing. It looks kind of cool, but Oh, model kits. We got to see that.
Like little pendems, like Iron Man. I didn't do that much real drawing.
I aged out of this stuff for the almost the entire middle portion of my life. Like, even though I still would buy comics from now here and there, and maybe buy an action figure or toy or something, like walking through like Big Lots or something like that, you know, in the late '80s. But I just stopped collecting and I lost interest because my adult life became all encompassing.
Well, also the comic books coming out during your adult life were pretty terrible and didn't
Yeah, yeah.
anywhere compete to the stuff coming out in the '60s. Quite Enough Sayer is saying, "Did you know about the Hotel Orloff on Hydra Island?" Yeah, if you look up Hotel Orloff, there is a Hotel Orloff like in Italy or something.
I didn't
That's
know that.
probably
It's on
quite
Hydra Island in
chagrined
Greece. That's probably
that I've
Greece.
overwhelmed internet searches for Hotel Orloff.
Yeah, maybe
Uh,
that's in Greece, Hydra Island. All
Greece,
right.
it is Greece, yeah. Uh, yeah, Hydra. I didn't realize it was Hydra Island. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Yeah, there is an actual real Hotel Orloff. No, I didn't know about it. It was just because this house is large, and because I originally was thinking of buying a hotel in Virginia, a building that had been a hotel, you know, that had been there since before the Civil War in rural Retreat, Virginia. That I just kind of thought, well, I'll make this into a hotel, but you know, I don't know. Every so often, some say, you know, I've got you figured out. You're not really a hotel. What are your rates? Are you think you're really a hotel? You know, it's like the guy that figures out that wrestling isn't real. I figured it out. You guys are really friends. You just pretend to be. Okay, congratulations, Sherlock. Uh, Not to
I
be
gotta clean up
insulting
this
to our
mess
viewers.
today.
Oh, what now?
I gotta clean up this mess today.
Could you show us what garbage, wonderful stuff's coming out Wednesday and Tuesday from DC and Marvel and the Independent? Or have you already
I
done
didn't get
your?
them. I didn't
Oh,
get
you have.
them yet. All I got was DC, and there's nothing coming out.
Oh,
I
nothing.
nothing good. That was the only thing. This and the first night I heard is really good.
Oh, you put that in my pile because I got the first few,
Yeah,
huh? Good. Okay,
yeah. Now
thank you.
you have. I think it's only a 3-part series. Takes place in 39.
Okay,
Um,
so they're really meaning to sell it as a graphic novel eventually. But they're not going to keep going with it.
the
Figures.
size is really cool to read because the pictures and the words are a lot bigger. You don't even need reading glasses sometimes.
Yeah, why not just keep going with it? What?
But the
But
bad part is I've already had. You have to buy all new bags and boards. They don't. The book doesn't fit in here.
oh, okay. Oh, shoot. It's like a magazine.
Yeah, it doesn't fit in the rack. It doesn't fit anywhere.
What about in a magazine box? It's smaller than a magazine, right?
Yeah, but who has magazine boxes laying around?
Me, because half my collection's magazines, because that's
Well,
always been a love of mine.
yeah, I have
But
magazine boxes, but not everybody does.
yeah, well, that's because
Comic
there's
book
something.
collectors, comic book collectors, they don't like magazines. They don't consider
I
them
know.
comic.
I know. I
Yeah.
try to convince Night Tiger. He says that's a rabbit hole I don't want to go down. But I said the Marvel magazines of the '70s were so great, and it's all the same characters that you get in the color comics, and Mad and the Warren magazines and Monster magazines. Why don't you want magazines? But he wants, Golden Age comics.
Even if
But it
there's like a
seems,
first appearance, they don't consider it a first appearance. They go, well, that's the first appearance in a magazine, but it's not the first appearance in a comic.
yeah, that's what happened with what's his face, Boba Fett. First appearance of Boba Fett was not in a color comic. Well, it was in a magazine. That magazine came out a few days before The Empire Strikes Back came out. The Marvel magazine, and it wasn't for many months after that before it got to that point in the serialization and the ongoing color comic. Um,
This is like a more
that customer has been in there a while. I don't blame him. I'd be in if I lived there, I'd be there for hours every Saturday. Well, this is everybody's hold stuff.
I'm
What
gonna
is that
probably need
Elvira thing down there?
this. That's a pinball, Stern pinball box.
I think you've told me about it before, but I guess I don't remember. Is it a
Yeah,
little
you get it.
miniature pinball machine?
No, you get all this stuff. You get a patch, a pin, action
Oh,
figure, shirt, and a beanie.
oh, it's promotional for the like a new Elvira machine.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. But but that stuff's not for sale. That's your own collection, I think.
that they still sell that at Stern, $50, I
Oh,
think.
okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I
everything's
remember
for sale.
I used to go to the pinball convention every year in Dallas, and Stern would always be there, and they would have been selling that at the convention. I just,
Hey, look at what that rubber snake did to my chair. He like ate the leather off of it.
what?
Those old rubber Vicks rubber snakes. I had it sitting on this chair for a while, and it like started this
Oh,
leather, this fake leather is like all soft now from it.
what is it? Acid in that?
I don't know. It like bubbled up this leather. Weird.
Yeah, I would say be really careful with that snake. Have it hanging from
Yeah,
something from your ceiling, but don't let it touch anything. That's
they're just.
wild.
I know I have them up here, just touching each other.
Yeah, yeah, that's weird. The chemicals in that must degrade to something horrible. Uh, Missing Mars is asking if you have a delivery date for his latest grab bag.
I'm still working on it. It's harder than
How,
I thought. It's
maybe
been.
we can help. What? How much have you? How much? How many more dollars do you have to find to finish
I
his
haven't.
bag?
I haven't found anything yet.
And is it a $50 bag?
55. Yeah.
55. Wow. And he likes classic stories.
He wants old stuff, so I'm gonna find some
Yeah.
really old stuff.
And you exhausted your Marvel Tales and Marvel's Greatest Comics before on
I don't.
him, right?
I don't want to keep giving him the same stuff. Like I don't want to go and give him just a bunch of kind of stuff that I've already given him.
But if they're different stories, I mean,
Well,
did
there'll
he?
be
If you?
different. There'll be different issues, but I'm sure he's sick of adventure comics by now.
Oh, how could anyone be sick of it? Are you giving him '60s adventure comics?
Well, I was giving him the oldest ones I had, but
Well,
I
maybe
can
he
look.
can
I can
tell
start
us.
looking. We can start looking.
I mean, 50. Oh, 50 plus $5 for shipping. What about
What should I look
Lisa?
for? What's a good title?
Ooh, help me. Who's still watching? Let me see who's still here. Meyer's still here. Okay, so do you understand what we're doing here, Meyer? You're still there. You
Yeah,
might be eating.
but I'm eating an egg roll.
All right, cool. Not sick of any of them. Keep them coming. Okay, he likes what you've been sending him. It's just what you need to do. I didn't realize he was going to keep doing this. So you've got to write down, like, if, like, say you sent him Adventure Comics number, blah, blah, blah. You got to write down the ones he sends so you don't duplicate it. But I think as long as you don't duplicate issue numbers, he'd probably be,
I have the box with
because
the.
how
I don't
could
think I
anyone?
have. I don't think I really have duplicates of much stuff.
Oh yeah, I know. But if more stuff came in,
No.
um, well, I don't know. Okay, so what's your oldest adventure comics that you got? We probably already looked. Oh yeah, that's a great one. I mean, that's about 1968. Um, I don't know what is the price on that.
$5.
Well, that's a good price, but you give a quantity discount. Oh, look, is that probably Ramona Freighton art possibly there? Well, yeah, it looks like he's knocking his head completely off there. Well, you're into the 70s here. It's not as appealing
Yeah,
to me.
I guess
I don't
that's
know.
my.
He made this.
I guess I'll
That's
take that since that's my oldest one and my last oldest
yeah.
one.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that would be a highlight. Jumbo says, look for Marvel Collector's Item Classics comics or Marvel Tales, the early ones of those. Yes, because he's exactly right. That's the most fun. You get thick books that reprint early, not just Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, but you get Doctor Strange stories and Iron. Yeah, those are so much fun. But I'm pretty sure we might have already plundered those because this might be the sixth or seventh time Missing Mars has just said, "Here's money, just give me whatever is cool." And several times we've put the box together here live. Uh, um, but usually he wasn't watching at the time. That makes me a little nervous. Usually, or he might have been, but we didn't know. But here he can at least ixnay something if it's
The
totally
video.
something.
You saw something you wanted?
I saw. I haven't seen the most recent one, but I saw the one before it.
You can show me what you
Yeah,
want.
yeah, I'm gonna look it up.
All right, what else you guys want to look?
Well, Jambo suggesting
I
Marvel's
went over
collectors.
there. There wasn't any Marvel collectors.
Okay, Marvel collectors item classics changed into Marvel's greatest comics. It was the same comic, but it changed titles.
Yeah, I was just over in the Marvel section. There was nothing.
That's four.
Okay.
Oh, these.
Well,
Yeah, it was in this one. Yeah.
some of the Charlton War stuff might be fun.
Nothing really old in there anymore.
Well, he's saying that those are great. 70s are fine too. Okay, so he doesn't mind. He's not like a 60s snob. Battlefield. Oh, he's like excited about Battlefield there. Those Battlefield comics could be, some of those are 80s, but they're still cool. Yeah. He's saying Charlton good stuff. He's talking like Cookie Monster. Charlton good stuff.
These
Uh
are 50 centers, though.
they're how much?
Those were 50 centers.
What? Oh, okay. Not your price, the original price. I was thinking, what?
There's the 35
Um,
center Army.
these covers are funny. Well, you'll have to maybe I don't know, pick out some you like. They're Missing Mars. These are all fun. I always like that title, Attack. It's such a funny title.
And now you got me curious what you meant. No, because I don't know where they're at.
Oh, he's saying Fighting Army. He's all excited about Fighting Army. They also fight Marines.
Any covers for what?
Mary Jane.
Early Marvel team ups are some of the
Title maybe?
What If are great. Yeah, that's true. Missing Mars says older the better.
In here?
Yeah,
Right
those.
here, somewhere.
Yeah, see, I would prefer 12-cent Charltons, 15-cent, 20-cent, 25-cent. And I get snobbish when you get up to the 35-cent, 50-cent era, but they're still good. I just me
I know.
preferring my youth, and Sergeant Fury's going to be fun because a lot of those are reprints of the 60s ones. And
No.
ooh, that's like 1976 DC.
There's an X-Men. Crayola. You don't collect Crayola?
No, well, I gotta really like it.
That looked good. How much was that Fighting Army there?
$4.
What's the
25.
price? What's the original price on it? What 20? Oh, that's like 1975. That might be a good one for him.
Oh.
For somewhere close to the back or something like that.
Yeah, that would normally be something I'd say pull for me, but we're not pulling for me right now. Tempest from Mars says, does Gotham City Comics ship to the UK?
I
You
think
ever
it's
done that?
expensive. The last time I tried that, it cost more than it was worth, I think.
Well, if he's willing to pay the shipment, do you think you would do it? Or
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it's going to be expensive, but he's, if you're willing to do it, I'm sure he would. And he packs really well. So cool to see these, says Missing Mars. Yeah, I don't know. It's spoiling the surprise though. It's like you're watching your parents at the toy store buying your Christmas presents. I don't know if it's right or not. I feel weird about it. Any of the giant size books are great. Yeah, the 70s giant size any kind of giant size. 80-page giants, 100-page giants from DC. Yeah, because you want to get maximum reading for your buck. That's cool. Got a lot of devil stuff on today's episode.
Got 2 of those UFO covers.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's up to him.
Hey, I just thought of a funny story. When you mentioned the devil thing
I
again
got
that I
2 of
thought
those
of,
too.
and there's another devil. So that woman that I dated for a while that had a problem with the devils in my apartment, she
Uh,
was a kindergarten teacher for a long, long time. Like she still is. Anyway, she's our age, probably ready, getting close. Anyway, she's a kindergarten teacher, and for a couple of years, it's interesting. You were talking about the OCD thing. For a couple of years, she taught her class in a dinosaur costume, Gratu,
oh wow.
every single day, every day. And she adopted it as her thing. And she was telling me, and she showed me pictures, and she was telling me about how it became like a part of her entire teaching experience. And it was like her idea was to do it forever, but then there were complaints or something, and the principal told her that she had to stop. But she
Oh,
was going to work every day dressed up like Barney or something. Yeah,
oh,
it
that's
actually looked
strange.
like a Barney costume. It was kind of disturbing.
Okay, that's a great one. I would
Oh, that's
definitely
awesome.
that one. That's reprints of Silver Age stuff. It's got an Ernie Chan cover. That's a giant, a bigger sized issue. I would say get that one. Also, if
It's a
you
little
went back a
beat.
little, okay. Let's see
Looks
the
like
condition.
So you guys don't have to really like
looks a little beat.
Well, we need to go to Disneyland.
Let's take a look.
Needs a,
Oh
needs a
yeah,
press.
Kids like
Needs a
that.
press.
You know?
yeah. Well, I'll let him. Ooh, yeah, that is a little.
But
The
But
cover
the
needs a press.
stories.
we've got Fanex in
There's an
September.
old Wonder Woman story in there from the looks 60s. That's a Hostess ad there. I remember getting this as a kid at
This
the
is a fun
7-Eleven.
looking. I've
This
never
is a
seen
good
it.
one.
This looks cool.
Yeah, 4-star spectacular, I think is what it's called. It's good.
Half of her life.
And a little bit back in the box you're just looking at, mid 70s, mid to late 70s, Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes during the disco looking period is a lot of fun. Uh, he just says condition doesn't matter, just be fair on the pricing. Yeah, I mean, this is a fun book to read. Yeah, I wish the cover was a little nicer, but yeah, there are people that will press a book. I don't know how to do it, but you could probably make it look good.
Got a piece out of the back too.
Ooh, yeah, someone got hungry.
Look,
Oh shoot, nice.
it wasn't me. It was somebody else.
I know it wasn't you.
That looks like
Vibration Gates is great
that's probably
books.
the piece though. Oh no, it's not even the piece. That's another piece. See where that came from.
It could be from an entirely different comic. Maybe they used the bag on was on another book. I don't know. It's just great to have a crypto story.
I'll let him choose if he wants that or not.
Okay.
I
I
can't
think
read the
I
chat.
think he says that as long as you're fair on the pricing, he doesn't mind. You know, because he wants to read the stuff. I think.
Like I could see the office. People
Yeah, it looked like a good read.
they're in the artwork.
Oh, definitely. That's going to provide an afternoon of really, really fun reading. Library 88 says, dang, Tate Pole, still a great readable book. Love crypto. The Super Friends books have Ramona Fraden art. I've been meaning to pull a few of those for myself, but I don't remember which ones I have.
I love those. I wish I
But I
had more.
recommend, I mean, it's going to be, it's the Justice League, but, you know, dumbed down a little bit, but the artwork's great.
Yeah, it's fun.
You're gonna have a just as
You know what
many
I
haters.
also liked? Remember it was called The New Adventures of Superboy. Do you remember that? It came out late 70s.
Was it based on the TV series?
No, it wasn't based on the TV series. It was drawn by like Kurt Swan or something at the beginning, or maybe
Yeah,
Frank Springer or something. I can't remember who drew that, but it was
I,
good.
I think he just
It
showed
was
some of
Jim
those.
Mooney. Jim Mooney, the guy that used to draw the Supergirl back
I
up.
just
I think it was Jim Mooney.
Missing Mars says
Anyway,
Tate
it was a good
Pole
comic.
don't. Yeah, he's saying Tate Pole don't care. I want to smell, look, ads, or he wants the story experience. He wants to see the ads. He wants to smell the old comic and the look of it. So he's not buying these as an investment.
Great
Holy
comic.
moly, says Library 88. You got a great run of Super Friends there. Yeah, you don't normally see that many in one place. But if you
No.
would go back to that Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes box, you had some ones that might have been good. I think the same
Okay.
box you got that out of.
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta get
Oh,
something
yeah,
real
yeah.
quick.
Sure.
This, what was it, Superboy? You wanted me to go back to?
Yeah.
Maybe take
But
over for a little bit. I gotta plug this phone in. I'm at 5%. I just noticed.
okay. They're saying here that Trump's going to start talking at 4:15 p.m. Eastern time.
I already got it.
And right now it is,
You think it'd be cool if Tommy
let's see what
Paul
time
shot
it is. It's 3:28. So he should be coming on any minute here.
them?
Yeah.
Sign on the box.
Oh, his?
What is going on?
See if there's a Duke 4 over there for him. Yeah. I got Duke 2, but I need to find a 4.
Okay, my show I filmed this morning is at 24% upload. It's taken a long time. So apparently, if I film something in cinematic view, it's going to take up a lot of memory and it's going to take a long time to get put up on YouTube. But it should look spectacular when it's put up. We'll find out. Um, yeah, those Super Friends books are interesting. They didn't used to be. When those were coming out, you just figured, oh, that's for kids. It's based on the TV cartoon. But I should have realized the artwork is really great in these. Yeah, that is what stops me from buying. Jim Jar says, yeah, that is what stops me from buying from Kevin at Gotham City, as I am a Brit as well, and postage too much. And if it does not get here as in a different country, and if it does not get here as in a different country, not fair on Kevin. Yeah.
You know,
Um,
I was just thinking, you know what might be a cool thing that Kevin might look for is that there might be Cheetah Club stuff out there, like ashtrays or matchbooks or posters for the Cheetah Club, which would be interesting because that's, you know, the
well,
Avalon or the is the Aragon Ballroom. The Aragon Ballroom became the
yeah,
Cheetah Club.
right.
So there might be Cheetah Club merch still available out there somewhere on eBay, but it might be very expensive if it has certain bands on the posters and such, right?
I would think there would be posters out there that would be incredibly expensive, but because like bands like the Doors played there, but I would a psychedelic hippie club have sell well, maybe ashtrays would make sense, but
Yeah, they would have
that,
ashtrays and matchbooks.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay,
They
but
had a logo. They
I
had a logo that they used. It was a very interesting logo, right? Oh, you got another thumbs
yeah.
down. Uh,
Did I
it
get a
was,
thumbs down?
yeah. I mean, the
Right
logo
next.
makes the place look like a strip club, right? If you look at the logo, looks very seedy.
So by that point, it was a real seedy place,
Yes, it was.
right? So I imagine there's a lot of Aragon Ballroom merchandise. I didn't even think about looking that up.
Yeah, there's
Um,
probably 20 years of Lawrence Welk stuff, I imagine. Maybe
yeah,
a lot of print. There might be a lot of print,
but
you know?
Lawrence Welk only broadcast from there until about 1955, just the first half of the 50s, and then he had his own studio. And then
Yeah.
I think occasionally he would broadcast from there, but and I think maybe he might have performed there, but his show was actually shot in a studio where they could control the sound and everything, I guess, from that point on. Um, and they say you can see the inside of the Aragon Ballroom really well in The Young Man with the Horn, the movie. They filmed it there, so like in the 40s,
Oh,
or whenever that movie was made.
I haven't seen that movie.
There's a clip on YouTube with just all the scenes from there all put
Yeah.
together,
Is it about Benny
just for
Goodman
people
or
that want to
something?
see that but not the whole movie. But
Is
I'd
it
like to
about
see
Benny?
the whole movie.
Is it about Benny Goodman,
I don't
the young
know.
man with the horn? I mean, I'm just guessing. You know,
uh
I think in the heyday during the war, I think all those huge big bands like Benny Goodman played at the Aragon Ballroom as well as like all those other big bands.
let me see here. 1950 musical drama. Kirk Douglas, Lauren Bacall, Doris Day, Hoagie Carmichael, and Juano Hernandez. Based on the 1938 novel of the same name by Dorothy Baker, inspired by the life of jazz cornetist Bix Beiderbecke.
Okay.
It's uh, it's a Kirk Douglas, Lauren Bacall, Doris Day movie.
What a cast. Great cast.
Yeah, yeah. It's just the one I haven't seen. Man. Uh, oh man. So I'm at 26%. I'm still trying to. Let me make sure I'm on the right Wi-Fi setting. Maybe I could get through it quicker if I went up and hung out by the main router. But they're going to, let me see here. Let's see. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I was the suit, the Legion of Superhero stuff from the early to mid 70s to the late 70s. I think it had a very different feel from the 60s Legion of Superheroes, but I liked it. It was just was
I like it too.
real. It
It's
was
what I
just
went through.
so glam rock. I don't want to call
Mike
it
Grill,
disco.
Mike Grill. That was the first Legion of Superheroes I read. Was
Yeah,
the Mike Grill version?
yeah, the mic with the flaring out bell bottoms and all the
Psychedelic
holes
cover
down the
colors,
side of the pants.
miniskirts.
Everybody was, and I swear to God, they talk about the origins of the Marvel character Wolverine. I remember a character in the Legion of Superheroes DC comic that looked just like Wolverine. It just looked like they imitated that. I think was he called Timberwolf? I don't remember. Man, I
Yeah, here he is. Look, he looks just like it. Look,
okay, you got it. Let's see what you. So, yeah, you can't. It's like what's the first appearance of Wolverine? How about that comic right there?
yeah.
Yeah, he's on the cover of
They
Showcase.
even put him
That's
on the spine
hilarious.
too. Look,
Come on, that's the first appearance. Don't argue about 180 or 181 of the Incredible Hulk. What's the issue number of that? And
Oh,
it's
this is
probably what, a year before Wolverine magically appeared at Marvel.
oh, before that, I
It's
think.
probably from about 1973 or what,
Yeah, that's what
72.
I'm looking at. I'm
And
looking to
then
see if I can find it right now.
Wolverine pops up in 74 in Marvel Comics. I think 74 is about the time. That's
It looks
great.
like it's September of 73 is Timberwolf.
Okay. That's funny. Yeah, 100% Wolverine. It looks more like Wolverine than Wolverine does.
Page 28. It's even drawn by Dave Cockrum.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said? It's even drawn by Dave Cockrum, the guy that
Yeah.
would draw Wolverine.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense then. So, okay. Well,
And at the same time, they're really throwing in this Jim Starlin influence stuff that they were trying to kind of copy from what Marvel
yeah.
was doing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a great time period.
Yeah, it was a great time period. Look at this panel. It looks like a Wolverine panel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Great time period, great stories in here. Great art.
Yeah. Missing Mars says, sometimes I don't even read the comic, just flip the pages, appreciate the art ads. It's like I'm time traveling. Yeah, it is a good way to time travel completely. But there's a lot of ways to do that. Comics are a great way. One way to time travel is to not just watch old movies. Because if you watch old Hollywood movies, they're filmed on a studio set. Um, for the most part, most of them are. It doesn't really look like the way the world looked back then. The trick is to watch movies that were filmed with no budget, exploitation movies, monster movies, nudist camp movies, just some whatever movies that they couldn't afford to film on a studio set. They just went out on the street and filmed, and then you see how the world really looked back then, and that's when you can really time travel in an old biker movie or it, and sometimes the big Hollywood movies. Let's see what you got there. Um, oh, my wife's on her lunch break.
This is really old and really dusty. I need to clean it up and pack it. But this is a promo model of a Bell Jet Ranger. This is the helicopter that my dad used to fly and used to sell
Oh,
for Bell helicopters. But this isn't like a model kit. This is built by the design department. You see, there's no seams or anything.
okay. So that's oh shoot, what happened to him? Oh, he's coming back. What is going
But
on?
I've had this since I was I don't know, like 5 or 6. It was in my dad's stuff, and so my mom just
That's
let me
cool.
have it. I used to run around the house with it, flying like that.
That is
And
a
this was,
precious thing.
the same helicopter that my dad was flying when he crashed and was killed. So it's kind of a weird thing, right? She would
Okay.
let me grow up with a model of the exact helicopter that he had crashed in like 2 years prior.
Look at Charlton 66. Bix Bider, I wish I knew how to pronounce that. Bider Becky was an outstanding cornet player. His
Oh,
band, the Wolverines, played through the 1920s. Look how all these weird things tie together in the shows. Like we're talking about Wolverine, and then it turns out Young Man with a Horn has ties with Wolverine. John
Wolverines.
Goris says, looks like the Dawn of the Dead helicopter. Is it the same model helicopter they used in
Yeah, I
that
think
movie?
that in the Dawn of the Dead, it might have been a gold one. I can't remember.
The same model.
No, yeah, the same. It's a Bell Jet Ranger. It's a very
My
popular
wife's
helicopter.
asking if you ever learned to fly choppers.
No, no, I didn't
Yeah,
fly them. I just flew in them and used to rappel out of them a lot for my.
yeah.
I
My
was in a
brother Mike,
helicopter. I flew in
Cleo's
helicopters for my job in the Army, but I didn't pilot them.
Cleo's met my brother Mike. He flew helicopters in the Army and for the Coast Guard.
You know, I was just thinking probably one of the reasons my mother gave me that is she didn't expect me to take care of it. She thought that it maybe would get destroyed and get thrown away because she didn't like the helicopter. But
Oh, yeah,
kept
I can.
it.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so, um, Charlton, did you find any of those? Did you have a chance to look through any of those comics at the store you work at? Um, my wife says I only ever flew a hang glider once. I've never done anything like that, man.
I've never
Um,
flown it before.
man,
But I started
I
flying
never knew
helicopters
she
when I
did
was
that.
a baby. So I grew up in helicopters. Some of my earliest memories are of me in a helicopter flying with my dad when I'm 3 or 4 years old.
Mm. She's saying
Because
negative G's and positive G's like a roller coaster. I don't know, man. I don't even like roller coasters for the most part. There's been maybe one I liked, but it was like a little pussy roller coaster, a mini mine train at Six Flags. I don't really like. It's not fun for me to simulate being in a car accident or something. It's like some people are really exhilarated going through that. It's like but then some people it's like I got a tattoo and it feels so good that I love the pain. I've just got to tattoo my entire body. Just and then they put tattoos on top of the tattoos because they just addicted. You get addicted to weird things, I guess. So, Cleo, also known as Greta, do you know what the special is tonight at the restaurant? Just yeah, she's on her lunch break. They give lunch breaks at weird times. Let me see how this YouTube upload is going. It's still at 26%. Oh no, it went to 28%. It's going to take. It probably won't be up on YouTube until after this broadcast is over. But it should look cool. Um,
well, I think I'm going to say my farewell. It was good
that's
hanging
cool.
out. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, it's Trump's. You need to put on Trump. I may broadcast Trump here in a minute.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
take care.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Yeah, I'm probably going to move the ladder over and see how well this camera. Ooh, that might be a really good thing. Pointing this camera at the TV might be a good way to um, put some of my home movies up on the internet. So, so Cleo, do you want me to go get food from the restaurant, or do you want to just make some of those meals from Factor? I can uh, do that, or I could get their deluxe burger thing. Uh, okay, so I'm on. What's going on? There we go.
I talked about for a long time of gun control, and I think it's really interesting, and this doesn't seem conspiracy theory at all, but I will say this. I have seen where every time we've had these, these national conventions, we've had some type of focus on any, recent gun violence. And it, it so happens that, there was some activist outside that was chanting, stop gun violence, and, gun violence stops now. And I'd just like to say, I mean, the gun violence that we see on the streets of America are not by these, law-abiding registered gun owners in this country, God-fearing Americans. It's by thugs. It's by people who don't respect human life. It's by people who don't care about our laws. It's about people who are, against the principles of this country. It's people who have an alternative motive in this country. So the people protesting outside about taking away your guns is, I think they need to focus on the real problem of these guns in this country. We're going to see the. This may not be safe. I'll step off and you can see. So we're here. Because if this camera falls, it doesn't have a case on it. Maybe it shouldn't be up on a ladder. I don't think they have one. I don't know, LOL. I'm trying to rather eat their food when I'm done with work because it disrupts my schedule. I want to have one of those meals now and eat with me when I get off work at 8. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, you want me to bring some meals up? Yeah, I could do that. Let me continue our coverage of Trump. I'll go up there and I'll just put on Trump, and then I'll put it on top of the couch here, and that way there's not going to be damage to the phone. I kind of feel like the program could be starting here momentarily as we make our way into the midway point for this hour. As a reminder, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. It's rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter. Grace Saldana does an excellent job bringing you all of the stories that mean the most to you. And so we're glad that she is a part of an amazing team of writers. That's at some time, Night Tiger's going to go live. I don't think that's till later, though. Night Tiger is going to be in a cage match with Captain Strangelove, showing covers from Golden Age comics. Let's see what's going on. We brought them all up. No, we didn't. I've got more here. Simple, safe, and secure. Go check it out. You can click on it. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a recurring donation as well. rsbnetwork.com. We talk about our great sponsors that we have and great partners that we have. The Wellness Company, Free Trump Book, Birch Gold. We have some great sponsors. Blackout Coffee. But our biggest sponsor was you, the viewer. So I encourage you to go over to the website. Actually, we did bring them all up except for this one meal. Pancakes and cheddar scrambled eggs. I didn't bring one meal up. This is what we're talking about. These meals called Factor. You get them in the mail. They come shipped with ice, and then you put them in the oven for like 10 minutes, and then you can eat them. They're not frozen. They're kept in the refrigerator, so you have to eat them pretty quick after you get them. But they're really good, and it helps you lose weight. I don't know, not that it's doing that much, but election coverage. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat one of these with my wife and watch Trump, and then I'll come back and hang out with you guys if anyone's still there. Who's still watching? And really nobody. 19 people. An outlet and a platform that we could, openly express what's going on. And think about all of the conspiracy theories. So they were told at that time that they were conspiracy theories, but at the end of the day, we were right. And as a matter of fact, the Trump team had a hat that says Trump was right. Well, I think we were all right about a lot of stuff, but Rumble gave us the ability to stay focused and keep the message on point. So when we were banned from other platforms, Rumble was there. That enabled us to get on and continue to share the truth. So shout out to Rumble. If you're not
followed us on Rumble, or maybe you haven't even downloaded the Rumble app, it's easy to do. Just go download the Rumble app. You can watch us on Rumble, very much like you do all the other social media platforms. And, social media is one of those things. We saw exactly what happened after the election. Mark Zuckerberg, who we come to find out had put hundred millions of dollars into local state elections, really, in a way, funneled money into Democrat areas and helped get the vote out. And so since then, there have been some changes in allowing, money like Facebook money going into elections. And it's just, we saw how social media companies suppressed certain topics. They control the narrative, kind of like you had, 51 intelligence officers put their John Hancock on a piece of paper that said that the laptop from hell was not Russia misinformation. That it was Russia misinformation. There was no laptop from hell. And so we often saw these lies that were pushed by the media that we later found out were complete lies. We saw the weaponized government go after, I don't know, school board moms, grandmothers that went to a meeting to protest the cause of the day, rightfully protest. We saw them getting a visit from the FBI. We saw people on January 6th that simply walked in an open door and was greeted by Capitol Police, the welcoming committee, come on in. And maybe walked in, didn't touch a single thing, didn't touch a single officer, took some pictures, maybe even prayed inside the Capitol. And next thing you know, they found themselves on the other side of the door from an FBI agent asking them their involvement in January 6th. And some of those people to this day are still sitting in a jail cell outside DC. So you've got a weaponized government in cooperation with social media suppressing a lot of the information about not only the election, which we heard from day one, which I will talk about Mike Lindell here in just a second, because I remember exactly where I was at when I got the phone call from Mike Lindell saying, hey, I got some stuff about this election. We need to talk. And that's when everything started to unfold. And Doug Mastriano, I'll give him a shout out there. He's running for governor in Pennsylvania. So if you live in Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano was the horse that we got behind because he was that MAGA candidate for governor. But at the time, he was a state senator. And he's the first elected person to come out and say, wait a minute, we had too many discrepancies in Pennsylvania to certify these elections. We've got to look at these problems. Okay, we've got to look at what we have discovered. Why did more people cast a ballot than we have registered to vote? Like, why do we have all of that? And so they were the first people to really, he was the first person rather to do that. We did that in Gettysburg. We had a great, public Senate hearing for election integrity. So Doug Mastriano led that charge. And then it seems like every state had its own set of, leaders that would look at this information. But in the heart of it all, you had Mike Lindell. He was there. He was in the middle of all of that and put in, I'm going to say tens of millions of dollars, if not more, in investigating what happened on November 2020. And so that's why it's so important for outlets like Right Side and others to always talk about this topic and always, talk about the what if scenario, and that's probably outside. Like, we know that President Trump has the votes. He has the overwhelming message that makes this country great. And I think he has the votes. But it comes down to who's voting the ballots and what ballots come in. When I say what ballots come in, I mean lawful, legal ballots come in. I'm not talking about ghost ballots. I'm not talking about ballots that have no digital footprint, no trail, no paper trail. No, there's no paper, replica of that ballot. Things like that. So that's why it's important for you guys at home to let your voices be heard, as President Trump said once before. And when you see an article that's backed up by facts and it's got sources and it says exactly, backs up it verifies what they're talking about, share it. That's how you become. It's a force multiplier. That's how we take this country back. We change the narrative because we're in the situation right now because we had decades of weak Republicans that simply did nothing. They did not fight when they could fight. They allowed the radical left to push back and push back and push back and push back, and they never fought back. So now we're sitting in 2024 in a situation where they're telling us that men can give birth. They're telling us that anybody should be able to vote in an election, right? Open borders. If you're a non-resident of the U.S., non-citizen, sure you can vote in state, local, and federal elections. That's where we're at today. They're taking this Constitution and just wanting to rip it up in front of us. So it's going to take very courageous leaders. It's going to take people like yourself watching us to get out and let your voices be heard and elect the right people in office. And I always say, look at the vote. Then you can go to scorecard.com. I'm gonna get the website and put it up later. If you Google scorecard, political scorecard, you'll see the website. When you go on there, put your representative's name in the search bar, and then search how they voted. Now, Liberty Scorecard will basically put up, kind of what their score is. It's kind of like something you see in school. It's kind of A, B, C, D, E, F, right? You'll A, B, C, D, F, basically. You'll see that, and then you'll be able to see how your representative votes, because you might be really surprised that that person that does a great job of messaging online does a horrible job voting. And that's what you got to look out for. And then also find out if you're, congressperson, woman, man, did they support President Trump from day one? Or did they just recently come on because, well, they got to because they want to get your vote. When they get back in office, they're going to vote against some of these principles. So a lot to look out for. And I don't think you guys understand how powerful your voice is, and that you're the ultimate decider of who goes into office to work for you and I. I mean, it's you, the voter. And so, one of the questions that I often get is, what happens if this election is stolen again? And that's an answer I don't know how to honestly give. I mean, I think half of America that voted for President Trump, and they feel like their election was stolen again. I think half those people get very discouraged and they go away. Then I think the other half leans into this, fabric of this country, this patriotic fabric of this country, and I think they do let their voices be heard. And I don't think they do it in a violent way, but I think they're going to get angry. I think they're going to do what we saw in Brazil with Bolsonaro. I mean, their turnout was ridiculous. Their turnout made any crowd size that we've ever seen look small. They literally went out in mass numbers and made their voices be heard. And I think you could see that post election if we see discrepancies like we saw last time. If we see no discrepancies and the vote is the vote, and we all go, well, the ballots came in on time. We don't have 2 weeks before we have to count more ballots. That's what we saw in certain states like Pennsylvania, where I remember them saying you had to like November 15th to get your ballot in. I thought, wait a minute, the election is tomorrow, but you're telling us we have the 15th to get our ballot. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And that was because of COVID, by the way, too, and the drop boxes. So as long as we don't have those discrepancies, I think that we can look at the results and then accept the results. But I also think we need to flood the polls. I need to make it what President Trump often says, too big to rig. If you make it too big to rig, you have this massive turnout, then I think it's over. I think the election at that point is pretty well determined, the outcome. So we'll see. And as we get closer and closer, that's why it's important to no matter where you live right now, no matter where you're watching us from, if you're from a very red state, keep it red. Go out there and rally and campaign like you're 30 points down. Go and knock on doors. And even if they have a Trump flag flying on their house and a Trump sign on the yard, an American flag on their house, knock on it anyway. Make sure they get out and vote, because that is one of the biggest problems. I heard a stat, and I said this at the top of the show, that people, the hunters and fishermen, the outdoorsmen, I guess you could say, are some of the lowest voter turnout demo that we have. Especially when we talk about an outdoorsman who does nothing but, the premise is probably mainly with a handgun or a rifle, right? Your Second Amendment is crucial that you continue to do your hobby. So if you're not getting out and voting for a party that supports the policies that enforces you or supports you having a rifle, then I don't know what you're waiting for. Especially if you want to protect your family at home. I mean, Dallas here, and I was talking to somebody on camera earlier. Dallas is a very interesting city, and I have a house just north of here. But Dallas has a Republican mayor that was previously a Democrat. He switched parties, found that the Democrat Party's policies were just kind of going off the left field and left him from a political standpoint. So he switched parties, and so he's now, kind of governing with a conservative mindset, which is good. And Dallas has a great police chief. This police chief is being recruited really around the country to help solve crime in their cities. So the way you fight crime is you get tough on it. You don't tolerate it. You prosecute criminals. That's why you've seen cities like Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles in particular. Well, I've got an interest there in Los Angeles, got family. I keep an eye on what's going there, and you got Gaston and a district attorney there in Los Angeles that have just let criminals walk. The amount of shoplifting that is.
Hey, Gratu, are you there?
Of these stores in Southern California and Northern
Okay.
California.
Yeah, then she hides again.
The lack of urgency to prosecute
Gratu, are you there?
in that situation they're in right now. And they have such a huge homeless issue there in California. And the solution is not just keep throwing. All right. Well, I actually didn't eat anything. We're just going to wait and eat at the restaurant later when she gets off at 8. Mental health issue. Mental health and issues in that state, and which need to be addressed. I mean, you just don't put people out in the streets. Yeah. So whatever. So. From being as violent. Let's see if Kevin's still there. He may have gone away. I heard him try. Oh, exits. Oh, he's gone. Shit. Yeah. I thought Kevin was maybe still here. Sorry. Let's see what people are saying here. Oh, I can't go back past a certain point. They're delicious, and he has lost weight. I only have 14 minutes left of my break, and then I got to kick him out of here. LOL. I mean, I have to go downstairs. I closed the door to the attic because we don't want Drew the dog going up in the attic and possibly barking at something. And then that messes up her job. They don't want dogs barking in the background. She does the job on the phone. I mean, who has a show where they leave you watching Trump while they go and eat with their wife? Haha. It's unique in the history of broadcasting. Yeah, that is true. Toddy Walnut says, "Good evening. Looks like I missed the party." No, the party's still going on. We might be nuts. It could be. The Devil on Daniel Johnston is available on YouTube. I just looked him up. Yeah. Tempest from Mars says, "You have some cool stuff at that hotel of yours, Gratu. It's been fun looking around. Have a good evening, everyone." He's gone. Thanks for stopping by. Says my wife, Gratu, is heading back. He's on his way, Kevin. Listen to the story of an artist by Daniel Johnston. It's brilliant. Oh, someone's trying to come back in. I got kicked out. Ooh, no good. Let's get him back in.
Much more was it?
Dang it, I'm.
I had to plug my phone back in. I had 1%.
Oh, yeah, I know the feeling there. Let me turn the sound. Where's the sound control?
But I have I'm charging my battery pack too.
Oh, yeah.
And one of your viewers just called and bought one of Horror Mike's books.
Oh, okay. How many do you actually have?
Um, I can see two of them from here. I think I have a few more in the back too.
See, the thing is, you have the biggest supply on the planet Earth of that book. You ought to show it. It's because Horror Mike only has. Oh, turn your camera sideways if you can. Horror Mike only has 2 left. There's only 60 that have been printed, and everything is signed and numbered. He's gonna print another 40, but he hasn't found a printer yet. This is all my knowledge. All comes from watching his show last night.
I'm gonna try to get my battery pack because I was going over to the comics to resume where we were at, and then I didn't see you. You had the phone pointed at the TV.
Oh yeah, because I went upstairs, so I just left it going with the right side broadcasting. That book. My wife says, "Do we have one of those books by Horror Mike?" Yes, I got it already, and I was showing it the other night, and I know Dr. Fibes and Night Tiger were very interested in it, but I wasn't sure what it cost, if it was 15 or 20. I said it was less than 20. It is 20.
20 and in 5 shippings, 25.
Okay, so if you want to send a message to Night Tiger on Instagram and say I still have copies, Dr. Fibes, I don't know if he's watching right now. I would say it's safe to hold at least 1 copy between Fibes and Night Tiger. But I don't know. I can't speak for people. It's a really cool book. I showed it, and they were both like really impressed.
I'm gonna try to plug into this power supply here.
But
Before I get kicked out of here. There we go. Oh, the big Phoenix Comic Con is next weekend. Are you there?
yeah, Big Phoenix Comic Con.
Yeah, our big convention is next weekend.
Oh, that reminds me of a clown somehow. Oh, I don't know why. It's
It's
not
the
the right colors to be a clown, but
colorful paint job.
yeah, it's like a clown mixed with Creep Show, with the drowning episode of Creep Show. Seems like they had lighting like that in that part of the movie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of the National Rifle Association of America, Charles L. Cotton.
Oh, there! I set him down over here. He's looking for his books.
There's a new one.
Oh,
Here.
It's right on top.
I'll get it for you.
Are you doing the movie cover?
No, you'll want to.
Well, I didn't see it.
Some exhibits, and obviously, as well as the NRA Leadership Forum that everyone looks forward to every year. Thanks for being here. To begin today's program, would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
oh, that's a great assortment so far.
Are we gonna look? What were we supposed to look at?
Well, if you wanted to show the Horror Mike
Can you
book
see
real
those?
quick, but I was thinking Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, early 70s stuff.
I got it.
For Missing Mars.
Can you grab that book that's on the corner over there?
I wonder if Missing
That
Mars
book.
would want a copy of that book that Horror Mike put out. I don't know.
Talented Lauren Schultz.
Yeah.
She's going to be singing the national anthem. I've had the pleasure, and I do mean the pleasure, to hear.
Right there. Turn around. Turn to your right. Yeah, over, and down. Right there. Straight ahead. Up. Yep. How many of these do you want?
He already gave me one, so I just need one more for him. Thank you.
Do you want additional printings? There's an additional printing of number 1, probably.
I just finished that series too.
What movie's that? An homage?
Yeah, no.
Like that. Is that a Headless Horseman?
He's trying to think.
No, it's not Headless Horseman.
Not the Johnny Depp Headless
That's
Horseman?
Sleepy Hollow.
That's what I meant, Sleepy Hollow. That's not Sleepy Hollow?
Oh, this is the one I've been wanting to see. This is the one where they're at the carnival. I want to see this one.
Grouchy, are you there?
Dude,
Yeah.
I've been wanting.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I want to see
It
it.
has
This
a
is
lot
a-
of.
You have it? It's not on DVD.
You get to see original art reproductions from the covers and entire stories, original artwork from the pre-code horror era of the early 50s in this book. It's very good. Quite enough Sayer says, none of my business, but I wonder how long you held that zip jet number 1 before Jambo got it. I'm not really sure what he's talking about.
Do you want this one?
Did you guys figure out what book that was? Did you guys figure out what book it is?
No.
What poster it is?
No.
It's a horror movie. I just don't know which one.
They don't say what it is inside of them.
No. Number 16.
Yeah, the one I got was 15 of 100, so that's the next one.
That guy. When I saw that dude, I was like, he needs to be walking around the con.
And Horror Mike only had 2 left as of last night. He has them on eBay, and they might have sold to people watching the show last night. I don't know. But it's a neat book. It deserves to be out there in the hands of people that love that time period of comics.
After this, we're going to my friend Courtney's house to go to
Oh, that's why she said
swimming.
yay.
And they just said that they're going to put up the 20-foot water slide for her. I'm not going to get that one. He got it, so I put it in his stack.
Is that Sleepy Hollow? Or is it Bloodsport?
Bloodsport's Van Damme.
Yeah.
But that writing reminds me of Bloodsport with the blood splatter. But why does it have the tree?
That's where I'm lost. I have no clue.
What are you going to need for?
No, he wants it.
You're putting that out yet? No, that's Bloodsport.
Don't mix them up.
Is it Bloodsport?
No, don't mix them up. They're separate orders.
Yeah, my brother's orders my order.
Yeah.
Is it Bloodsport?
No, Bloodsport looks like that.
Yeah, it's not Bloodsport.
Yeah.
Those guys aren't gonna know.
They might.
Old.
Oh my God. Hey, Groucho, do you know what movie this is supposed to be?
A cat people.
Cat
From
People?
the cat people remake from the early 80s.
It's called Cat People?
Maybe wait, was it called Cat People?
Oh, you're
What
talking
was-
about that one where the guy's mom is a cat or whatever? What was that?
Hold on, let me. That's the artwork from the.
Yeah, you're right. It's called Cat People.
It's a remake. Yeah, it's a remake of a movie from the 30s that had Simone in it. That's the artwork from that remake. Yeah.
Yeah, the remake. There's the original right there.
So it's the remake then.
Yeah. Yeah, you were right on that one. We can figure it out.
Me neither. Never even
Yeah,
heard
with
of it.
Natasha Kinski, Meyer points out. Yeah.
Nobody here could figure it out.
Yeah, you just have to be the right age to have remembered that when it came out. You know, I'm probably older than most people in that store.
Well, Robert's here. He's 55. He thought you would be too old to know what it was.
Hey.
No, it's just I was too young to see the movie when it came out. Meyer points out he saw that movie on a first date in high school, and he remembers being embarrassed by the sex and nudity. Yeah, it was an R-rated movie. I was too young to see it when it came out, but I remember the ad.
I was way off. I thought it was Sleepy Hollow because of the tree.
No, and what book is that?
It's that Stray Dogs spin-off called Feral. It's about cats instead of dogs.
Okay, that makes sense why they chose that poster then. Yeah, Sleepy Hollow wouldn't have made sense for a cat book.
Well, they use any horror movie. Like there's Megan.
Oh,
There's a Megan cover too.
a what cover?
It's a movie called Megan. She's like a
Oh,
robot.
Megan the
girl.
Robot Girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I
They
wouldn't be
just
able to
do
tell
any.
you what the
They just
poster to
do
that
any.
video.
They just do any horror movie that they can think of. Like they did Nightmare on Elm Street.
What?
Nightmare on Elm Street kind of makes sense because the claws on Freddy is like a claws of a cat. But they've done Michael Myers and Friday 13th and
Is that book as popular as Stray Dogs was?
no, because there's more dog people than there are cat people
Yeah, that's true.
in the comic book shop, anyway.
And there were all these people speculating, or I thought it was a certainty that Stray Dogs was being made into an animated feature, and I guess that
It will
didn't
be,
happen.
but who knows when? It could take 10 years, 15 years.
Yeah, but they made it sound like they'd already signed the contract
Yeah, that
2
doesn't mean
years ago.
anything. Because there was this book that I really liked called Todd the Ugliest Kid. They were supposed to make a cartoon, and that was like over 12 or 13 years ago.
Missing Mars says the new horror Mike book is stellar, but is it stellar enough to be part of your $55? Because at what point do you just build shipping into the thing? When people spend $50 or more?
Usually like 50, and it's just free shipping. If
Okay,
it's
so
just
you're
book,
really getting
if it's only book,
$55 worth of books, Missing Mars, because
if you
once
start
you
putting
order.
toys and stuff in it, then I can't do a media mail though.
Oh, okay.
What were we gonna
So,
look at over
oh,
here?
he already has it. That's great. He already got the horror Mike book. Bought it separate. Already have it. Okay. All right.
I forget who's gotten it, who hasn't.
I
It's
wonder,
like
did
with
you order it
with that
from Kevin or from Horror Mike?
it's like that Atlas book. I've sold so many of those, volume 1 and 2, that I don't know who got it from me and who hasn't.
He already ordered it from you.
Yeah, I've already forgotten. Yeah,
Yeah. How many have you sold?
I don't know. I know I bought
Have you,
10.
about 10.
I don't know
Okay.
how many I've sold.
Did you sell any to walk-in customers or only to mail order people?
I think I sold one in the store.
Okay.
I
They
keep
say
forgetting
that
what.
people are going nuts for pre-code horror now. It just seems like that book would be a huge seller. Oh, let me give you full screen. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what you're doing. Okay, right in here. Go back a couple. Okay, go forward now. Go forward to the cigar band going across the top. Okay, that's a 1976 one. That'll be great. How much is that?
$4.
See, Missing Mars, this is a great one. See the outfits they wore in the 70s? That's what I'm talking about. And I can tell it's 76 because during 76, that's when DC had that band going across the top. The line of DC superstars, or 75, late 75, maybe. I think that's a great issue. I'm sure if you don't want it, I think I have that issue. I've got to have that issue. I would say go for both of those. Missing Mars. Are they
And
both
it jumped to
four?
30 cents.
Okay,
Five
that's
issues,
still a
5 issues later, it jumped to 5 cents.
yeah. That was it's still a good
And
time
they put the
period. That's
barcode
a
on there.
great yeah. Well, those would be good to
There's that
throw in
girl
the back.
again.
Yeah, and let's see the next one in the box. I mean,
There she is again.
yeah, yeah, they put her on the cover a lot. Obviously, you can tell
She's
why.
in trouble on all these covers, yeah.
Those next two would be good too, but I don't know if he wants four of the same title or not. But I would Give it thumb. That's a good one too. That's the same right time period. Yeah, everybody's, yeah. That's a good time period too. Yeah. Ooh, that's a great issue there. I think that's actually inside. I think that's I think it has a new cover, but I think inside it's a 60s reprint. I could be wrong.
He's happy.
There's a lot of issues there. You can't get them all. But,
Yeah, that's a hate. There's
You might be able to get them all. They're not too expensive.
okay.
Wait,
Yeah, see, it's complete Silver Age inside there. I highly recommend that issue. Yeah, that's fun stuff. They must have had an artist not complete his art quick enough that month, so they reprinted stuff from the 60s that time.
Victorian, and it's based off of the Adams Family 1918 house. So he's already got the whole blueprint sketched out. Wow. I mean, it's like full blown. We're ready to go.
That's wonderful stuff. And look how it's a gatefold. They put the UPC on the back. That's great.
Yeah, it's a
Not
wraparound.
gatefold. I'm wraparound. I used the wrong stupid term. But
I don't want money. I just
Want that one?
I just want the blueprint. Yeah. For the original.
well, I don't know if he wants. I think he should get it, but it's up to him.
And this one or just the one?
Man, I don't know. I
Oh, he's not on here anymore.
I don't know. He's the last one in the chat, but I don't know why he would have left if we're picking out his books.
One of the rooms was
Yeah, those are all good, and they're all good until the Crisis on Infinite Earths when they destroyed all of that.
Maybe do some fundraising there too.
And then they started Legion of Superheroes without Superboy, and that was no fun.
So
Yeah, I got one.
that's our thing.
And he goes, you don't want it, I'll buy it.
I
There
have
you go.
to. Well, it's our 22-year anniversary in October. So, and I never know how to get her because I buy her everything all
That's
year.
my box. What is this stuff? That's
This is
the
a glass
I
case.
have. These are ones I already have. Oh, okay. What about one of these? Are any of these affordable for him?
They're $20. I don't know if he wants to spend that.
Oh man, I highly recommend that issue right there, Missing Mars, the one where the thing is on a 1930s Earth planet, kind of like when Star Trek. That's the Superboy title I mentioned earlier. Yes. If you want a high dollar book in there, any Fantastic Four before issue 100 is gold to me. Not because there's a movie coming out that'll probably stink, because that stuff will always be great. The Jack Kirby, Stanley, Fantastic Four. That Hawkman may be too expensive. I have that. I have all those books. That's why they're still there. Man, I would recommend the Fantastic Four, but I don't want. That's a big. That's high dollar. You know.
So if you're gonna do it, do it right.
Yeah. If
you're gonna do it right. Otherwise, don't do it. You can't colorize it. It's not right. But that's just us.
Ooh,
That's how we are.
that's great.
These TV
Man, I don't
series.
even know if I have that one. Well, is that in bad
Oh,
shape or something?
this thing's really messed up.
Oh yeah, that's why it's still. I guess thinking, how did I miss that one? If you don't mind, is it how much is it?
It's $20. This thing must be expensive, huh?
It must be a high dollar comic.
Yeah, if it's $20 in my condition.
Wonder what happened in that issue that such a big deal. Notice how I avoid saying key issue by saying, wonder what big deal happened in that issue. Oh, look at these Captain Marvels. Silver Age Captain Marvels. Those are cool.
No, it's a different volume. Yeah, that's the Scotty Young cover. No, the Scotty Young cover.
Oh, there. Oh, how much is that?
20.
Okay, all of these are great. In fact, those actually.
Oh, that's right. That's Scott Young's cover.
Yeah.
Because Peach
Any
Momoko did
of these are highly recommended. Missing Mars.
a cover. Art
Any
Stern did a
60s
cover.
Fantastic Four.
They cover.
The one with Doctor Doom on the cover, is that 20? Both of them had Doctor Doom.
There's
Yeah.
the FUCK ones. Yeah. I don't like
That
that.
doesn't matter. That's
She knows the.
that. I mean, it matters to some people. To me, that gives it character.
So they did do
For
the.
10?
House of Used. I don't know how much House of Used was selling for, but that's the one they had.
They did do the alternate covers for the second.
Yeah.
So this, in 2022 they released a whole nother. So now I gotta find those ones.
That's like saying you don't want to. I don't want to go on a date with Betty Page because she has a tiny tattoo on her arm. you know, and it's like Betty Page is the equivalent of a '60s Fantastic Four comic. Yeah.
Right.
Well, there's some good stuff available. I just what is he up to? How much money is he up to here?
He's only got $20.
Oh, so if he got a $20 Fantastic Four, he'd be up to 40, and he'd still have another 15. Oh,
Yeah.
Meyer says some kid named Garrett loved the comics so much that he made it his forever. Yeah, you're making me want to tear up there, Meyer. I the other night I was talking to Night Tiger, and I says, "Do you ever feel a feeling of melancholy handling these golden age books that are 70, 80 years old that were loved by some kid back?"
Ain't
I'll
right.
roll it.
Ain't no breaks.
I've been trying to think.
He didn't
And
do
he
the
says,
art.
"No, I don't know how you don't, because obviously these comics were taken care of for decades and
Well,
decades.
then those,
They
those
were
guys come
cherished by
along and they take an eraser and they erase the name off of there.
someone does that.
I mean, all those guys that press and clean,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
all
that's
do.
what. Yeah, I don't. I like. It's all part of the character to me. I mean, obviously, you don't want boogers on your comic. You don't want filth on them, but these were things owned by children. It's just like, let's face it, it's a children's medium, and it's to a certain degree it gives it character. And if you want something from 1941 to look like it just came out Wednesday, what's the point of that? But yeah, it's all part of the sport of sending things off to get it sealed in plastic to get some magic number that.
I'll start breaking a book open every Thursday on your show.
Oh, please. You know what it should be like every 30 minutes someone breaks one just to keep people watching. It's like running the Shroud of Turin though through I'm sorry, it's like running the Shroud of Turin through a washing machine.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
there's
should.
stains
I
on
should
this.
block out the. I should block out the serial number though, so they can't. Call CGC and get it removed from the census.
Oh, did you think you showed this serial number last week on
Yeah,
that?
because somebody could call CGC and go, "Hey, can you remove this from the census, so
Would
our
someone
precious
really?
census doesn't get affected by this?"
Oh, if people like that watch my show, tattletales like that, well, I think there are people that might. But I'm just hoping that the 20 people watching right now are cool. But I know there's at least two of them that really are hate watching. But I've done the same thing. I've watched people that annoy me. Just I don't know
Yeah, because those,
why.
those census numbers are way messed up. Because those people, they crack their books and then resend them in and get a different grade until they're happy.
Oh yeah, it's all a bunch of it's all ridiculous. It makes it just you just have to enjoy the comics. Like those Fantastic Fours you're showing, they're wonderful, but I just don't care about. I'm just not a big time comic book collector. That's a great book. It's a facsimile. I think not Meyer, Missing Mars has stated that he doesn't like facsimiles. Am I wrong? He wants
Yeah,
the
he said
old
that.
books.
He wants the real thing with the ads in it and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. Well,
Anything Scotty puts out.
I understand what he's trying to do. So, is there a way to look up that adventure comics and find out like what that actually is, why that's so valuable, that particular issue?
Yeah, we can go on to.
Or or you
It's not
just
young.
give the number and then someone could look it up that has their
Yeah,
phone available.
yeah. Look up Adventure Comics number 331.
331.
I'm gonna put you guys over here for a second.
That little tear might be, sealable with mending tissue or whatever. People know how to do that stuff. Um, Still, Trump has still not come on.
I'll be
Although
back.
I'm on a delay here. I think I rewound because it says 4:54, and right now it is what? Right, it's 4:31 my time, and that's East. So um, I'm behind. So Trump may be talking now, for all I know. Quite enough. Sayer says my Fantastic 483 you showed was a tape pull victim. I am moving away from tape to tuck tucking it in. Okay, no facsimiles, but 70s reprints of older stories are fine. Oh yes, because they're still vintage comic. Yes, I'm fully no tape, all tuck. QNS is Meyer. Um, so you tuck the fold of the bag in. Is that how it works? Okay. So I've got to return my old phone to now. Um, but I'm still waiting on getting the case for this new phone in the mail. So I don't want to. I'm not going to carry this new phone in my pocket or anywhere too much out of the house. I took it out of the house this morning, but I haven't put it in my pocket or anything. Nothing where it's going to get scratched or damaged. I'm trying to be real careful with it till the case gets here. Um, Myers says, yes, my collection was read by my sons. I started removing the tape around that time. Okay, that makes sense.
That's how you do it.
Bro, 2, are you there?
I can go home now.
Are we still on StreamYard?
Then I spoke to Megan, but now I don't feel bad.
You know where the remote is? I found it. Are we still live? Are we still live? It says we're live. Let's see, 22 watching.
What are you guys doing, bro?
Yes, we're live.
What are you doing?
We're on TV. Look.
No, I don't like being on TV.
Yes, we're live.
We're on TV.
Grot 2, where are you? Somebody type something so I can see if it pops on the TV. There's Missing Mars. TV check. We just broke the matrix. Look at. There's an infinity TV. How many TVs do you see? Hey, Missing Mars, did you see the Fantastic Four books you were showing a little while ago? You want any of those or Hawkman?
My internet went down.
Oh, Missing
So,
Mars didn't see those books you were showing. He must have been down for a little bit. I was
oh,
showing. Maybe you want some of these Fantastic Fours.
oh yeah, let me give you full screen. Solo layout.
These are 20, but you can have them for 15. There's number 88 and there's number 91. But
That's
you
a
said he
good
has
deal.
full cover with these mobsters on the cover.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the Doctor Doom ones could be a better investment, but you're not an investor type person. He says, I may forego bags and boards altogether. I got a stack of late 60s, early 70s comics totally without bags and boards are yellowing and smelling like the fine vintage. Yeah, if you like the smell of old comics, that's actually the smell of an old comic book store from the 60s. Yeah, I was all froze up in Gratu land. Dr. Five says, I'm back. You guys still streaming? Screen froze. Yeah, come on, Dr. Five. Oh, someone's trying to come in. It might either that's the red dot of it's Gotham City's red dot. Yeah, feel free to come on, Dr. Fibes. We're trying to pick out comics for Missing Mars. Oh, is that a book that's available? Ooh, that's a great one.
Thor 132. There's a really nice copy. This like of I think
Oh,
annual five.
how
Annual
much is
5. It's crazy. It's expensive just because the condition of it.
yeah, yeah,
It's like brand new right off the rack.
that's neat. What's the price on that?
It was 50, but that's like That's the price from like 2 years ago, so it's probably half price.
Okay, Missing Mars is freaking out about Thor 132. That's the yellow one?
Yeah, he likes that one.
Yeah, that. How much is that?
Get the key inlet.
I would wait. He's going. Oops, too pricey. What is the top price you're looking at there, Missing Mars? I would
Maybe that.
definitely recommend those Fantastic Fours. $15 is a great price, but that would probably fill up all your money.
And then there's a couple other Fantastic Fours in here. Like there's that one for 10.
Yeah,
This
that's.
one for. You can have this one for 15.
Oh, he didn't want to go above 10, 5 to 10 bucks.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
The $15
yeah.
one if you want this one.
Oh, it's got a little bit of. Oh, there's a 10.
It's got a
Oh,
chip up there.
that's a little messed up, but that's up to Missing Mars. Still a Kirby era Fantastic Four.
I wonder if someone tried putting like a sticker over here and then it got ripped off.
I don't know what. I've never seen anything quite like that. That's weird.
That
Did
was
you
that collection I saved from getting cut apart.
did you did you get a price on that Thor?
Just looking there right now.
Oh yeah. I bought that Thor annual at Safeway, says Meyer. It was the first time that I saw Hercules. Thor. Yeah, I knew Thor. I read Thor. Um, has anyone seen this Napoleon movie that came out recently? Is that any good?
Did you say Napoleon?
There's a Napoleon movie that came out a few months ago. I was just wondering if anyone thinks it's decent or not.
Napoleon Dynamite? They should make a new one of those.
Oh yes, my wife didn't like that movie. I was thinking, are you? She's just. It might
Taylor
be.
Swift. Taylor Swift could play him too.
No, she. She does look exactly like him. It's if you put a wig on Napoleon Dynamite. Uh, you're right.
Oh, that
Uh,
is expensive book.
it might be that some of these books that Missing Mars doesn't want, maybe Doctor Five, and Doctor Fives definitely needs to claim one of those.
What
Those
happens in this
or
book?
Mike. Well, Jack Kirby is there. Look at the cover. Oh, it's amazing. How much is it?
Something must have happened in this book.
I guess, but yeah, there's a lot of things that happen in all this. It's just a great issue. It's probably from about 1966. It's the perfect time period. Am I right on the year? Let's see. I mean, look at that. Oh, that's really nice. A lot of times the front cover will be browning. Uh, is it 65 or 66? He heard from trusted
So,
sources that Napoleon movie was very boring. Yeah, I think I've heard that where they kind of yeah. I'd rather watch the silent movie era Napoleon. Yeah, it's probably because this looks like a brand new comic, Kevin. That's probably why you priced it at that. I mean, it's like white pages. The inside front covers white. Look at the white there. Damn, that's tempting me. Even though I have the issue already, I'm sure it doesn't look. Wow, wow, look at that. This has to be 66 because they started emphasizing sound effects after the Batman TV show, which started in January of 66, had the sound effects. They started putting them real prominent in the comics. Beautiful book, yeah. Damn. What are they advertising there on the left? What are their issues?
everybody's calling for this Doom comic that came out this week.
What is that?
Uh, there's a new Doctor Doom giant size special one shot.
Oh, what is the
Uh,
yeah?
People are talking about it now, so it's kind of trending. I guess it was a good
Because
story.
yeah, could you flip back 2 page? Oh, that's Ego. That's the first Yeah, and that's what Chuck White's saying. First cameo of Ego the Living Planet in that issue. Yeah, I was wondering what comics are shown in that ad that you're touching.
Staples are on there.
Oh yeah, it's that's what it is. It's the first Ego the Living Planet, and it's in great shape. But the comics that were there in the centerfold, what were they advertising? Yeah, it's a photo collage thing with the first Ego. It was played by Kurt Russell in the movie. Um, Beautiful. Oh, it looks like someone's coming in. Oh, Dr. Fives, add to stage.
Hey,
Hello, Dr.
Gratu.
Fives. Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Kevin. It's good to see that you're still streaming.
Yeah, some of these books that are rejected by Missing Mars, you may want to think about that Thor comic.
Yes.
He just showed is in like mint condition,
Yes, I'm
and that's
interested, Kevin.
That one
and
says
and
fine. Someone graded that a fine on the back.
and then he's got some other Fantastic Fours that he's willing to sell for 15. He's got he still has the horror Mike book I was showing you at the end of the last stream with the pre-code horror art. It's $20. And apparently there were only 60 made so far of that book, and he's only going to make 100. And Horror Mike only has 2 left, and so
So yeah,
Gotham
I'm
City.
interested, Kevin.
Which one
But
do you want?
so definitely the Thor, and I didn't catch everything. So I know you were showing a couple of Fantastic Four, correct?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
many?
there's a handful. He got a stack of Fantastic Fours a few months ago, and I went through my Fantastic Fours and had him hold some that I didn't have, and these are the ones that I already had. And and he has a really cool Hawkman that I think you might have. I think you showed the Hawkman where he's fighting these alligator people.
I don't have
Uh,
that one. I do
I
have a few Hawkman, but not that one.
yeah, the
So yeah, Kevin, I'm definitely interested. Um,
Show it to you right now. I'm pulling them out.
oh, wrong one. Let's see, solo layout.
Okay, here's that hawk, man.
That's a beautiful
yes,
cover.
yes.
Look at that, man.
Put that one in my stack.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one I've had for years. That's why it's there, and I haven't already taken it. That's a great one.
Yes, that one
That
as
that
well.
that storyline is I think Jack Kirby took it from the Star Trek episode where they're on that 1930s gangster planet.
Yes.
Someone sold it for 20 cents once, and that's kind of a what did they do up on the oh, they just that's a little obnoxious, but it's all right. It's Meyer says, good to see you, Martin.
Hey, Meyer, my friend, it's always good to see and hear from you. I was watching you earlier.
I wonder if Higgy has that Hawkman. Undoubtedly, for I think he's got a lot of
Here's
Hawkman.
the one that Meyer said he picked up off the rack. Look at how clean this
That's
thing is.
insanely good condition. That's nuts. What is that from about 75?
76, I think is what it said.
Oh, 76.
Yes, that one
Yeah.
as well. Yes.
Beautiful. Yeah, that looks brand new. It's
Yeah, that one is
ridiculous.
great. Yeah, see what you guys are doing to me? I'm
Is
getting
Oh,
that
ready to.
Joker's
Kirby
here.
reprints? It's
Look at
Kirby
this.
reprints inside, or what's going on inside? What's is it
The page
old?
is snapped back. It's like never been opened. Like the page closes right up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you guys got me back into collecting comics.
As long as it's not the only thing you collect, then that's a problem. You've got to, it's like you just don't eat mashed potatoes only on Thanksgiving, but it's a wonderful thing. But man doesn't live by comics alone.
It is,
This
but
thing's beat up right here.
it is
Did I
so
see white
expensive.
out there?
It's
The others
faded. It's faded and beat up.
Yeah, yeah. It still might, someone might still want it just because of the Doom, classic Doom cover.
Yeah, that is cool.
I have no problem. That's a very nice signature, actually. That's a great issue.
Yes, that one. That one's great. I love it.
I said I can do 15 on this one and this one
Okay.
and this one if you want these three.
Yes.
Meyer says it's the original story, Thor versus Hercules, John Buscema, Tony DeZuniga. I think that's the first time I've ever pronounced Tony's name there. Doctor, welcome to our disease. Please.
Oh,
He's
I
had
know.
disease, but that looks like it has a little tracing indentations, but I don't know, maybe not. It's
This thing's
all of
beat
these
up.
are, yeah. Oh yeah,
This,
I don't like that, but it's still readable.
this one's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
add that one.
Yeah.
That one's 15 if you want
Missing
that one.
Mars says
Okay.
I'll even take the unsellable ones for a pittance. Says Missing Mars.
Does Missing Mars want some of these FFs or no?
I think he wants to tap out at a $10. What did he say? $5 to $10 is his tops, or did he say five was his
Okay.
tops? I want to
I
go
didn't know
back
if
and
I
look.
was. Guess
No,
that's
no, no. Missing Mars has already rejected these. He says, oh, $5 to $10 is what he wants to spend, not more than that. He's
Is
just
this too
wanting to
rough?
read old comics.
Is this too rough for 10?
That's up to him. I think he just likes the old smell of the comics.
I'm gonna smell it.
Yeah. I mean, you got to make sure that there's not scribble all over the inside of the book, and or someone's deposited, wiped their boogers inside the book. Sometimes the books have a real grubby feel.
I love Kevin's dry sense of humor.
This smells good, and the cover's still attached, even though
There's
it's
some
really worn. It's really worn, but it's still attached.
little bit of staple rust on that bottom staple.
Yeah, but it still smells good.
Yeah, and it's a great. That's a great story and everything, and it's um.
If
Probably
somebody
an
could,
expensive. It's probably an expensive comic.
Oh yeah, Kirby Doctor Doom cover. Those are people are,
yeah,
and then there's the speculators because of the movie. Seems like they would have learned by now. But yeah, Fantastic Four. The first 100 issues of Fantastic Four, like the first 100 issues of Spider-Man, are always going to be great. That's my favorite time period. Firetuck says, "How are the ads in that comic?"
Dude, I forgot to look.
Yeah. Sometimes they show other comics that are for sale. There's the t-shirt, Marvel t-shirts, that fantastic with the pillows. Yeah. Finish. They always assume you that you've dropped out of high school if you're reading this book.
well, remember that was a big problem in the late '60s of a lot of people dropping out of school and just
Yeah.
going to work. They used to have all kinds of advertisements on television about not dropping out as well. Remember that?
Yeah. That they those cardboard tanks would really help Zelensky out. They're not very expensive. Those letters pages, there's you'd have to look it up, but there's one issue of Fantastic Four where Wendy Peeney wrote in, and that's how Richard Peeney like because they used to put your whole address under the letter you write, and he met his future wife, and who would create ElfQuest and everything through
Hey, I
some
got
mid
you here.
'60s
Yeah. Uh-huh. Remember that you let me borrow?
Fantastic Four. And what's his face that wrote Game of Thrones has a letter in one of those Fantastic Four comics. What's his name? I don't remember. Um, but yeah, that was great. I almost said so. Yeah, I said, but yeah. Oh, I think I saw. Was that a thumbs down that just appeared?
Yeah, I've never seen that before, ever.
Until you watch me, man. What is going on? Why is everyone? What did I just say? I didn't say anything
Now,
offensive. People are
do you,
just entertained by hating me. Oh, George R. Martin. That's right. George really Martin. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
yeah, I've never ever seen that before, where a thumb shows up, whether it's up or down. I've never seen it.
It's never up.
It's bizarre.
What is going on?
I don't know. I don't know. It's pretty weird. It's like somebody's hacked you.
You know, I wouldn't even. The other day, I'm switching from my old phone to the new phone, and the phone, my email address was something like Swinger65, and what the heck? I never in a million years would have used Swinger. And my wife, believed me, and she was like, it was someone trying to hack and change my address that was used for YouTube, like trying to get into it because
It's possible. Anything's possible.
yeah,
So
because I would have never used that. I mean, in the 60 cent Swinger, like Dean Martin, but that hasn't had that meaning for decades, and I never would
no,
have used that. And it's really great to see my wife. It's like, sees I have that.
oh yeah,
I didn't come up with that.
yeah.
It's
That's
like,
just what she. That's what any wife needs to see, right?
yeah,
It's like what?
I
What are
can't
you
believe
advertising?
that's like every shit keeps happening to me. I very easily she could have like thought, well, I don't know.
So try this, Gratu. If the person that is putting the thumbs down can hear us, if they're actually watching, do it one more time. I mean, I just want to see if you guys are able to do that.
Gee,
Let's just
thanks.
see.
You're encouraging my viewers to give
I
me
just want to
thumbs
see it.
down
I
and
want to see if
such
they
and
are
shit.
watching and if that actually is happening. They can change it back.
But they wouldn't because there are people
Well,
that
then they
don't
would do
like
it
me that
anyway, whether
watch, and you're just
yeah,
giving
whether
them
I said it or not.
ideas.
Give a, because I haven't seen any thumbs up. I've never even seen this before on anyone's channel. It's
I don't know.
bizarre.
I don't know. See,
See,
they
and I'm
think
not
I'm
seeing it now.
they, they think I'm telling Meyer to go put these comments on the Saturday show. I'm not. I never. I was telling him, don't.
Hey,
This is,
ev-
I just
hey,
got out of the hospital, man. Don't
no,
put these. That's not nice. They think he's not
no,
my puppet. He's a grown
no, no,
man
no.
in
Hey,
the
listen,
military. I'm not
nobody
doing
thinks
it, man.
that. First of all,
I'm not.
everybody knows Meyer is his own person. There is nobody
No,
who's going to tell Meyer what to do. Meyer does
I
whatever
don't.
Meyer wants to do, and
Because
nobody's going to be.
I told
Yeah,
Graphic Man when I was on the phone with him, I think I can convince him to not. So he might have thought, oh, he's like, no, I'm not. It's like I think I have some influence with him, but
no,
he's he's no puppet, man.
no, and I think Meyer enjoys stirring the pot, and hey, that's whatever. I mean, again, everybody needs to calm down and just get a little tough skin, and sometimes there's people will probe you to see how you react, and we know how that is, and hey, everybody just let it go, and
Yeah.
Myers,
I don't. But when I see thumbs down keep popping
I
up,
know,
that's what brought all
I
this
know,
shit up
and
today.
and
I have kind of a thin skin. Sure, I've been picked on all my life for being
sure.
into these stupid comic books we're looking at here.
Absolutely, yeah. So
So,
you're more sensitive to it. Absolutely, I know,
and then when
and
I
I
meet these
understand that.
people I meet people that have common interests, and I realize, oh, secretly they don't like me behind my back because I'm too weird for the weirdos, man. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with me? So I
Nah,
don't know.
no,
Well,
hey,
yeah, well,
you've got over 700 people that are following you that enjoy you, and again, I think overall things will calm down and blow over. You
yeah.
can't make everybody happy, and we
Yeah,
know that.
you can't force people. Like it's just like there's people you like, and you can't force them to like you. But I like
Right.
all the people, and it's like I can't force this girl to like me, and go to the prom with me. What's wrong? Whatever.
Sure. Sure.
That's something that would look great, and that you could do something with Dr. Five's
Yeah, that
walls
looks
like these.
fantastic. That is
Uh,
very cool. That
uh,
would really look great with a mummy standing in front of it.
I just now.
That is fantastic.
Maybe he says it's real expensive to, ship, but
Oh, I
maybe
bet it
that's
is.
something that it seems like something you need in your house. I mean, he's not selling his, but maybe he could tell you where he got those pieces. I don't know.
You-
So
you-
I could,
and I'm sure it's something that you could probably do with foam core.
yeah, I mean, you could probably make your own better, judging by your movie uh, screen border that you created. That's
So
insane.
I'm going to set that movie screen up, and I have used it in the past. That's why it's very worn looking, because when I painted those boards, I did it back in 2019, and I've used that screen several times, but I've never completely finished it. I didn't finish the other parts where the king's heads are, and I do want to finish that. But
So that's why
when I
you don't need
do,
magnifying glasses for identifying coin dates and stuff, do you?
Um,
oh, he's in the background talking.
Yeah, okay. I need to ask some questions.
Yeah.
I always hated Genesis, Phil Collins Genesis, but I always heard, no, it once used to be a really great band, but I never listened. So there was a time period Genesis was great, right? And
So there was a
musical.
time period. There was a time period when Genesis were a very experimental rock band, and
Okay.
Peter Gabriel was the head of it. And Peter Gabriel used to wear some very, very outlandish, crazy outfits and put on all kinds of weird makeup. He was definitely doing it. I don't know if he did it prior to or around the same time that Alice Cooper was doing it, but he definitely was doing it in the late 60s. And they were very in much like Hawkwind. They were a lot like that type of band.
Yeah, I
And
love
at the time,
Hawkwind.
and Peter Gabriel or Phil Collins at the time was a drummer who was basically just drumming and doing a little bit of background vocals, but he was not the lead guy. He was a nobody in the band, and he's an amazing drummer, and you wouldn't know it by listening to the later Genesis, because the later stuff was very poppy, very radio friendly, and very, very different than the early stuff. But yeah, if you were to put on YouTube literally early Peter Gabriel Genesis, you'd be shocked at how weird they were. I mean, we're talking night and day difference. Completely different band.
And then also, I never really have heard Jethro Tull. I just don't know much about Jethro Tull. That's
Yeah, they were
so.
another band that they kind of integrated a lot of medieval type of sounds and instrumentation into their music, which was very cool. I liked it a lot. Very, very English style, but he was another one that pushed the boundaries a bit. And if you could, one great performance actually is watching him on the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. If you ever watch that, that's an amazing concert with the Who, the Stones, and Jethro Tull, early Jethro Tull. And yeah, Tony Iommi, who later on went with Black Sabbath, he was the guitarist in the band of Jethro Tull in the very, very beginning.
See, I always loved the Who, the Stones, Black Sabbath, but Jethro Tull was always like, I don't know, maybe that's a little too weird for. I never really experimented, got into it. I don't, never really. So I really shouldn't have an opinion of it. So the reason I mention these bands, if you haven't seen Dr. Five's latest video, is he's got these bands represented in the design motif of the screen. So it's like I'm always wanting to discover new music, new to me, you know, because you don't
Sure.
always know about everything.
Sure.
Or you might have always just said, I'm not going to like that. A guy playing the flute.
Right.
Looks like a
Right.
hippie, dirty hippie playing a flute. What kind of shit is that?
Right.
Or it might just be the people that you knew that were into Jethro Tull. It's like, ugh, I don't want to be
Yeah.
like them, but it doesn't matter because you can't
Sure.
judge a band by a few people you've met that are into them.
Yeah, very true. A lot of
Um,
people thought that Jethro Tull, because of the style of music, and at the time, of course, we're talking the late '60s, early '70s. They definitely had to be drug addicts like a lot of the other bands and have major problems with cocaine and everything. But the reality is that that had been brought up in several interviews with Ian Anderson, who is basically Jethro Tull. He's the guy that writes the music. He's the guy that played the flute and so forth. And he had a very strict rule against drugs, totally, just like Frank Zappa in his band. He said the only thing that influenced his music was probably Guinness Stout. And
I feel for Frank Zappa because that time period, if you thought differently, if you like in art class when I was in junior high, if I drew a picture that was crazy, it's like, oh, you must be on drugs, or you must.
right,
It's like if you think differently, it's just it has to be drugs. So
yeah,
you don't ever
absolutely,
want to use drugs because then people say, oh, all your creativity is just because you use drugs. You know, it's like. And they can't because they're not creative. They just assume, yeah, anyone that comes up with something like that, they have to be on drugs.
sure,
So yeah, that was something.
Eat bugs.
yep,
Um, but the great thing about your movie screen is you would look at it and you think, oh, this person's like into the occult big times. But then it's like everything. It's like, oh, that's actually from Johnny Quest, and that's
yeah,
actually from this and that. Now I don't. What do the runes have any? What are I don't
yeah,
know. This may be personal, but what do they mean? What are they translate
yeah.
to? I could.
So no, they definitely do. In fact, the ruins that I used are literally copied from the pieces of paper in the movie with Dana Andrews,
You
Curse of
said
the
that.
Demon. Yep,
I was watching that at 3 in the morning. You already
yep,
explained it. So
yeah.
it looks
So
like, oh, he's he must be a Satan worshiper, like these people assumed because I'm drawing these monsters in art class in seventh grade.
sure,
But it's just right out of a horror movie from the 50s. Yes, you
yeah,
explained that. Sorry.
yeah.
I,
Which
I, I was I was sleeping really well last night, but then I woke up at 3 and my wife was awake and she put something on the TV and I never went back to sleep. I was watching your video, and it's almost like it's in a dream state that I saw it. But yeah, that's right.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
which I
Curse
love
of the
that movie.
Demons.
That's one of my top favorite films is the Curse of the Demon.
Now, as I remember, in Night of the Demon, the way it was released in England, you never see the face of the demon at the end. Is that right?
Oh, at the very end, you're talking about that?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yeah.
So
It was edited differently. You're absolutely right. In fact,
so
the British version is longer than the American version. There were certain things that were edited out of the American version, but yeah, between the two, I like the British version the best. But both versions are nice. I mean,
I think I have both versions on DVD. I don't know that I
yeah,
have them on Blu-ray. I might. I have to check. I don't think so. But that's just one of those things. The American release, they want a monster reveal at the end, and it was a magnificent demon head that
oh
appears
yeah,
through.
yeah. Remember the famous Monsters magazine with that cover with
Oh,
the
of
demon?
course.
Yeah, that was an
Yeah.
awesome cover.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Did you want one of these,
This
Martin?
is the book by,
This is the
yes, I
book I was
do.
showing the other day.
Yes, yes, I saw the book that you had, Gratoon. Yes.
Do you want to look to see what number it is inside, or maybe it doesn't matter? They're
No, it
all
doesn't
signed.
matter.
What
It
if
They're
it's
doesn't
all
number
matter.
signed
one?
and numbered. Did you hear what I was saying about the numbering?
Yeah, I heard you, Gratu, and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter to me what number.
No, what I meant. No,
Oh.
what I meant. Oh, 17. What I meant is, did you hear what I said about how many have been produced of this book?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah.
That's
There's only
amazing.
60 books in existence, and so I just think this book is a fantastic thing. It's just amazing. What about the Moody
If you want,
Blues? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Doctor, did you
Dr.
want this one?
Fives
I can
knows
do it for.
about the Moody Blues.
Yeah, I can definitely talk about the Moody Blues. That's for sure.
Vibes, if you
Yeah.
want this for 25, you can have it for 25.
Yes.
Dr. Fives used to be a photographer of the Moody Blues. That's weird that you mentioned them. It's wild.
All right, so I have this for you, this for you, this. And did you want that? Was it Army at War reprint? Or was it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I was holding one for you, I
Yep.
think. Already. Here it is,
Yes.
right here.
Oh, he has also out now. It's coming out Wednesday or maybe Tuesday. DC Comics come out on Tuesday. He's got a reprint of the Golden Age first appearance of Blackhawk. Uh,
Oh, cool.
That's
military
military
comics.
comics. It says it's 2 books in one. Did you see that part two?
You have one in my whole pile, right? You didn't you
Yeah,
flip through it? 2 books. What do you mean?
yeah. I flipped through it. Let's see how it
Yeah,
says. 2 books in one.
that just means it's a super thick comic. But yeah,
Yeah, but
that's.
Okay. If you have one, Kevin, I'd like one of those.
yeah, but it's like double the price normally. But it's worth it, I guess.
Well, I don't know what comics cost today. I just figure they all cost about $7 now. But when something is a reproduction from the '40s and has all the original ads in it, I'm down for it. What is Myers saying? Did Tormore have something to do with Cat People or Return of the Cat People?
Yes.
Or
Yes. He was the director, and he was an amazing director, as Meyer knows. He did his photography and just the lighting, everything is just amazing. That's why that Curse of the Demon or Night of the Demon, whatever, is such a beautiful movie. It's just so well done.
How do you pronounce the name? Tornor?
That's how I've always called it, Jacques
Oh,
Tourneur.
okay. Oh, okay. Oh, then I guess I pronounced it right. How cool is it that Kevin makes sales when on Mussy says, how cool is it that Kevin makes sales when on the Gratu Inspirational Network? It's turning into the home shopping network here, isn't it? Simone was beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Should I fucking talk to everybody? Goddamn it.
It's a great name too.
I didn't know if you were trying to get back to where you were at. That Dallas ever after.
Yeah, it sounds like we all have a love of a lot of the old classic films, and
Oh, yeah.
that's the stuff that I love the most. I'm not that into any of the new stuff. Same with the comics. I don't have hardly any new comics from really the 80s on up. Very, very
Yeah.
few.
That's when everything it isn't just it's just that it wasn't our fault. It's their fault.
Right.
Things just changed and they made these decisions that I disagree with. Stan Lee disagreed when he heard they killed off Gwen Stacy. He's like, "Why did you do that?" And it's like, "Well, gotta be gritty and real." Well, you're making a movie. I mean, I'm sorry, you're making a comic book called Spider-Man, and you want it to be real and have characters die. What's the point of that?
Yeah,
It's supposed to be
exactly.
fun. You don't kill off the girl in the con. It's like, well, that's real. We know Lois Lane's never gonna die, but in our comic, the girls die. It's like, well, why do you want girls to die, man? What's wrong
Yeah, I
with
agree. Yeah.
it's a kid's fantasy. You don't kill off the. I don't know. I'm sure everyone disagrees. I'll probably get a thumbs down. I like to see the Twin Stacy's die. Yeah, there's Trump's finally coming out, but I'm on a. He's. I think he's already been talking for a while. I'm behind. Oh, it's in Dallas, Texas, near where I used to live. Uh, Jim Jars says I have thousands of old movies from the Golden Age. Been collecting them since the 1980s. Uh, Look at that.
Those
That's
are
pretty
great.
horrifying.
So
Yeah,
those are reissued masks, correct? To look like the old ones.
No, these are originals.
Oh wow,
they've been
Yeah,
filled with
they're all
foam or
foam.
something so they won't rot.
wow, those are originals.
But they were all you ever saw of these was drawings of them. This is really the first time, unless you were a kid that ordered them back then. This is the first time you ever see them in person. Topstone. Isn't there a frozen pizza company called Topstone?
That's Tombstone.
Tombstone.
Tombstone,
Oh,
yes.
that's right, Tombstone. I thought there was a Topstone too.
Oh, those are great, Kevin.
The pizza should
Nice.
be called Topstone, and these should be called Tombstone. Why do they call a product you eat Tombstone? That doesn't even make any sense. These are horror masks. They should be Tombstone masks.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And why do they call the bathroom the restroom? Shouldn't they call your bedroom the restroom? Because that's where
Yeah,
you go to
you're
rest. You
absolutely
don't
right.
rest. Who rests in the bathroom? I guess you kind of sit down and.
Yeah, when I was in England the first time, they commented on how they thought it was bizarre. The couple that I was staying with thought it was strange some of the American terms we have, and they thought that was strange that we call the bathroom, which they call the toilet. If you look at public anywhere, it'll just say toilet, but they thought it was strange that we call it a restroom.
I think it was just like to be more genteel about it, like calling it the powder room.
Right.
Let's see, big marketing blunder not making the frozen pizza tombstone shaped. That's an interesting idea, Meyer. Uh, Water closet in England, says Friar Tuck.
Yep. Yep.
You
Absolutely. Water closet.
you park on a driveway and drive on a parkway. Apartment could be togetherness. Yeah.
Togetherness.
Uh, to my knowledge, unless that was years ago, there's some joke in the old Mad comic book. It was like one of those little things in the background is something about does your nose run and your feet smell? Uh-oh, you're built upside down. Here's
Yeah,
Trump.
I remember.
Trump's letting his hair be white now. There's no blonde dye in it at all. It looks completely white.
Really?
That's how it looks in this lighting, at least. That's interesting, and it does. It's more. It's more kind of. It doesn't have that insane. It used to be just insanely like Gumby, or Flock of Seagulls, but it looks more like looks. Yeah, it's
Maybe his daughters told him, "Dad, you need to work with a stylist."
well, I think for many decades. I mean, he just doesn't care. 'Cause
Sure.
I think anyone that people that work for him would just say yes, it's great because where he
Sure.
doesn't care.
Right. When you're a billionaire,
You
who's going
okay?
to tell you anything other than what
That's
you want to hear?
that's why those prequels that George Lucas made were so terrible. People just said, "Yeah, it's great, it's great," but Gary Kurtz, that producer, used to tell him,
Absolutely.
"Hey, no, that's." Then he didn't. He just a bunch of yes men. What? Oh, this is the. Those are those little pods that take you out over the ocean.
I thought there were boogers on here. I was gonna try to clean them off.
No, those took people out over the ocean, and they
Yeah, I
said one of
remember.
the old ones. If that had
Yeah,
fallen
those
into the
little.
water from that height, it would have killed those people.
Where is that at?
Santa Monica, it was Pacific Ocean Park,
Okay.
um, but it's been gone since the 70s. Gratu looks like he needs a Dr. Pepper. What are you talking about? I need a Dr. Pepper? Uh, or you mean Trump needs a Dr. Pepper?
I need one.
Oh, okay. Maybe he gets some style advice in taking it. Okay, Trump. Okay. You're live. Getting Skyway. What? I'm not a I don't understand. You're live. Skyway. You Gratu to Mystery Island. I look tired. Is that what you're saying, Friar Tuck? Okay. I am hungry. Okay, I guess he's saying I look tired. I need a Dr. Pepper. Um, I'm a pepper. You're a pepper too. Apex Comics, nice mask. Oh, Apex is here.
So, Gratu, have you been streaming this whole time since earlier? I mean,
Yeah,
you haven't
I'm
even
just.
taken a break for food or anything, have you?
I had a burrito during the last show, which hasn't gone up yet. Uh, I got that was about 11:30. I'm just kind of waiting for dinner. I know I haven't eaten
Okay.
anything. Um,
You're a beast.
I don't know. Yeah. Uh,
Well, in at any
yeah.
time, if you need to take a bathroom break or something, just
Oh
cut
no,
out.
I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, too much Dr. Pepper is not a good thing. Okay, he's got. Oh, we're probably looking back for Missing Mars is sent him $55 and wants just an assortment of comics. So we're trying to pick out comics, but he doesn't want to have anything more than really like five, tops $10. But if there's anything you see, we could, um, I love seeing Kevin pick my grab bag stuff. Apex says hi, Gratu, Dr. Phones, Fibes, Gotham, Friar Tuck, Meyer Greenblatt, Missing Mars. Are all
Hello,
those people
Apex.
watching?
Now,
Oh,
I
look
don't
at
know
that.
Apex Comics.
Apex Comics. I've met him when I first met Horror Mike. He comes on Horror Mike. He was talking to Horror Mike, and they were talking about Warren and Vampirella, and I went on their stream, and that was a
Cool.
few years ago. Oh, I'll tell you what. The Jonah Hex comic is great, but what's underappreciated is when it became Hex and it was Jonah Hex magically went into the future, into this Mad Max kind of world. Uh, it's I'm interested in seeing this new Mad Max movie. Is it already out in theaters? There's the first issue. Still the same writer as from the original comic. It's just all of a sudden this guy is in the future. It's nuts. Where's Centaur? He was on earlier in the stream.
Yeah, I remember him being on.
Mad X. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't think these books are easily findable. They're not high dollar, but they're fun. There's a great Jonah Hex that shows his last years. He's married to an Indian woman, and it has a very cool finish. Um, I don't know if Kevin has that issue in stock. It's probably from about 1980.
What series?
The, I was just talking about Jonah Hex and talking about how much I enjoyed that comic, and Did you ever read that, Martin?
No, I have a couple from when I was a kid, and that's all I ever had was,
Okay.
and I
It
loved
was
them, but I didn't get any more.
yeah. Do you have that Jonah Hex spectacular with the last Jonah Hex story where he? Oh man, an
I do
ant's
not.
crawling across my phone screen. I get
His,
this
his
tarot
origin
stuff.
story is really good.
Yeah. They ever show his Civil War years in the comics? I don't believe so. Love the Batman animated series where Jonah Hex comes to claim his father in a wheelchair. Um, yeah. I could be wrong about the Civil War thing. Wow, look at Gotham's store. Oh, the Horror Mike said you're going to be on a show next week. Is that right? Or is it
Yeah,
the week after?
next Friday.
Oh, nice. Are you going to be showing primarily horror books and comics, or what are you going to do, Kevin?
There's a new prop I'm getting in that hopefully it makes it this week. It's supposed to be here this week, so
Oh, great.
Nice.
Hey, does anyone know when the Night Tiger show comes on tonight? How much? Oh, that's great.
I
How
thought I
much is
saw
that?
7 p.m.
Wait, let's see that one there. How much is that?
$4.
$4. If neither of missing Mar, I'll let you guys. I don't want
I'll
to.
let you both get one.
Oh, I I would like a copy of that book. Yes, in my pile. I don't think I have that issue.
I have
So,
two.
just to give you an update, Gratu, it's
Uh-huh.
6:30, and he's going to be coming on in 30 minutes. Night Tiger.
Oh, I need to probably not go have my live stream go through him.
It
But in
should
fact,
be
definitely.
a fun episode to watch. Actually, it'd be kind of
Oh
fun.
yeah, yeah. I didn't. I started this episode. I think after the morning show stopped. I didn't want to go on during it, and I don't want to go on during Night Tiger. I mean, I just like hanging out, on Saturdays because my wife's working. I'm not just. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to.
No, people are having
Major
fun
bummer.
coming on this show. This is
Yeah,
a
I
great
don't know.
show.
I
Great.
don't know Major Bummer. What is that?
looks
Crisis of Infinite Jerks. Yeah.
I don't know what
looks
that
pretty
even
bad.
is.
Want Ant-Man? Okay, I'll ring him up. Major bummer.
Yeah, it looks like GI Joe, the real GI Joe logo. Missing Mars says yes, please for Hero for Hire. Luke Cage Hero for Hire on a '70s TV show. Well, the TV series on Netflix should have been set in the '70s. Yes, and he should have worn what he wears in the comic. Friar Tuck, 16 hours probably long enough. You can't go 16 hours. You can max out at 12. You can keep streaming, but all that StreamYard will preserve for you is 12 hours of a stream. It'll end wherever you were at the 12-hour mark. I discovered that years ago when I was playing around with StreamYard.
Who wants to go to a card show?
Um,
So
so
what year, real quick? What year did you start doing this, Gratu?
um, okay,
The
it
live show
was
and your
live
videos.
shows.
No, your
Well,
videos, everything.
um, it was. I think it's about to be 5 years. It was. I started doing the first show. I've
It's
got like
impressive.
a playlist where it's all in order. It was the summer before the pandemic started, so that
So
would have been the summer of
2019.
2019, and then the pandemic started, and I was just doing shows where I had the camera pointed the other way, and then once we were sequestered and not allowed to go out of our houses, I turned the camera around the other way and started talking to people. And then, so yeah, I guess this summer it'll be 5 years. And because I had a fourth anniversary last summer, I think that's right. Um, and, you know, it just depends. You can take off really quickly, or it could just take forever just to get your first 30 or 40 subscriptions. It just took me forever. Um, I don't know. I don't show the right kind of stuff. That I don't know. It might be that
You have to have
talking
like
about,
you have to have a thumbnail, and you have to have your face making this weird expression on your face.
okay, like the millennial smile where you got the big like,
No, where you're like shocked about something.
oh yeah, yeah, you're shocked, yeah.
Well, I have to say, my wife loves your sense of humor,
Oh,
and
thank you.
and I enjoy it as well. It's,
Um, I don't think some people understand my sense of humor because I
well,
just
yeah, and that's to be
I
expected. That's yeah,
I don't do a rim shot, okay, that was what's great is Foghorn Leghorn, which is he was based on a radio show character on what was if Charlton's watching, he'll know what radio show it was. It was Senator Claghorn on someone could do a quick Google search of what radio show Senator Claghorn was on, but he was this pompous politician, and Foghorn Leghorn in the Warner cartoons was just them doing an impression of that guy. But he would always say, "That's a joke, son." He'd always let you know that he just told you that's a joke, son. And so I always loved the Foghorn Leghorn cartoons. Then I heard that old radio series, and it's like, holy smoke, that's where the character comes from. It's
I
just
did
like
not know that.
little
I did.
kids don't know the Flintstones or the Honeymooners. They never, even the kids in the early '60s, they did. The Honeymooners was back 7, 8 years in the past. It might as well be that's their whole lifetime. I always have weird faces on my live stream thumbnails as Apex Comics. Uh, Fire says, I love your long weekend live streams. Wait, I don't know. Okay, wait. Meyer says, I worked with a woman named Major Payne, and she was. Fire
Yeah,
says, I'm kidding. I don't
yeah.
know what he's
The
talking about.
well, the kidding came
Oh,
before the.
oh I'm kidding about 16 hours, probably long
Yes,
enough. Fire.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and then he followed up with, "I love your long
Yeah,
streams."
I didn't, I don't understand the comments sometimes. I just,
Right, they can be confusing.
yeah. And sometimes it's just someone stirring stuff up, but not lately. Because I'll notice like someone will be in my live stream a lot and say, "Hello, girls," and it's like, oh, that's just the way he is. He's like a drill sergeant. He's trying. And then I see him on other live streams. Hello, gentlemen. It's like, oh, okay. You have a little bit different way. It's like, okay, that's how you address me because you think I'm an a-hole. And over there, it's like, oh, hello,
Yeah,
gentlemen.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, well, you can go
yeah,
fuck yourself.
yeah. Lead
Uh,
poison.
oh,
Somebody's phone.
you
I'm
know
on TV.
that's who I was. Pompous
Yeah,
politicians have. That boy is about as sharp as a bag of wet mice. Yeah.
yeah.
What was that show? Was it it's Meyer, could you type in,
Oh, that's a
oh
cool
shit.
one.
Oh holy crap, you got a Rip Hunter. Oh shit. I wish I had discovered that. What is on the cover of that Rip Hunter there?
Should we give
Oh,
this one a Mission Mars?
that's fine. Is it in his price range? I mean,
Yeah.
that's oh, that's from your old store with the old price. If he wants it, if he doesn't want it, I'll take it. I can't be this Cookie Monster pig. Oh, I want all the comics. And
I want to get his
but
I want to get his box out to him because he's been waiting for so
yeah,
long.
yeah, give it to him. That's fine. It's the Fred Allen show. Senator Claghorn was on the Fred Allen show,
Oh,
and
okay.
the Fred Allen was Jack Benny's rival. They were always insulting each other. They were actually friends. At least I think they were, but they were always bickering between the Jack Benny show and the Fred Allen show. But that's stuff that you have to
Help me
be
search for a Silver
literally
Age.
90 years old to know about. You have to be my parents'
Trying to find
generation to
Silver Age
know.
for these guys.
How about those Fantastic Four?
I already got those for him.
Okay. Um,
See, it's weird stuff like this you'll find.
Yeah, I wish. See, there's stuff in your boxes. If I was just in that store, I would find all this stuff.
look over here.
Because
They
nobody
had
looks
to
for a
work
Rip
on it.
Hunter.
We're going over here.
Jim Jar says, I love the great Gildersleeve shows, which I first discovered 30 years ago on MP3. Yeah, and all this stuff is so easily findable on YouTube now. It's really great for younger people but I don't think they're ever going to find it. But it's so much easier for them to find today. I mean,
Oh yeah.
um, but I don't know that they appreciate it. Yeah, I've got a bunch of these DC Hanna-Barberas on hold with Kevin, but I didn't realize they did Rough and Ready. They tried to do all these
About this one,
gritty, hard-boiled adaptations
Silver.
of their
Who knew?
of Hanna-Barbera stuff. It was very strange.
under 200.
12 centers.
Oh, okay. You're on the first tag.
Are you just going through all your boxes now?
Yeah, and just quickly, you know.
Oh, because you aren't open again until what, Tuesday? Or are you open on Sunday? No, you're not.
No, I'm closed tomorrow and
Sunday and
Monday.
Monday. Okay, so we do need to fill his. How much have we spent of his 55?
We're only at like $24.
Oh, because he didn't want the $20 Fantastic Four. But oh, that's a good. That might be good. Let's see what that. Oh, look at that. Origin of Dr. Fate. I don't even know if I had. That would be. Look at that. How much is that? $4.
$4.
There you
I
go.
That might be good for him. I wish I'd found it first, but uh, I
You
might
put yourself
already
there.
have that issue. I have no clue. You guys put the shiny side of the board against the comic, or away? That's the question I've always asked, but I've been
Shiny,
told by many people to put the shiny
shiny side
side.
can go against the comic.
Yeah,
Yes,
So
that's
because
that
the
what I.
fat side allows you to write all your notes for your loved ones after you pass away, how
yeah,
much money.
because
So they'll hate you. They'll piss on
when
your
a
grave when
store
they find out how much you spent on the comic. When your
when a store has to
bag
when a
or
store has to stamp the back, it will
yeah.
the ink won't dry on the glossy side.
Ah, okay. Yeah. But yeah, yeah, the glossy side is the one that touches the comic. Supposedly they don't have acid in the boards. If you trust them, you're probably
Do
but
you
it
want
could be.
these?
I wouldn't want those, but he might. I mean, to me that's just the wrong time period when they started
Yeah,
trying to when they
it's too
combined all
new.
the heroes. To me it was to sell action figures, and I thought I wouldn't. I never bought any of that stuff. It's like it's like they were betraying me or something.
Too
But
new.
no insult to those of you that love. Ooh, that's a good book. Oh, shit, but I don't
Yeah,
know if
there's
he
some good
wants to.
ones.
Ooh, a Hawkman cover. But
There we go. Missing Mars.
Bring in your collection. We'll go through it.
Yeah. Don't want everything.
One of my
yeah,
customers here, he has all Silver Age in his collection.
oh,
I told him to bring his collection. We'll go through it. We'll pick through it all.
Is he trying to sell it, or are you just joking with him?
No, he's just joking. He wouldn't sell it.
Oh, that's good. He's a good man.
It's taking him too long.
Says a good inventory.
Yeah. Who puts out a comic like that? Sex
You are?
crimes.
He
Yeah, it was
said he
pretty
would
bizarre.
sell it eventually.
Ooh, that's nice. Is that a 20-cent one? What is the price on that? 25 cent? Okay, it's a pretty good time period. Not long after Bruce Lee died. they just draw people, Asian people, like they're from another planet with completely yellow skin.
Uh,
That's ridiculous.
Hold on.
Thank you.
You all set?
Yeah, these will be fun. Some cool stuff. Yeah, oh my god, these ones I had to. I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, I always cheat myself when I don't get what I want, like essentially. So
Yeah. Oh, you found the Rat City?
yeah, I saw that by image. I'm so like I'm like that comics around, but I never really understood because
I'm
like
gonna check on the status.
like
I
I was
filmed
like
a video this morning
so it
with
kind of
my
feels
new
good.
phone
Like, I heard
that
things
is
essentially like, oh my god,
it
you're a
says
baby.
cinematic, so I want to see how that looks.
Oh my god,
And
child, I feel like one I got.
it's taking all day to upload. It's at 43% upload. So that'll be something I'm going to look forward to watching tonight. Can you still hear me?
yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
I had to go to YouTube to see how the status of its upload. But I just filmed around the house to see what the cinematic looks like. And because on the back of this phone, there's like a really big lens. That's probably the one that's for cinematic. And then there's two other smaller lenses.
Is this
And
an Apple phone or an Android?
yeah, it's an iPhone, and
Okay.
it's a more recent one. There was one generation iPhone that they were all writing about how dangerous it was, how much radiation it emitted. And then this is a later one than that people seem to be okay with.
I appreciate that.
Although
Thank
my
you.
wife says there's a laser in this phone, I'd have no idea why there would be a laser in a phone.
Hmm.
But
I have an
that
iPhone.
doesn't.
I don't know
What's
much
that?
about.
Yeah. What do you know the model? Do you have an iPhone?
I do.
Do you
I do
film
have
with your
one.
phone, or do you have a real camera you use?
Well, I'm going to be getting a camera. No, I've just been filming with my phone.
Well, it's been
Yeah.
looking great. So, but you probably have a modern one like.
It's a
Okay.
couple years old.
The one
But
I
yeah,
had was, I think it's the same phone. I don't know if it's the same phone I filmed. Maybe I had a different phone when I first started my channel. But my phone had, I had a case on it, and then it seems like she ordered a new case and it didn't fit the phone, or something happened. And then I was just carrying the phone around in my pocket without a case, and using it, it would get scratched up and cracked. And then, so with the insurance, we got a new phone for just a little bit.
well, I've noticed a significant difference in your videos when you're streaming and stuff. It's much better.
Well,
It
that's
seems like
good.
you're.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was getting really bad when I would just freeze up and get kicked out of my show all the time,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then
That's.
um, and I think that makes oh, look at that. Yeah, Alligator
Okay.
was a good movie. That was a movie that surprised critics, and critics were actually saying this is actually a good movie. But I don't know about Alligator 2.
Really?
Well, that's Arizona.
Yeah, that Rip Hunter was a good discovery.
So sorry about that.
Forgot something? Oh, your backpack.
Yeah, dude.
Can't go anywhere without that.
I might only live like a block away, but still, dude, that's crazy. That was my Thank you.
Cool, man.
I appreciate that.
Uh-huh.
Thanks a lot, guys.
What happened to those people that used to do a podcast in your store?
I seen him today.
It's a hospital.
Yeah, he's
They didn't even tell their damn.
he needs to cut back on his comics, like everybody.
That's the whole.
Everybody needs to
Oh.
cut back on their comics.
Yeah. Well, because of the economy or because they're so terrible?
I think a
Both.
little bit of both. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Come on. Yeah, our neighborhood's gone, bro. Only thing left is the warehouse. Yeah, I'm less than 3/4. I'm right on prison. I'm 3/4 of a mile. Dude, it all, they just opened up a bunch of freaking festivals. I know, the hospital's gone. They're selling 3 other hospitals too, right here.
Oh,
yeah, they're closing
am I going
hospital.
into Night Tiger's show as it started?
It's 6:48, so
And he
They're
starts at
closing a bunch
7?
of hospitals
it'll be
out here.
starting in about 12 minutes.
Okay. Someone let me know. I want to stop it. That's I don't like going on against friends.
I want to see all these books that I'll never have.
What?
I want to see all those books that I'll never have.
Oh
That
yeah,
you'll
all the
never
golden.
have? What do you mean?
That I'll never have. Those kind of books don't just walk in here.
Oh,
No.
you mean on their show? I thought you meant
Yeah.
Yeah.
those Green Lantern books. It's like I've never looked at the books down there on the bottom shelf.
Yeah, this bottom shelf is where you can actually find stuff because nobody likes to kneel
Yeah,
down.
everybody's too fat, including me, or their knees don't work. It's, or they're afraid that they get down the crack of their ass will show. That's another reason to not get down that low. Those Green Lantern books could be something Missing Mars would
Yeah,
would enjoy. They're mid
I'm gonna go
70s,
back
it looked
over
like.
there.
Um, Missing Mars, do you have a Marvel or DC preference, or you don't care? Or Kevin, my next grab bag will be all bottom shelf. Do you ever, Missing Mars, have an interest in like an EC reprint comic? That's fun stuff.
So
No
he
preference,
states,
he
yeah, no
says,
preference.
but he just
Okay.
wants older comics. Now, some of the EC reprints are from the 70s, but I don't know if he has any of those editions in the store or not. What is the price on that? 35 cents? That's about 1977, right? Something like that,
Yeah.
judging by the price. Um,
I'll pull out all the 35 centers.
you see reprints from the 70s are fine. Those would be there were some reprint in the early 70s. Those are probably not stuff that he's going to have in the store, but they're easily obtained. Um, he just wants the smellable. That's a nice cover. Um, oh, my wife is getting really hungry. And hello, yeah, and hello. She's saying hello or hella. She grew up in Los Angeles, so she might use the term hella. Um, hella hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry too. We don't have long, just a little more than an hour until till you're off, and we can go to the restaurant.
If you want any of these, I can't read his chat right now.
Okay, Missing Mars. How much is that one with the orange cover there?
$4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
I'd
would
say
be
grab
good.
that one.
So I I would I'd probably get one of those Fantastic Fours if it were me. I'd get a Fantastic Four. That would make this a really great bunch of comics. But What was the cheapest Fantastic Four you had? Was 10, and it was kind of beat, but it's still a very sought after copy with the, what is she saying here? Shiny side debate. Yeah, I've gotten into that debate before in a comic store. Sleepy slungry. Oh, slungry. That's a new word. Sleepy and hungry.
There we
Slungry.
go.
Man, that's great. Write that down. That should be the name of the book you're going to write. I'm trying to convince her to write her autobiography. We keep coming up with possible titles. Slungry would be a great title. I'm not a collector so much as I am a lover of comics. That's great. I'm not going to use the term collector anymore. I think lover of comics is that much better. Collector just makes you sound like one of these people that has comics in plastic. Yeah, we're not seeing what you're looking at, but I don't know if it
Oh, there's nothing
matters.
else. It's all
Okay.
garbage.
Oh, garbage.
It's
You're
all.
referring to the stock in your store. You got to sell it to the people out there.
Oh, that's funny.
That's how I. Oh shit, that's great. You have Dial H for Hero. I have that issue, but is that too expensive for Missing Mars?
It's 15, but I'll do it for 10. It must be something good in it. If it's
Well, look
pricey.
at the cover. If he doesn't want it, I highly recommend that to Martin. Look at the bottom? Look at that guy's head.
That's great.
One man's trash.
Oh, that's
Um,
funny.
this was my older brother. I asked, "What comics did you have when you were a kid?" And he says, "I was very proud. I had every issue of Dial H for Hero." And then I would discover later there was no comic called Dial H for Hero. It was House of Mystery was called Dial H for Hero. It had a feature called Dial H for Hero for, I don't know, maybe a year or two, maybe a year and a half. And so I was trying to buy up all of these at Lone Star Comics when I was a little kid, when I was like 12, because I was trying to reclaim what should have been my rightful inheritance, my Dial H for Hero comics that were thrown away. Is that the Hulk in Nazi Germany there? I see a German flag. Oh no, it's a crystal. Sorry, I thought pull it up, and it doesn't look like a Nazi flag for a second. If you look at that, for half a second, did that look like a swastika, or am I out of my mind? Pull it up again. Oh, never mind. I it's my mind's going. Sorry. I've seen, what is the line for visions of swastikas in his head? Plans. I'm seeing swastikas everywhere with these comic books. Uh,
Yeah, David Bowie.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to remember. For some reason, I thought that was Pink Floyd for a second, but no. Yes, it was David Bowie in that China Girl song.
Yes,
Ugh.
I wasn't a big fan of that particular album.
No, no, but it's ingrained in my head because it was on MTV constantly, and
Oh, it was a huge hit.
that's when David Bowie really started to become hugely mainstream, where they started to put him in mainstream movies instead of stuff
Yes,
like
yes,
uh, The Man Who Fell to Earth. Man Who Fell to Earth was not a mainstream movie.
no.
I was watching the movie on cable, and it's like, why do they suddenly show a guy peeing into a toilet? Why is that being shown in a feature film? And I guess it was because he came from a planet where water was precious, and they're trying to show that it's really water, I guess. But I still don't want to see a guy pissing, man. No, please don't put that in a science fiction film. But I don't know, man.
At least he
It was
wasn't
the
taking a
1970s,
dump.
I guess. I'm pretty sure that was in that movie, unless I have a strange memory. Um, you're pulling out 70s Justice League for him? That's good.
No, I was pulling this because I know somebody that would want it.
So just to give you guys an update, it is 6:56. So in
Oh, what's
4
that?
minutes.
What is that one you just shot?
What
I know.
happened?
I was just looking. We got 4 minutes before I end the stream. Yeah, just because I want to watch the other thing. I was telling him I think you're on against a Trump, but I think Trump may actually be over with now. I'm still on a delay. That looks like the wrong time period. You got to
Yeah,
get back earlier than
it's
that.
86.
Yeah. Um,
Did you ever mention if you wanted this?
Missing Mars hasn't.
Yeah, he
Do you
hasn't
want it,
commented.
Mark? Uh, he has not. I don't think he wants something that expensive, and I don't know.
I could do it for
I'm not
10.
trying to push comics on people. I'm just saying, look at that cover.
It's a great cover.
Thanks, Doctor. Tapping out to go to the Night Tiger. Oh, so he's leaving to go watch Night Tiger. So we're trying to pick out comics for someone that's going to be watching the night. We probably all 20 of us need to go over to Night Tiger. No, Missing Mars says he'll take it for 10 if you sell it for 10. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an easily findable book, Dr. Fibes. That's
Okay. That's a
nobody
cool
really
book.
collects. No one collects Dial H for Hero. I see. I'm making it sound bad to him. It's just a fun book to read. You got a Martian Manhunter story in the back.
Yeah, no, it
But
looks very cool. I've
what
never
Dial
even
H
heard of it.
what Dial
This,
H for Hero did is kids would send in designs for superheroes, and then this kid Robbie Reed had um, this dial, and he could dial up a different superhero, and he could turn into different superheroes. So all these superheroes he turns into were designed by 12-year-old kids, and sent the drawings were sent into DC, and then they were used, and then I guess they credited the kid. It's kind of like when in the old Katie Keene comics, girls would draw outfits for her to wear, and then they draw her with that, and they'd say, "Thanks to Christy, whatever from New York, age 11, for drawing this outfit." That's all the credit you get. You didn't get money for it or anything, but it's
yeah,
just a
no,
way
that's
to
the
get the.
first I've ever heard of that. I've never heard of that comic.
Yeah, I guess they got the thing Dial M for murder, Dial H for hero, or who knows where that came from. It's probably had some other
Yeah.
origin. But anyway, I guess I better get off the stream and go watch Night
Yeah.
Tiger.
Yeah. Let's
So
go see the
5 people
battle.
have already left.
Yeah, we'll go to watch the battle.
All right, take care, everybody.
See
All
I'm
everyone.
right.
gonna.
See you guys. I'll keep pulling books for
All
Missing
right.
Mars.
Hey, Kevin, did you finish reading those Sinister's House books?
No, but I have them in my queue. I have them in
Okay,
my queue,
whenever
and then I'll
they
put them in your
get read,
box.
put them.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, everybody. Sorry for being so maudlin in the stream, but anyway, there's a new show. When you finish watching Night Tiger, I should have my video I shot this morning up. It's supposed to look great, supposedly, because this camera is super deluxe. So watch my video. That's actually the video from before this later on tonight. Take care, everybody.
See you
Stay
guys.
sick. Bye.